The Wee Yellow Butterfly by Cathy McCormack with Marianne Pallister. Chapter 1. A Noisy Silence. My family was awash with the fighting spirit. On my dad's side, the High Kings of Ireland. On my ma's side, Alleluia Lizzie, a member of the Salvation Army who poured her man's whiskey down the sink before splitting his head open with a cleaver. Some folk argue that the ancient High Kings of Ireland never existed. Others can reel off a list of names from the mists of time. A list that includes Conn of the 100 Battles, celebrated in a 7th century poem. The Norman conquest took away any power the High Kings had held, but there are those who believe the bloodline carried on down to modern times in the name of Haughey. Charles Haughey, most Machiavellian of Irish Taoiseachs, said he was a direct royal descendant, a claim dismissed as spurious even in his obituaries. My granny was also a Haughey, Catherine, like me, who came to Scotland from Donegal with her husband, James Brannan, and the tidal wave of poverty-stricken Irish who crashed onto Scottish shores looking for work in the 19th and early years of the 20th century. Alleluia Lizzie was my ma's mother, and she might have been in jail if her man hadn't refused to press charges. Life was like that in Lawmere Street in Glasgow's Gorbals. She had been born a McCulloch and married William Campbell on March 7th, 1904 in the Gorbals. William was a labourer, and when the government formed the Labour Corps in 1915 to provide workers in France, he became a private, working in some of the most difficult areas during the Great War. These were regiments that laid duckboards across the mud during the Battle of the Somme and cleared roads and laid railways throughout occupied France, their shovels carried by pack mules. It was their daughter, Elizabeth Balmer Campbell, a 19-year-old domestic servant, who married my da on April 18th, 1938 in St Francis Church, Cumberland Street. He was James Brannan. He was 25 years old and described on his marriage lines as a wooden box maker's labourer. He'd been born on December 30th, 1912 at 218th South Wellington Street in Glasgow. His father, also James, was already dead by then. Like so many of the Irish immigrants who came to work in Scotland as labourers, he died an early death. He'd married Catherine Haughey in 1907. I was named after her. But the God's honest truth is that until I started thinking about this book, I had no idea of my roots or my history. Now when I think about men going off to war and women waiting at home, I can understand more about the way my ma and da were with each other and with us, their 6 wains. In a city where religious differences split communities, my da was Catholic and my ma Protestant. She went for instruction for 4 months before she married because she loved her man so much that she wanted to take his religion as well as his name. The priest often said she was the best convert they ever had. But although she sent us all to chapel every Sunday, she stopped going herself after we moved from the Gorbals to Cranhill. Her ma was the one in the Salvation Army that they called Alleluia Lizzie. Her man worked as a mason's labourer and was an alcoholic. Ma said she spent most of her life pouring Grandad's whiskey down the sink until eventually she started to pour it down her own throat. The day she lifted the cleaver and split Grandad's head open, she walked calmly into the police station at the corner of their street and gave herself up, expecting to be put behind bars. But Grandad survived and told the police he fell down the stairs. I'm not sure if that was to save Granny or his own face that had been cleavered by a woman. Neither of them had an easy life, and both my grannies died in their 50s. I never knew my grandparents, and it's only now that I'm making connections between their lives in the inner city slums and my life in the modern slums of Glasgow. I get my looks from my Irish granny's side. Granny Brannan had 2 sons and a daughter, and they all had jet black hair and dark skin. Ma said Dad was really handsome when she met him, and for me, he always was. The Brannans lived in 257 Law Moore Street, and my ma's family lived at 217 on the same street. The one photograph of Ma when she was young shows her looking so beautiful. To me, she was more like a Hollywood film star than a domestic servant. They must have made a handsome couple. But it wasn't just his looks my ma went for. My dad didn't drink when she met him, and having an alcoholic for a father, this was one of the things she liked most in her boyfriend from down the street. My parents' wedding took place at 6 o'clock in the morning. Can you imagine it? Afterwards, Dan and his brother Packy caught a bus to Dundee to see Celtic playing, while Ma and her best maid went back home to bed. Their first married home was a single apartment on the ground floor of a tenement in Hospital Street, and all Ma's wains were born at home. It was only when I was having my first wean that she told me she'd had to pluck up the courage to ask her ma-in-law how the baby would get out her tummy. Granny Brannan told her, "It comes out the same way it got in, Lizzie." Ma didn't make me very much wiser. After the first two, my dad went off to war, and he was away for 6 years. He was sent to the Middle East and trained as a gunner in Cairo. He fought in Africa and Italy. And thinking about it now, I suppose he came back a stranger to the woman he'd married and the kids he'd left behind. He didn't even recognise his wife when he came home. She'd lost so much weight and the children had been very ill. Betty took diphtheria and James had TB in his bones and was in a sanatorium. The folk from upstairs used to gather in her ground floor flat when they didn't have time to get to the air raid shelter. Ma told me that one of her neighbours was in the outside toilet when a bomb dropped and he was blown right over the building into the next street. Another family was killed because they were all in bed with pneumonia. Ma and Da wrote love letters to each other every day, but she pined so much that they eventually gave my da compassionate leave. By then the war was over anyway. The neighbours decorated the street and made a welcome home Jimmy banner to hang across Hospital Street. It took him 20 minutes in the house before he recognised her, and the Waynes wanted to know what a soldier was doing in their house. But then she was down to 4 stone and was suffering from pernicious anemia. Ma said he was a changed man when he came back from the army. He'd had an audience with the Pope and was awarded a bunch of medals, but he started going to the pub and kept her short of money. I wondered what memories he had of that terrible fighting in Sicily that he'd needed to drown out. He never shared them. All I know is my dad never spoke much in the house, but when he was angry, he'd scream and roar. I just don't remember my parents talking to each other. I was a third child born after the war. Betty and James were the 2 pre-war babies. Then there was Billy, Graham and me, born on July 5th, 1952. John was born 2 years later. When I was born, there were 2 afterbirths, and I've always wondered if I was supposed to be a twin. Maybe one Cathy McCormack's enough. The family moved from the ground floor flat to a top floor room and kitchen in a tenement on the same street. Ma kept the place spotless, and like a lot of her neighbours, they kept a cat to catch the mice and rats. The rats came out from behind the fireplace. Her ginger cat had kittens, and one morning after Dad gone to work, she left the 4 Waynes sleeping while she went to the shop at the bottom of the close to get milk. While she was standing chatting, our cat came in and started to scratch at Ma's legs. She knew the cat was trying to tell her something, and she ran upstairs to find smoke pouring out the front door. Her screams woke the other neighbours on the landing, and they helped her to rescue the children. The only thing they managed to salvage, apart from the Waynes, was a big old-fashioned framed picture of the Virgin Mary belonging to Granny Brannan that was kept under the mattress. After the fire, caused by the kittens playing with the wireless cable, the family was split up around the neighbourhoods and the close. That seems to be the way neighbours were then. Then word came that the slums were to be demolished. Families like ours were promised a paradise compared with the houses in the Gorbals. Ma turned down the tenancy of a pre-war house in Carntine because the place was buzzing with word of the brand new tenements being built on the outskirts of Glasgow. These were houses with inside toilets, baths and wash basins, kitchens big enough to sit in and separate from the living room and bedrooms. They were in empty spaces with green fields and fresh air. The government said they'd bring good health to the working class heroes. Ma used to tell me how excited she was when she was offered one of the first flats to be built in Cranhill. There was a ballot for the keys to the 8 flats at 64 Bellrock Street. We got the 4-apartment flat on the first landing, and the family moved out on an open coal lorry with bits and pieces of furniture that the community had scraped together for them. The one sad note was that the ginger cat, saviour of the Brannan Wains, took flight when the lorry went over the Clyde and jumped off. I was born 2 weeks later. My ma had been just 21 when Betty was born. Now, 13 years later, she was a different woman, and my dad was a different man. Bellrock Street was certainly a busy house. There were 3 bedrooms off a long hall. The boys had the big bedroom, and I shared a bed with Betty. Dad was unemployed at first, and Ma really struggled. Then Dad started to work at Albion Motors, and Ma worked nights as a domestic maid in Duke Street Hospital. I hated Ma going to work. Betty had us in bed in the flat spotless, and I never saw my ma when she came home. I thought this was an injustice. I wanted a cuddle. But she was determined that we would have a nice house. She furnished my bedroom and bought me a divan bed with open-ended shelves. I loved my bedroom, but I would have preferred the cuddles instead. I used to be a right wee Holy Mary. One night I put a candle on the bottom shelf and knelt down to say my prayers. When I opened my eyes, there was a white cloud. I thought Our Lady was going to appear to me in person. I nearly had a fit when I saw that I had melted the plastic on my new bed. But we never went hungry, and Ma was totally into good food. There was always a broth on the stove. But I was in and out of hospital all my childhood. I had chronic bronchitis when I was a 2-year-old. I had hernias and lazy bowel syndrome. By the age of 15, I had been in almost every hospital in Glasgow. One of the times I was in hospital, I nearly died of fright when I woke up on the operating table. Everyone had been trying to reassure me that I would feel better once I'd been to the theatre. I thought I was going to see a pantomime. When the nurse dressed me up in a white gown and a cap with my name on it, I said to Ma, "At least they're making sure I don't get lost." Another time I was in hospital, they sprayed the ward and I came out on big lumps. I loved the drama of it all, and I couldn't get over the fact that the nurse and doctor were winching all night. These spells in hospital made me see that in spite of what my ma always said, I didn't think that our lives were in the hands of God after all. But I never felt that it was a happy home. There were always tensions. I don't think my ma ever saw my dad's payslip. The place was spotless, and my ma always dressed me like a wee princess, with coats and hats and kilts and mittens out of Fisher's warehouse. But she didn't understand my sense of dignity. She'd scrub me in the sink in front of the family. She called the neighbours in to look when I had a lump on my groin, and I didn't like the way my dad treated my ma. I didn't feel there was a relationship. They never sat down and had a blether. Maybe it was the years of bombs dropping in Hospital Street, and my dad seeing all that the war threw at him. The only time they talked to me was when I was in hospital. They had to talk, to ask me how I was feeling. I used to lie there not answering, so they'd have to ask me again. I loved all the fuss and attention. They talked to me, and it felt unreal. There were fights between the Waynes, of course. I loved John and Graham and hated Billy because he always tried to cause fights between me and the other boys. I remember being a motherly sort of wee girl. My doll was like a real Wayne to me. It was plastic with painted hair, and I loved that doll, even when my brother took her legs off. By the time I was 9, I was babysitting my niece, and if I could help it, I was never without a Wayne to look after. Betty got married when I was about 8, and all the stuff she had to do, cleaning the house, serving up the supper, fell to me. I felt great delight when my first niece was born, and Ma's first grandchild, Joanne McQueen, my sister's Betty's child. I was only 9 when my sister trusted me enough to look after her for an hour while she went to work till her man John came home from his job. I travelled on the bus to old tenements back in Bridgeton. Can you imagine? Wayne's being allowed to do this now? Aye. My generation in those days were old before they were young. All the while, Ma was out working when I came home from school till after I had gone to bed. When she was in, there was always someone chapping at Ma's door. The neighbours complained about the boys hanging about in the close. They'd get murder if a ball went into somebody's garden. My 4 brothers were all football daft. The police never seemed away from her door either. It was an offence at the time to play football in the street or in the school pitches. Ma couldn't get peace to live. Neither could my brothers. Cran Hill, as the name suggests, was built on a hill. Bell Rock Street stretched the full length of the scheme. There was a round window like a porthole in the kitchen above the boiler that served the dual purpose of doing the washing and making clooty dumplings. You could see anyone arriving at the street from that window as they came round the corner at the row of shops. I used to get sent for messages to those shops, and the memory isn't a good one. When our neighbour in the flat below moved away, an elderly couple moved in. It's funny in a way. My ma was a bit concerned about the man that lived next door to them because he was gay, though I'm sure that in those days that's not the way they described him. But she needn't have worried. He turned out to be a good friend. It was the respectable grandfather figure below that stole my innocence. I don't understand now why I fell for it. But for weeks he'd get me to go to the shops, then entice me into the house. I was about 8 years old, and he wasn't the only elderly man who tried to violate me as a wee girl. I'd been caught out by at least another 2 old guys, but this was regular abuse. I never told anyone. The first time I said anything was to tell my brother at my dad's 80th birthday. My brother said I shouldn't write about the abuse. He said it could embarrass the family of my abuser. I felt really hurt by that, but at the time I thought I wouldn't be believed. I also thought this man could cause trouble for my dad and my brothers. I could see Berlin, the big Glasgow prison, from our porthole. Whenever somebody tried to escape, they used to blast the sirens, and shivers ran through my whole body. I knew that if my dad found out about the man downstairs, he'd kill him, and he'd be sent to Berlin. As I grew older, I saw his granddaughters visit him. I still live with the guilt because I never told what he was like. I couldn't find my voice and I couldn't speak up. I suppose one of the problems was that Ma believed children should be seen and not heard. Even when I seen her sitting crying at the kitchen table, she wouldn't let me comfort her and wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Part of it had to be the stress of living the way we did, because this house in Bell Rock Street wasn't a house for heroes. The bedrooms were so cold that we had to pile our coats on top of the bed mats, and even when the coal fire was ablaze up the lum, me and my brothers fought to sit close to the fire. There was no insulation, and it wasn't just the heat that escaped straight through the walls, so did the sound. The neighbours downstairs were always banging up, and the neighbours upstairs were always banging down whenever we walked across the floor. My ma became a nervous wreck, waiting for the sound of these well-aimed brush handles. To keep us all quiet, she kept us in the kitchen, so she might as well have been living back in a single end. When she came home from work, Ma was confronted by Mrs. Rice from downstairs. She'd wait for her coming off the bus and complain about the noise we'd been making till Ma cracked up and demanded, "Do you want me to hang my wains up on the pulley beside the washing?" The woman from across the road got the same treatment and ended up in hospital for 3 months with a nervous breakdown. At least Ma just cried a lot. For her, these were no longer healthy flats, but pneumonia houses. There were no pubs built in the schemes at that time. Dad used to escape the madness by going back to his old watering hole in the Gorbals. For Ma, there was no escape. Chapter 2. Learning Curves. There were no books in the house, but when I was wee, I spent a lot of time in the library. I went to St Maudens School, and on my first day, my teacher humiliated me. I'd been so excited about starting school, but I didn't understand the rules. Go to the toilet in the break. I didn't need to go to the toilet in the break, but I did when we were back in the class. I asked, and she told me I'd missed my opportunity. And the inevitable happened. I wet myself. I was shocked and felt an absolute dunce. I started to turn in on myself. Perhaps that's why Ma used to say I was as deep as the ocean. My ma brought me up to respect authority, but authority didn't seem to have respect for us. I was bullied as well. One lassie used to push me, trip me up and call me names. I remember thinking about dogging school, but instead I found my voice and told my ma, and that was all sorted out. I even became friends with the lassie that bullied me. I liked the process of speaking out and the result, and I felt pleased about it. But I made friends, and me and Trisha Dixon are still best pals. My whole life revolved around singing, drama and acting in plays. The other stuff was boring. I felt I could never achieve anything and that I was a total write-off. The books I took out of the library were fiction, but not children's books. I remember trying to read books I didn't understand. My dad was determined to give us culture. He used to walk me everywhere. Kelvin Grove Museum and art galleries, the Botanic Gardens. We talked about what we saw and it helped my imagination. My greatest memory of Kelvin Grove was the case with the bees in it. But although he insisted we walk everywhere, and my sister remembers my ma walking all the way to the Gorbals to borrow money, Dad had money. Everyone was borrowing money off my dad, but my ma didn't have any money for us. Places of culture weren't the only destination. Dad used to take me to union meetings as well, while ma was working. I used to run down to meet him coming home from work and fling myself at him to show off my kilt. Ma had made me a different tartan for every day of the week. Then we'd go to a picture house in a big red building at Town Head for the union meetings. I must have listened. And I also got an opportunity to talk with my dad, which just didn't happen in the house where there were no conversations. My last teacher at primary was Mr. Campbell. He was always giving me the belt for laughing. I think it was probably the nerves because I still laugh to this day when I'm nervous. Looking back, I think teachers hid behind the power that the belt gave them over children. But there was also the feeling that nobody was interested. The people at the top got the attention and we didn't. So what was the point? Instead, I loved Irish dancing and I loved singing with the choir in the chapel. Out of school, I always sang at parties, especially that party piece of mine, Nobody's Child. When I was a wean, I wanted to be a nurse. My ambition by the time I went to St Gregory's in Carntine was to be a social worker. St Gregory's was a lovely school. In the first year, I loved all these new subjects so much that I ended up top of the class along with Trisha. In second year, I had my appendix out and came 7th. But in third year, I was second. I won a writing competition by the local picture house, and the first prize was to meet the Rolling Stones, who were coming to the Odeon in Glasgow. Nobody would go with me to meet them, so they got a big cardboard cutout of them and took a picture of me with it as a publicity for the ABC Minors. When I started typing at school, my dad bought me my first typewriter. Despite the fact that me and Trisha were ridiculed by our classmates and called swats and the teacher's pet, when I was 14, I was determined I was going to college or university to be a social worker or a lawyer or something to try and address the issues on the street. In primary school, I'd been made to feel stupid, But when I saw my own potential, going to uni looked like a piece of cake. I was lucky because, although Trisha's parents had their own problems, her ma had aspirations for her, and it was her who got us moved up a class when she was second and I was first. By this stage, despite all my motherly instincts when I was at primary school, and the fact that they called me Granny Tea Bread because I wanted everything at home spotless and the cushions just right, I knew I was never going to get married or have children. This wasn't because of my plans to go to university. I'd seen the effect of marriage breakdowns on kids I'd babysat for, and I didn't want any of that. But just like my sister before me, I wasn't allowed to carry on with my education. Betty had top marks and was sent to Holyrood. But when the family moved to Cranhill, Ma couldn't afford the uniforms or the fares for Charlotte Street, the good Catholic school, and Betty felt a resentment. When it was my turn, the teacher contacted Ma and Da and said it would be a waste for Cathy not to go further. Ma told me, "You'll find a man. A woman doesn't need a career." My dad's attitude was different. He wanted me out working. At the school they used to call me Cadbury because I was a bit of a fruit and nut case, always joking and keeping them in stitches. Now I went Cadbury in a different way. I was raging. If anyone shouted I had hysterics, I argued. As far as I was concerned, I was dragged out of school kicking and screaming. But my ma and dad were in control and I didn't have a say in it. I went to work in the corner shop. The boys had left school at 15, but Ma took them by the hand and made sure they had an apprenticeship so that their families wouldn't suffer as she had done. It was years later when she realised that a woman needed a career more than a man did because a man could walk out on his family. I had started working at weekends in the dairy at the corner of Bell Rock Street before I left school. Bessie, the owner, was an old neighbour of my mother. It was an amazing experience because this was a high-class dairy with exotic fruit like watermelons and mushrooms. I'd never seen a mushroom before I went to work there. She had a frozen food counter as well. It was good. I didn't need a scale. I could cut meat to the exact weight. My brain became like a computer, and I didn't need a pen and paper to count the messages for the women from Cranhill and the warders' wives from Barlinnie. We used to say some of the customers came from Spam Valley. They'd buy 1 carrot, 1 onion, 1 slice of cooked meat. Others were tea leaves, and you knew they were putting stuff from the frozen food cabinet into their bag. I got fly to it, and I would offer to pack their bags for them. Next, I went to work for a jeweller in London Road, and because of my experience as a child, I was soon able to put the boss in his place because he was another dirty old bugger. He was always sending me to place bets for him. The new luxury cruise liner that had been built on the Clyde was about to be launched. I told him that it would be called the Queen Elizabeth II. He was convinced that it would be called something different, and he lost his bet. Although my ma and dad stopped me going to college, I loved my ma. I didn't say, "I hate you." I just had to accept that it wasn't for me. And with my first wage, I bought her a watch with an expanding bracelet. I was offered a career. They said I could train as a jeweller, but my dad said no. "You're going into Will's, the cigar factory." I had to wait until I was 16, but that's what I was destined for. The cigar factory paid higher wages than the cigarette factory, and you could get bonuses. You sat with a pouch round you like a kangaroo. It carried about 3 pounds of tobacco leaves. I learned that the slower you stemmed, the faster you did it, and I could do in 20 minutes what you were supposed to do in 40. I developed a technique that was dead simple. This was the swinging 60s. I'd left school in 1967, and in 1968 I was working in Will's and giving my ma more money than my dad did. I loved the spending power, but I hated the work. How could anybody enjoy stemming leaves in a factory? I got more and more depressed. What was the point in your life? What had been the point in going to school? Even Trisha ended up in Will's, despite her ma's ambitions for her. The whole process was mindless, and I'd just go into a trance. But you could talk and go out for smokes and tea breaks. There were always cigarettes on the tables for the workers when we went to the canteen, but at that time I didn't smoke. By the July of 1969, I'd saved enough for a holiday and for the Glasgow Fair fortnight. Me and Tricia went to Torquay and discovered a completely different life. There was an atmosphere I hadn't come across before, and it was amazing just meeting all the people who were there for the summer season. Everybody was happy. Happy days. The experience started giving me thoughts. Seeds were planted in my head to plan my escape. We'd spoken to people and most of the work was in hotels. I knew I'd be happy to work in a hotel as a waitress. The seasonal work was a whole culture in itself, but I had to try to pluck up the courage to face my ma and da. You didn't speak back to your ma and da, remember? We were brought up to be seen and not heard. So I didn't tell them. I started saving up, but the time wasn't coming quick enough and I completely broke down at work. I just sat down and said I couldn't take this anymore and I couldn't stop greeting. All the resentment had built up inside. Now I had to be taken to the factory nurse and I gret for hours. I've had enough. I've had enough. I didn't need a doctor to tell me what was up with me, but I didn't realise how feared I was of my ma. Tricia and me were trying to make plans, but I knew that if I left Wills, my ma was going to suffer. She'd miss me, but she'd miss the money more, because the money I was giving her was putting her right on her feet. All the same, me and Tricia, Linda and another friend made a date to leave on the train. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to tell my ma, and Linda said if I didn't, she would. I was really scared. Every time I went to talk, I choked. Eventually, I had to pluck up the courage to say, I'm leaving. My ma went the way I thought she would go. Tantrums, then the cries. My mother howling. I mean, really howling. And over the next 2 weeks, she blamed Tricia and Linda for encouraging me and leading me astray. She never believed it was my idea, so I felt really guilty. Was I doing the right thing? I was. I needed to get out. My dad? I'd expected him to kill me, but he just went quiet. Our brothers and pals saw us off, and Tricia's brother gave us a record player to take with us. There's no denying that the guilt coloured the journey, but the excitement was still there. Freedom beckoned. We had no job waiting for us, but we thought we had enough money to keep us going for 3 weeks. We just arrived, went to the tourist information place and got a flat right away that we could afford. We didn't start work for a week or two. It was still early in the season and there was plenty of jobs. And we were so lucky because we managed to rent a flat run by a mother and daughter. Our mam was in Iran and she gave us the top floor, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and a toilet for £2.50 a week. I started off as a chambermaid and came across my first real injustice. One of the biggest shockers for us was how it was so liberated about sex and drugs in Torquay. I remember somebody asked me if I had any pot. I didn't know what it was. I thought cider was apple juice until I had a night on the scrumpy and had hallucinations. We were so naive. We thought everyone should live like this. Clean the rooms, serve breakfast and spend the rest of the day on the beach. I was mad about Stevie Ellis, lead singer with The Love Affair. They played in Torquay and I had a disaster peroxide in my hair because I'd already liked blondes. Only, it turned out bright carrot red because I've got black hair. I did meet him later on at Tiffany's in Glasgow. He was really nice to me and Tricia, but I was mortified that we'd burst in on his dressing room and just wanted to leave. Confronted by my fantasy, I wanted to escape. When I grew up, there were other fantasies that weren't so easy to get away from. I worked in a honeymoon hotel in Torquay and it was massive. I loved cleaning and my ma had me well trained. I cleaned the furniture with vinegar and water and polished it. No wonder the Scots were really sought after for these jobs. But although I worked so hard, the proprietor dug me up because she said I kept missing out a room. I knew that I didn't. It turned out that her man was having an affair with a waitress in that room, going there after I'd cleaned it, and I was getting the sack because of him. When I spoke to him about it, he tried to put it right, but the wife continued to dig me up, so I left. My next job was in De La Mer Hotel in Babercombe, which had been a hospital in the war. They treated me like a daughter. I did the morning teas, cleaned the rooms, served the breakfast, went to the beach, served lunch, and I could have the supper. I put on so much weight I ended up like the Michelin Man. On my days off, the family took me everywhere, including the private beach club where they were members. The woman that Linda worked with also took us everywhere, and we saw the real Torquay. Our boss's 2 sons took us out in sports cars, and we were never skint because we always had plenty of tips. We went to Dartmouth, and it was my first encounter with a fortune teller. He said I should be a nurse, as he had never seen such healing hands. Recently I did a course on spiritual healing. Linda broke her ankle and became my first patient. My dad used to write to me, and I wrote him all the time. Sometimes I wrote so much I had to put 1 letter in 2 envelopes. Then Ma and Da and the whole family came down for a holiday. I was tan brown by then, and Ma couldn't get over how well I looked and said she wished she'd had such opportunities when she was young. And the opportunities were there for us. A guest at the hotel was the head housekeeper to the French president, and she said if I was ever looking for a job in France to contact her. And Mr. and Mrs. Finch pleaded with me not to go home at the end of the season. They said they would adopt me, pay my wages through the winter and take me with them to Benidorm for 2 weeks. But Linda wasn't in the same position, so I came home with her. Her boss, Mr. Baker, drove us all the way to Glasgow in his Jaguar. The experience had widened my horizons, and I wanted to explore where to go next. I had a wee job in France in my mind. But what a culture shock coming back to Glasgow. I'd been living in paradise for all that time. Glasgow was dirty and dark. I felt as if I'd been transported, and the sentence was for life. My ma made it clear that I wasn't to go anywhere again. She wanted the money I'd made at Will's, and I had to get a job quick. I went to all the big name shops, and they were interested until you told them you'd been away for the season. Then you weren't seen as reliable. Instead, I started working in a shirt factory in Ingram Street. I had to fold the shirts and put the cardboard in. It was all women who worked there, and they scared the life out of me. I wasn't working, so I had time to go on a diet to get rid of my 3 spare Torquay tyres and look after my nieces. I got 2 bonuses from Will's that I hadn't expected, so I was able to give my ma £100 for her Christmas. But it was all heartbreaking. And when Nettie next door said she'd show me how to use a pair of clippers to get me a job alongside of her making gents' trousers, I went for it. I became an examiner and stock controller. I worked on my own and I could just switch off. And then I worked at nights in pubs to save money for a holiday in Mallorca, my first time on a plane. It had plastic seats and the one next to me was broken. I was glad I had my rosary beads with me. It was a good laugh, especially when my new bikini came off when I jumped in the pool. But I think I'd conditioned myself that I was stuck in my situation. Chapter 3. Locked in more ways than one. I had no idea there was a whole twilight world going on in the inner city of Glasgow. The tenements, caked in soot, had a whole thriving clothing industry and hub of activity. The factory I first worked in was at Fox Street, and it burned down. These places were death traps. I started to clock what was going on in the next factory I worked in. They'd bring in women off the street to finish an order. Men were locked in overnight and had to pee in buckets because the toilets were downstairs. Overtime was paid in a separate packet. The wooden floors were littered with fabric. There was a rickety spiral staircase and 1 toilet between 2 floors for about 30 to 40 workers. Nearly everybody smoked. People accepted all this as the norm, and maybe I would have done if I hadn't been in Torquay and the Wills factory had been spotless. This was a real twilight world. I met Tony McCormack in the factory on Howard Street. He was a tailor's cutter. He was a year older than me, and there was no instant attraction on my part. He used to get other people to ask me to go out with him, and I always said no. I just wasn't interested. But I was quite impressed when he brought the whole factory to a standstill to get my attention by turning off the electricity. I was impressed and embarrassed, and I said I would go out with him to shut him up, not because I fancied him. It was the start of a 2-year courtship, and it wasn't all roses. Tony was popular with our workmates, but my family and friends didn't like him. I was told, "Cathy, are you mad? He'll knock the laughter from your eyes." When I told Ma we were going to get married, even she said, "Are you serious? What's the attraction?" My pal Linda thought I'd gone into a coma, but I could talk to him, and it was the first time I could communicate with a man. Tony stayed with his ma and da, and when he got his wages, he'd buy his ma chocolate and his da tobacco, and I thought he was an absolute comedian. We decided to get married with everybody asking me if I knew what I was doing. At first, ma and da said I could go and get married myself, but then da would never have approved of anyone I brought home. So I started planning the wedding myself, and then when ma saw I was actually serious, she came in on it. I convinced myself that despite not having wanted marriage and kids, this must be my vocation and that Tony and me were soulmates. But when I was walking down the aisle to the hymn I'd chosen myself, Amazing Grace, I once was blind and now I see, suddenly I did see. Tony turned round to greet me and his eyes spoke volumes. I realised I was about to make the biggest mistake in my life. I wanted to turn and run as fast as my bridal gown would allow. After all the preparations, I couldn't find the courage. It was too late. I went into a trance. When I reflect on the whole experience, I think there must have been a bit of cosmic ordering in it. If I hadn't met Tony, I could have been stuck up in a leafy middle-class suburb like Bear's Den with 2.4 wains instead of fighting for justice. What a boring life that would have been. I don't remember much about the actual service. I just remember taking my place on the altar and sitting down on top of my bouquet. Ringing in my ears were my ma's words. "A man'll give you the moon to get you. Once the ring's on your finger, he'll gie you arsenic." The wedding was at 10 o'clock on the morning of October 6, 1973, and the reception in the Salvation Army Hall in Cathedral Street wasn't until night. So people hadn't dressed for a wedding, and it felt like a funeral. The atmosphere was heavy, and to me it was a nightmare. Tony's sister Teresa provided the breakfast for the wedding party, and the reception at night was fantastic. All the drink was free, and even the police that came to investigate had a great time. I was just starting to enjoy myself when Tony said it was time to go. That was our first major row. Not even out the hall and ready for murder. Tony had his reasons for being a strange character. He was one of 5 and had a brother and 3 sisters. Glasgow had the highest death rate from tuberculosis in Britain, and Tony's ma died of it. He was born with TB in his fingers. His dad had to work to keep the family together. His Auntie May wasn't able to have children and persuaded his dad to let her and her husband Hughie have Tony as their own. Reluctantly, his dad agreed, and until he was 13, Tony didn't know that May and Hughie weren't his parents. That was when Tony got in a fight, and the girl he knew as his cousin shouted, "Leave my wee brother alone." The cat was out the bag. His uncle was his da, and he had 3 sisters and a brother. He felt rejected and blamed the man that he saw as having given him away. Before his dad could make it up with him, he was injured in an accident. He pleaded with the family to get Tony to come and see him. Tony refused, and his dad died without reconciliation. To this day, Tony suffers with the guilt of that refusal, and his own family has suffered from it as well. When we were first married, we rented a single end in Royston beside St Roch's School, but I couldn't cope with it because it was so dark. It was like living in a prison. It wasn't a good start. We were there for 6 months, and I just couldn't hack coming home in the dark. The windows were to the back, and there was no light. Whatever else, Cranhill had been daylight and open spaces. I was working in the black and white whisky bond at the time, and he was still in the same clothing factory. We left the Royston single end to live with old Katie, the downstairs neighbour from Tony's ma, May. By this time, his da Hughie was an invalid. He wasn't old, but he looked it. He had been an undertaker, and he was a lovely man. He used to sit at the fire with his tea and his pipe, and May used to run about after both him and Tony. Tony was her baby, and she wouldn't even let him wash a cup. Tony saw all this as normal. This was my first introduction to this kind of Glasgow sexism, because although my sister Betty and I had done the cleaning at home, what I saw at Tony's was the whole culture of a woman knowing her place. His ma really resented me and was always interfering. I had loads of pals and loved socialising. Once we were married, Tony became really possessively jealous. He'd say, "Oh no, you're not going out." Once he dragged me out of a party, so I tried to throw him over a hedge. Before our first Christmas, I was back home with my ma. She said she would take me back any time, so when I went, it was the most natural thing in the world. I told Tony what I was doing. Going home, I was so relieved. I felt part of my life was over and it was time to move on. At least I had a decent job. I got into a difficult situation at the clothes factory when my boss took me off my own work to do his orders. My manager was annoyed because I was falling behind with the orders. I ended up getting my P45 in my pay packet that week. It was a bit of a shock, I can tell you. I asked for an explanation and was told no explanation was needed. I wasn't required anymore. I went for advice and they got me an industrial lawyer. My dad came with me. I got compensation and walked right into the black and white bottling plant. I hadn't realised they didn't just do whiskey but bottled gin as well. We were swimming in it. It was good money and the job was a doodle. I sat in a chair making sure the labels went onto the bottles or I put the bottles into the boxes. But within weeks of leaving Tony, I discovered I was pregnant. It was terrifying. The options were that I stayed with Ma or I went back to Tony. I was hysterical when the doctor told me about the baby. The doctor said, "What's the problem, Mrs. McCormack? You're married." I told him, "That's my problem. I don't want to be married, but I can't bring up a child without its father." It was my decision and Tony was invited to come and stay at home. He was on different territory here, and he even did the dishes and took the pail down to the bins. It was a big flat because there was just my ma and dad there by then. Tony loved my ma's cooking because, unlike May, she didn't cook with a tin opener. It was so different from his house. When I was 3 months pregnant, we visited his ma and da. Tony's pal came to see him and May said I should leave the room so they could talk together. I thought that was ridiculous and said I'd stay, but she dragged me out along the hall and I ended up in hospital with a threatened miscarriage. Later during the pregnancy, Hughie died. Then Sharon was born on October 3rd, 1974, 3 days short of our first wedding anniversary. I hadn't thought of a name for the baby. In fact, I couldn't even imagine a Wayne inside me. I couldn't relate to it at all. She was born in Rotten Row, the Glasgow maternity hospital. After a 12-hour labour, she came out and looked around as if to say, "Where am I now?" I just shouted, "Sharon!" And from that day, I've believed that children choose their parents. She was a very clever baby, very quick and very intelligent. I really wanted to breastfeed her. There was good antenatal care and always plenty of nurses about. But it was such a bad birth that I couldn't sit and I couldn't lie, and so the nurses brought me a bottle to feed her. I wanted a rubber ring for my wedding anniversary, and I asked Tony to get me one at the Barras, but he came back without it and gave me a locket instead. Chapter 4. Cold Comfort. Greater Easter House is made up of 15 areas, and in January 1975 we were moved from Cranhill to our own flat in East Hall. It was then the biggest housing scheme in Europe. Just a few years before, in 1960s, the singer Frankie Vaughan had donated the takings of a show at the Pavilion Theatre in Glasgow to the Easterhouse Project. This was aimed at stopping gang warfare, and he helped coordinate an arms amnesty. Unfortunately, the media circus which followed him gave Easterhouse a bad reputation that still lives with us today. People were also further disadvantaged by reputation when it came to job applications. Even so, you had to have a reference to get a house up here, and a lady called Helen Ewing recommended we get this house. She was on East Hall Residents Association committee, and she'd fought for TB screening and was really proud of the houses she saw as having helped to get rid of the disease. Years later, Helen became really hurt when we started to criticise the houses she'd fought to have built and had given me a reference for. What we moved to was basically a concrete bunker. It had a gas fire in the living room and an electric fire on the wall of one bedroom, but no heating in the other rooms or the hall. There was nothing to keep the heat in or the cold out, but at the start we were delighted to get our own space, and there was a garden and we were close to my sister who lived round the corner. They called me Paintbrush Annie because I was always cleaning and decorating. The first shock I got was when I stripped the wallpaper off the bedroom and the pattern was on the wall. I couldn't believe it. That was the first indication we got of how damp the house was. It was cold when we moved in, and soon after, the mould started. I was continually washing the walls with bleach. There was a pulley in the kitchen, and Sharon had the real McCoy nappies. But if you were boiling nappies, you were creating steam, and there were no fans to draw out the moisture. In Cranhill, at my ma and dad's house, the living room and the kitchen were back to back with a coal fire. Then came the Clean Air Act. It was passed in 1956, and in the 1960s, Glasgow Corporation ripped out all of the coal fires. It certainly stopped the smog. My ma started to see the dampness in her bathroom. But my end bedroom was the worst affected, and a mustard carpet turned green. Taking away the coal fires started the real dampness epidemic. In their efforts to clean the air outside, they polluted the air inside our flats with fungal spores. And in the uninsulated concrete box that I lived in when Sharon was a baby, we were all struggling to fight the dampness and pay the sky-high fuel bills. In our house in East Hall, the toilet was badly affected with mould, and so were the wooden window frames. When it was really cold outside, we had icicles hanging on the inside of our bedroom windows. In the summer, it wasn't so bad because I had a garden and a veranda, but winter was a nightmare. I'd be thinking, oh my God, it's coming up to Christmas again. Look at the state of that room. I always had a paintbrush in my hand because it was never ending. Tony nearly always had 2 jobs on the go, but we still couldn't make ends meet. I didn't go back to work until Sharon was about 3, and that was when Sharon McCormack refused to go to nursery. I persevered and persevered, but she wouldn't go, and my ma looked after her instead. I got a job in Malcolm Campbell, the greengrocers, through my sister's upstairs neighbour, who was a manager. I worked there part-time until 1980, when I left to have Anthony, who was born in the March of that year. I worked in the branch in the corner of St Vincent Street and Renfield Street in the centre of Glasgow, and they sold even more exotic fruit and veg in our wee corner shop in Cranhill. I'd never seen a passion fruit or a kiwi fruit before Malcolm Campbell's. I really enjoyed working there because it gave me some independence. Things were really starting to look up, and for the first time since we got married, we could afford a holiday. We went to Torquay, and it was wonderful to visit all the people I still kept in touch with. But it felt so strange being back there as a wife and mother. It was such a stark contrast to the wonderful carefree days I spent there as a teenager. Anthony was bouncing with health until I brought him home from hospital. Even though I breastfed him, he always had thrush. The health visitor said she'd never heard of breastfed children having thrush. And when he was a baby, I had to put pots of boiling water under the cot to help him breathe because he was so congested. Sharon always had the cold. I became an over-anxious mother and was always running to my neighbour to ask her to phone the doctor for them. I remember one of the times I phoned the doctor and he lost a rag. "Mrs. McCormack," he said, "do you think I'm employed by the NHS just to attend to your children?" Sharon ended up asthmatic and Anthony had runny eyes, chesty colds and thrush. And all this time I was complaining to the local housing office about the dampness. That was an amazing experience. You'd fill in a form to complain about the dampness. Usually nothing happened, so you'd go back and complain again. You'd complain and complain until you did get a response, and then somebody from the local housing office would come to investigate the condensation and dampness. They'd say, "You boil too many kettles. How many baths do you have a week? Oh, I see, you've washing up on the pulley." At the end, they started talking about me not having insulation on my letterbox. That's when I thought we should draw a line under it. Over a lot of visits, people kept repeating the same stuff. When you boil the kettles, open the windows. You're not heating the house enough, and that's why you've condensation and dampness. Follow that advice and your problems will disappear. Like hell it will. So you complained again, and eventually they started to get experimental. Perhaps if you put a fan in the kitchen window. The kitchen windows had a vent at the top, and the houses were so cold that people put newspaper in them. That's why you have dampness and condensation, they said. It was almost as if they were delighted that it was condensation and not structural dampness, because they could blame the tenant's lifestyle. So they started with a fan in the kitchen window, which took the heat out along with the condensation. They used a chemical wash to clean the dampness and kill the fungus. When they'd used this chemical in England, they'd apparently made tenants vacate the houses for a week. They did it while we were living in the houses. One man who carried out these washes never worked for 15 years after it. Then they built false walls, putting plaster boards on the inside. The rooms were getting smaller and smaller, but it did no good, and the fungus grew in the false walls as well. Eventually they used my house as a case study. It was experimented on again. A revolutionary system was going to kill the dampness. False walls with tin foil in between and long radiators along the windows with thermostats so that when the temperatures dropped they came on. But they didn't pay the bills for this part of the experiment. So excuse me, but how am I supposed to pay for these electric radiators? It was a lot more comfortable, but it was costing more than we could afford. Then the hub of activity in the inner city machining industry came to a slowdown. Tony was out of a job, and for the first time since leaving school, we were forced to live in the social. We became desperate. Looking back, I don't know what the worst aspects were of bringing the Waynes up in poverty, but I hated the isolation. It was over half an hour bus trip to the city centre, and the bus fares were already expensive. Now they had become a luxury. We couldn't visit either Tony's family or mine, and I missed that whole support network. I never realised before how expensive food was in these places. I had to start buying cheap crap food. I remember trying to fool the Waynes. I would buy top name brand food and keep the empty packet like cornflakes and replace it with the cheap stuff. But they were not daft and refused to eat it. Activists in Easterhouse did research into food pricing. They found that the food here was not only more expensive than places like the West End, but the quality of food, like fruit and vegetables, was substandard. My pal Trisha had moved to Falkirk. When she lived in Queensland, I saw her every day. After she moved to Falkirk, that was it. It was the other end of the world. And remember, it was as if I'd been decorating the Forth Bridge to keep the fungus at bay. Now I couldn't afford to be Paintbrush Annie anymore, and we had to live with the fungus staring back at us. I was a great one for buying presents for new babies. I loved it, choosing wee pink baby grows or wee blue romper suits. And the cards, I didn't care if they were more expensive if the words were right. Now I couldn't afford to buy the cheapest card in the shopping centre. I was outside the social circle. It was tradition to go to the bars on Christmas Eve to pick up all the odds and ends, the extras to make Christmas special. That year I never went. What was the point if you had no money? I found it really hard not being able to buy wee gifts for me and Tony's nieces and nephews. Christmas didn't happen. We felt outside of the family, and I worried that they'd think we didn't care about them anymore. I started to feel really depressed. I thought I was dying. I'd had bad bronchitis when I was away and living in a cold house. Now I was living in a damp house and I felt I was always in pain. I remember thinking I must have cancer. I just got it into my head. I went to the doctor and he said, "Cathy, you haven't got cancer." And then he recommended I see a psychiatrist. So I did. And that was an interesting experience because the psychiatrist and I had a dialogue. I'll never forget what he said. He told me that I should be sitting at his side of the desk. By the time I'd finished talking, I could see why I'd been thinking in that way. He told me that I didn't need to come back. I thought I was going to die and I was sick with worry about who was going to look after the Waynes. To sit down and talk about it was all I needed. I'd never sat down and talked about anything before. My ma had been too tied up in the problems of her own marriage to sit down and talk with me. Not that we'd ever been the talking family. By this time, she was retired from a job as a home help, but there was no rest for the wicked. My dad was obsessed by fuel bills and would turn off a heater even if you were trying to keep a baby warm. He'd turn off the gas fire while Ma was sitting in front of it. She used to say she wanted to be cremated. "If I can't get a heat while I'm in this world," she'd tell my dad, "I want to make damn sure I get a heat on my way out." It was such an irony for Ma. After Sharon was born, she got the tenancy of a pre-war house that she'd turned down before she was moved to Cranhill. I'd never realised before that you had to serve your time in the schemes before you were allowed to leave. Ma started going to the open market in Easter House every Wednesday and brought us in fruit and veg. It was only when she found me crying over my own kitchen table that she started to open up. I never appreciated the wisdom of Ma until then. She said her struggle to bring up 6 of us was bad enough. Now she felt sorry for the mothers like me who were just bringing Waynes into the world. She really feared for the next generation and said she was glad she was on her way out. Before I gave birth to Sharon, she told me that the pain of childbirth was easily forgotten. I told Ma that I will never forget the pain of trying to keep my children alive in a society that seemed to have a price for everything but regarded my children's lives as having very little value. I laughed when she said, "Cathy, what you need to remember is, men, they will never forgive women. The reason being was that you can only have one mother, but any can be your father." When I was growing up, I used to really laugh at some of the things she'd say. I was only starting to become aware of the impact that my mother had on my own life now. When she married Dad, she'd promised to bring her Waynes up as Catholics. Although she stopped going to the chapel, she made me feel that God lived in our house in Bellrock Street. It was always God this and God that. Never stand in judgment of anybody. We all came into the world the same way, but we have no way of knowing the state we'll be in when we leave. Never think yourself better than others, because at the end of the day, we are all Jock Tamson's bairns. I remember how Ma used to nurse her sick neighbours and clean their flats when they were about to give birth. It dawned on me that she was a real Christian. It was just that she didn't have any time for religion. I also learned a bit more about Dad. She told me that before he came home from the army, somebody stole the money he'd saved up. She felt that's why he became obsessed about never having any. It was only then I understood why she kept shouting at him, "You cannot make a shroud out of money, Jimmy." She was worried sick about me and I was worried about her. I wanted her to have a few years of peace and I pleaded with her to leave my dad. but she said he was too old for her to leave him now. When Anthony was 2, Malcolm Campbell's got in touch because they were opening a shop in Easterhouse. They asked if I'd be interested in setting it up. It was only meant to be part-time, but it wasn't, and for a while I was working nearly full-time hours. Even so, I was getting into debt because of the electricity bills. They estimated how much you would use in a year, and they took more and more off the income support to pay it. I got one bill I just couldn't pay. The trouble was, they could only take so much to pay the debt, but they could take as much as they liked to pay what was estimated. So if you were getting £70 a week in benefits to keep a family of 4, £20 could be going straight to pay for fuel. The fuel people could cut you off. But if you were in receipt of income support or unemployment benefit, you could come to an agreement with them, paying £15 or £20 a week. That was almost a third of the money coming into the house. That was just the electricity. We had gas bills on top of that. People just couldn't afford it, and we faced choices, food or hypothermia. I'd gone back to work, and although I ended up working nearly full time, I was only £15 a week better off, as Tony's benefits were calculated by my earnings. The propaganda said folk like us were living the life of Riley on benefits. It was that year that a Glasgow-wide anti-dampness campaign was started by council tenants, and by then my house was already famous in East Hall because of all these experiments. Residents from the different areas in Easterhouse formed a committee. Chris McKeever and Alex Wright, key activists in East Hall Residents Association, ERA, chapped on my door and asked me to get involved in their part of the campaign. At that point, I wasn't really aware of the extent of the problem. Dampness was my problem, and I didn't know how many other people were experiencing the same thing. There were endless meetings in the city chambers with the councillors and the housing committee to hear the testimonies of people experiencing dampness. The campaign was led by the people, and we used to meet in the trade union centres in Clyde Street to plan strategies. They were passionate meetings. I didn't think the councillors were listening to us, but I was listening to every word spoken by the activists. At the first meeting, I felt dead proud of myself because it was the first time I'd spoken in public. Then we demonstrated outside the city chambers and they were forced to listen to us. We campaigned throughout the city and we were visual and vocal. They had to invite us in. In the beginning, they weren't taking us seriously. It was still a case of blame the tenant. It was the early 1980s, and throughout my involvement in the campaign, I became aware that it just wasn't the clothing industry that was affected. Thatcher's Britain was coming into play big style, and Glasgow was heading towards over a quarter of people being on the dole. I learned that unemployment in Easterhouse was among the top 4 worst areas in the UK. Tony walked the streets trying to find work. There were still some jobs left in the tailoring trade, but now it had become even more exploitative. People like him were expected to work for a pittance. It was really hurtful to hear the propaganda. It was bad enough living in poverty without getting the blame. I only became aware of the extent of people being brainwashed when I was confronted by 2 neighbours outside the shops on Wardy Road. They were both retired home helps like Ma. They were having a moan about how they were finding it hard to make ends meet and turned on me and said, "We've worked hard all our days and now that we're pensioners, we're getting poorer because of these lazy scroungers. These teenagers that don't want to work and these women that keep having wains to get more family allowance. It's just not fair. They get everything paid for them and have never worked a day in their lives." "Well, if that's true," I roared at them, "you both must live on a different bloody planet from the one I live on. I'm up to my eyeballs in debt with the fuel board, and the truth be told, the poorest families in this community get their family allowance deducted from their benefits. Even the millionaires are allowed to keep theirs because it's only means tested for the poor. And as far as I'm concerned, everything the working class people need for their survival is being systematically taken away, and your pensions will be next on Thatcher's hit list. Maybe if you stopped reading newspapers like The Sun and opened your eyes to reality, then maybe you will start to see the wealth in this country is not trickling down from the rich, but gushing up from the poor sods like us. I stormed away, leaving them both visibly shaken by my verbal outburst. Once I'd calmed down, I started to feel really sorry for them, because I knew that the conflict between us wasn't any more their fault than it was mine. Sometimes it felt as if the bullets were coming at us from all directions. The Labour Party was in power in Glasgow, and they owned all of our houses. Then there was Strathclyde Region calling the shots, because they had more cash than the City Council. And then there were the Tories in Westminster, and they were just taking all our jobs away. But the hardest thing I found coping with was the propaganda, and by hook or by crook, I was determined to find a way to fight back. Then there were all sorts of initiatives and enterprise projects set up for regeneration. Mrs. Thatcher's job creation schemes gave work to all sorts of people from outside Easter House, but did nothing for us. Heatwise was an initiative set up to draft-proof and insulate houses. Although my thought at the time was that it was all about taking the heat off the council, not keeping the heat in our houses, and to train unemployed people in new skills. They got their benefits and £10 extra, but they weren't actual jobs. The trouble was that the dampness campaign started to lose its momentum, because setting up Heatwise felt like a victory to a lot of tenants' organisations. But all they actually did was put draft-proof strips around the doors and windows and insulate the lofts. I was beginning to get my head around what was going on, and I felt absolutely gutted and totally betrayed, because before all this campaign started, I had seen the council treat the symptoms but not the root cause. And now the Heatwise Regeneration Project, funded by the council, was going to do that treating the symptoms business all over again. How could anybody see it was a victory for the campaign? I didn't, and I'd had enough of these people playing games with our lives. East Hall Residents Association decided to go it alone. We had long since realised that if we couldn't boil a kettle and breathe without causing condensation dampness, then there must be something seriously wrong with the houses, not with the people who lived in them. Our problem was that no one seemed to be listening to our common sense approach and realised that we would have to come up with the evidence. So, in 1983, they established a dampness task force to try and get to the root cause and to find a long-term solution. Just as the corporation had done in the 1960s to get rid of coal fires for the Clean Air campaign, East Hall Residents Association carried out a door-to-door survey to see how bad the problem was and what responses tenants got from the council when they complained about the dampness. Nearly 6 out of 10 people answered the questions, and of them, 6 out of 10 had damp houses. In all cases, the council had told tenants it was their lifestyle that was causing the problem, just like they'd told me. Chapter 5. A Damp Patch. It was 1984, and Malcolm Campbell's decided to take advantage of one of the Thatcher youth employment schemes and sacked me just weeks before I could claim compensation. Like so many businesses, they could get paid by the government for taking these unemployed youngsters on, so why would they pay me a full wage? I was back on the dole. For me, that was the last straw. I had respected this company, but having adopted this tactic, they seemed to me to be no better than the factory I'd worked in, where they'd brought in women off the street to finish orders because they were cheap labour. Married men and women with families were being laid off so that firms could take up these government schemes. I'd been brought up with values. Like Tony, I wanted to work, and I can still feel the anger and frustration and powerlessness that I felt at the time, knowing that this was the end of an era when decent people could get decent jobs, where employers felt a responsibility to look after their workers. It wasn't just that. Ma had brought me up to believe that if you were honest and hard-working, then society looked after you when you couldn't work. Thatcher's administration had pulled the plug on that one, so did New Labour. As a family, we were in free fall, and instead of society holding out its hands to catch us, everybody seemed to be turned away with their arms folded. I had never taken a real interest in politics before I was forced to live off the social. From the early days in the campaign, I became a popular social commentator and was interviewed separately along with Social Security Minister Chris Smith for Radio 4. I was asked to comment on New Labour's welfare reform proposals. Both Chris Smith and Gordon Brown, who was the Shadow Chancellor at the time, were talking about giving people on benefits not a handout but a hand up. They wanted people back into work. The problem was that the Tories had ensured that there wasn't much work left. They were both talking about how they had to make hard choices, and Thatcher was talking about giving people individual choice. It became clear to people like me that New Labour were also cutting off our lifeline. Having already been told that there was no such thing as society was bad enough, when it dawned on me that the poor working class no longer had a political party that represented their interests, I became really scared. Now with my extra £15 gone every week, we couldn't see how we'd survive. Tony decided to take matters into his own hands and started to use his tailoring skills to make local people made-to-measure trousers and clothing alterations. Da had bought Ma an electric sewing machine for their silver wedding anniversary, which she'd never used. She gave it to Tony and the money to buy the material up front. He was no different to thousands of folk who were becoming desperate to feed their families and heat their damp houses. My heart was in my mouth all the time. The propaganda about scroungers made people resentful and only too willing to join the Shop Your Neighbours campaign that had started. I was terrified we'd get caught and be left with nothing. Tony had found a niche in the market. The problem was that he did not have a head for business. He never took into consideration the rising electricity bill and the cost of bus fares to go and measure people. The shopping centre in Easterhouse had an indoor market and Tony wanted to set up a stall in it. At that time, government-funded social enterprise initiatives were being set up, but they weren't equipped to support a wee enterprise like that. They wanted people to set up factories to employ people and they wanted £1,000 start-up fee. Where was somebody on the dole supposed to get £1,000? That knockback completely disillusioned him. He was convinced he'd never work again, that he was written off by society. We were in such a state by this time that I even felt embarrassed about going to chapel. I never had any money to put in the plate. I remember thinking, perhaps I should be taking the money out instead of the worry about putting money in. Then one Sunday a priest was standing up in the pulpit, telling us to dig deep in our pockets for the people in the third world. He told us how lucky we were, all you rich people with your fancy cars and videos. I was becoming desperate to let people like him know about the reality of people on his own doorstep. I thought about asking him to let me take over his perch, but I couldn't find the courage at the time. When I enrolled Anthony for school, I got a visit from another priest. He wanted to make sure I was going to chapel every week. I started to share my struggle with him and told him that I could not afford to have any more children and would have to consider going on the pill. "Oh my God," he said, "you can't do that. Look at the lilies in the field. They neither reap nor sow, but their good heavenly Father takes care of them." I couldn't help but think, perhaps the Holy Father in Rome should be paying mothers like me maintenance money. That same year I joined the children's toy and book library that was in the flat above East Hall Nursery School. Mothers could go there and have a blether over cups of tea before picking their wains up. I started doing open university courses run by the preschool centre. It was a child development course and about half a dozen of us went a couple of times a week to meet with our tutor. One of the project workers, who I thought was a really nice woman, said something to me that had me swinging from the light bulbs. Like a lot of the project workers who were getting these government paid jobs in the schemes, she wasn't from Easterhouse. One day I was chatting to her and I told her I had been involved in the Damp Houses campaign, and she said, "No wonder they have damp houses. They don't know how to live. Take a good look at them," she said. "They sit here all day drinking cups of tea." I was so shocked by her lack of understanding and prejudice. I was raging and I gave her a right piece of my mind. I had thought this woman was sussed and I liked her, but it was just a front. It was a defining moment for me. Every day of my life was becoming a real education. I must have made an impression on her too, because she was shocked. She was absolutely taken aback because I was a quiet person and she hadn't expected an outburst, but she accepted she was wrong. By this time I was pregnant with Gary, my third child, who was born on March 10th, 1985. We were sleeping in the living room because I couldn't heat the bedrooms. The living room was meant for relaxation, but being confined to small space meant an increase in hyperactivity and stress on relationships. Because of repeated colds, they missed out on vaccinations. While some people might be familiar with throwing out mouldy bread or cheese, I was having to throw out our mouldy clothes, furniture and toys. To add insult to injury, while I was pregnant with Gary, we were all sick and couldn't understand why. Then Tony's brother ran a glass of water and feathers started coming out of the kitchen tap. It turned out that pigeons had decomposed in the attic tank that stored our drinking water. I was brought up to believe that nightmares were something bad that happened while you were asleep, but now I had become fully awake. I complained to my local housing department. They sent out a plumber who emptied the tank and asked to borrow my shovel to scoop out the dead pigeons. Then he filled up the tank and told me that everything was okay now. I phoned environmental health. I told them I was not happy and I wanted a new tank. Instead, they arranged for my tank to be relined. When I ran the cold water tap, my head started buzzing with the smell of glue. When East Hall Residents Association started their Go It Alone campaign against damp houses, I had opted out at first because of my experience with the citywide campaign. I just felt like I would rather play games with my children than play games with the politicians. Members of the dampness group knocked on my door again while doing their surveys. I had to get involved again. Like the dampness, I thought these things just happened to me. Now I was learning that all these problems were very common in the schemes. I thought we could do something about all this. I was pregnant and frightened my baby would be affected by this filthy water. I asked the environmental health people to take the council to court. They couldn't because they were employed by the same council. We started to do our own research and discovered that we should be getting our drinking water from the rise in Main. That led to another campaign, and we got all the old attic tanks replaced. There were the same kind of restrictions to be got round. When East Hall Residents Association thought we could present a joint case for the community against the landlord, Glasgow Council. But only individuals could sue for compensation, and each case could take as long as 5 years. Not many people had the patience. So because my house had already been part of an experiment, and because I was on income support, I became a legal guinea pig. Losing faith was one of the biggest problems for us all in Easterhouse. In the early days of the dampness campaign, people lost faith because nothing ever seemed to happen. Like me, they'd report the problem, fill in the forms and get nowhere. A few said dampness repairs had been carried out or they'd gotten compensation, but mostly the repairs carried out by the housing department just hid the problems for a few months. East Hall Residents Association brought the Technical Services Agency, an independent professional body, on board to see what could be done. They surveyed 22 houses in East Hall, taking in all the different types of buildings. What they found was quite shocking. For one thing, we all believed our houses were made of brick. A lot of them weren't. They were built of something called a Wilson block, which allows rainwater to come in through the joints, along the metal tiles and soak the inside walls. Made from concrete blocks with no insulation, the houses lost heat very quickly. The report showed that a tenant in an East Hull council house lost £4 in heat costs through a wall of Wilson blocks for every £1 lost through the wall of a Barrett brick house. And that wasn't all. Some of the buildings had cracks in the walls, which suggested the foundations were moving. Even the brick-built houses had their faults. In some, there wasn't proper damp coursing. In others, there were thick inner walls, which meant it took much longer than it should to start heating a room. Properties hadn't been maintained properly, so windows and roofs caused drafts and leaks. Gutters had gone uncleaned for so long that people had gardens growing out of their roofs, and rough casting wasn't replaced, leaving the brickwork exposed to the elements. And of course, although the building standards of the 1980s demanded central heating, our houses didn't have it. What they did have was the air vents supposed to deal with the dampness. These plastic fans on the windows were multi-purpose. When the wind blew from outside, I could blow dry my hair inside with one of these, even when it was switched off, and they could also let burglars into your house. What they didn't do was sort out the dampness. The Technical Services Agency said all these problems could be easily cured. Even the houses built with Wilson blocks could have an outer skin of bricks built on them. The problem was to persuade the council to do something. We got evidence to back up all the research from the College of Building and Technology, Heatwise, and the Hypothermia Project, which all showed the houses were unacceptably cold and that the elderly and most vulnerable people could die of the cold. Part of that evidence came from the College of Technology. They wired up 22 houses in Easterhouse, including mine, and showed that using heating methods in the house at the time, it would cost £50 a week to maintain a healthy heat in a 3-apartment flat and to avoid the risk of condensation and dampness. That was about 2/3 of people's benefits. No wonder when they had the hypothermia campaign, the thermometers they put in people's houses always showed blue, the high-risk colour. What was also shocking was that the research also estimated that the people in East Hull were spending £1 million yearly heating the sky above Easterhouse. The year Gary was born, in 1985, there was a whole lot going on. The Technical Services Agency report went to the council in April. In June, a special meeting took place and the TSA recommendations were agreed to in principle, but there was no money. In July, there were arguments over structural safety, the use of Wilson blocks, and the accurate heating figures. These arguments went on until November, when a series of meetings with the council were set up and cancelled because the council officials and elected members never showed up. Eventually, the mountain went to Mohammed. We took a Wilson block, lots of maps, charts, plans, photographs, surveys, and tenants' letters. The outcome was that East Hall's demands were to be heard by the District Council's Subcommittee on Contracts and Dampness. By February 1986, we were national news. We put our case before a big national audience in the Mitchell Theatre in Glasgow, and our display included the much-travelled Wilson block. The panel that heard us was impressed enough to ask for a visit to East Hall, and when that took place in March 1986, there was national coverage on TV and in the press. But it was costing me and Tony money for me to be in the campaign, money we couldn't afford. When you're attending a meeting, you have to get your hair done and buy a pair of tights and pay for the bus fares. We couldn't afford any of that, and it's very difficult to get reimbursed for things people don't even think of. These men we were meeting were power dressers with briefcases. I felt they wouldn't listen if you turned up in a headscarf. I was never one for fashion, but if needs be, you've got to look the part. In my unemployed world, women wore tights with holes in them. Tights just weren't in the budget, but it was about making an impression on the people we were meeting. It wasn't just the fact that I couldn't afford a pair of tights. It was stressful not knowing how to dress. I was invited to a dinner party by a researcher and I went in a smart suit and all these middle-class people were in trainers. I was dressing up and they were dressing down. I was mortified. Then I was to go to a press conference in the city chambers to talk about fuel poverty. I was up to high dough trying to get my hair dried when the power card for the meter ran out. You got these cards at the post office and it didn't open until 9 o'clock. But without electricity, I couldn't do my hair to look respectable for the press conference. So I ran to the post office, and you should have seen the queue. I waited and spent £15 to get the power back on, a big chunk of our benefit money. But when I came down the road, I was in such a rush I didn't have the cards. I went back and the queue was just as big. I went right along it looking on the ground for the cards, and as I looked down, I saw my tights hanging out at the bottom of my trousers. Mortified again. In my rush, I must have pulled my trousers on with the tights still bundled inside. A man asked what had happened, and I told him I'd lost 3 power cards. He turned to his mate and said, "Give her them." His mate had found my cards. He'd been cut off for 3 months and couldn't believe his luck. Thank God he saw my needs was greater and gave me back the cards. And if he hadn't, I wouldn't have gone to the press conference on fuel poverty, and the future might have been very different. But the present was what concerned me more at the time. Running out of electricity and having to pay out so much from your benefit money happened all too often. If you got into debt with Scottish Power, you were threatened with disconnection. You had a choice. If you were on income support, you could arrange to have the money taken off your benefits and paid to the power company, or you could get power cards, but nobody explained to you at the time the penalty. Prepayment meters had and have a higher rate, so you might get a £5 card and only get electricity worth £3 or less depending on your debt. And we had to have heat because of the dampness, so we were caught in a vicious cycle. And that's still the case to this day. Some people choose to take a prepayment meter so they can budget better, but nobody tells them it's costing more. That's the situation we were in the 1980s. We knew that so much of the £5 would go to pay the debt, but we had no idea of the penalty of the higher charges. We'd launched our Hard to Heat campaign in February with the help of the benefits group, and we were getting everybody to make claims for heat payments, rent reductions and compensation. I was to present the timetable for action. Leo Sermani was in the chair, and the association's dampness committee was represented by Chris McKeever, who'd recruited me in the first place. David Humble from the dampness campaign represented the benefits group. The plan was to encourage as many people as possible to claim under the various regulations. We were to tell people who'd reported dampness for more than 3 months to claim compensation immediately and to consider taking legal action. We put all that into a public meeting, and I told the audience we'd have claim forms in the community hall for them the following day. Eventually, the council and the Residents' Association sent a joint letter to the Department of Health and Social Security asking for higher heating awards, backdated for people on supplementary benefit, because the estate of East Hall and Easterhouse, Glasgow, is exceptionally difficult to heat. Looking back, I think one of the most tragic things about that time was that 70% of the residents were, like me, on benefits, and those who weren't were on low incomes. What an indictment of the Thatcher years. Chapter 6. All the Way to Europe and Back. By the mid-1980s, we were being listened to. 3 tenants won their case at a showcase tribunal, and after that, a lot of the East Hall residents got an average of £5 a week extra for fuel depending on their level of benefit. And then, when we were weighing up the odds for taking legal action against the council because of the condition of the houses, Colin Porteous, Project Officer for Technical Services Agency, suggested the East Hall Residents Association host a weekend competition seminar called Heatfest. This was a turning point for all of us. Heatfest took place in January 1987, and we chose a block of flats at 9 Ederton Place as the focus of the competition. There were 7 groups of tenants, each with a quota of technical experts, and they were given information about the property, a budget, and a brief to find real solutions to the problems. There were 6 flats in the block, and they had all the problems we were suffering. They were made of Wilson blocks, they were damp, had cracks in the gable end, and cost between £30 and £50 a week to heat every month of the year. The tenants had been told that slamming the doors had caused the gable end to crack from top to bottom. There must have been some real Barneys going on in Edgerton Place. It was a really exciting weekend. There were tenants' representatives, architects, academics, housing officials, quantity surveyors and heating engineers all putting their heads together to come up with the best plans to sort these flats. The Dampness Group of East Hall Residents Association acted as go-betweens. We hosted the event and were really chuffed that there were technical experts from Stornoway, Cambridge University, Aberdeen University and Dublin University all sitting down together in East Hall with tenants from all over the west of Scotland. And the tenants were seen as experts in living in inadequate housing and given their place. They all toured the flats on Friday and were told their budget was £10,000 per unit. On the Saturday, there were workshops and it was great to see how seriously everybody took it. They were all still at it at 10 o'clock on the Saturday night and we started the disco without them. On the Sunday, an architect and a tenant from each group put forward their recommendations. The architect explained the technical details and the tenant said why their ideas were adopted from a practical point of view. The judging was done by 4 groups: architects, landlords, experts and tenants. They gave marks from their own perspective, and I've got to admit there were some weird, wild and wonderful ideas, some of them are way ahead of their time. They were suggestions to produce heat from waste and sewage, windmills and solar panels, described at the time as troom walls, which are panels of glass attached to gable ends of buildings which attract solar energy. The comment on this was, "It is widely accepted that Easter House is inappropriate for this highly innovative idea." But the standard of the competition was so high that 4 prizes were given instead of 3. The winning group was led by Katrina Gilligan, and the first prize of £500 was given to her group, the Garngad Steel House and Tenants Association. The Greater Easter House Initiative put up the prize money, which totalled £1,000. We were determined that the weekend wasn't going to be the end of all these great ideas, and it's really interesting to look back on how all this panned out. Heatwise, the government-funded organisation, had an uncertain future when we ran the Heat Fest, and we hadn't invited them along. Now they saw an opportunity to keep going by implementing some of our ideas. The Jobs and Energy Project was born. The 3 principles we wanted met were affordable heating, proper insulation and effective ventilation. We wanted to work together with Heatwise because it was supposed to be a community-based project managed by local people and carried out by local people. That was a pie in the sky. Heatwise made the rules and management was top-down. They didn't even sing from the same hymn sheet. We found out that when we asked for a £100,000 grant to carry out a prototype on the 6 flats in Edgerton Place, Heatwise was asking for the same pot of money to pay for their transition from Manpower Services Organisation to an employment training set-up. Because they had influence with Glasgow District Council, they got the money, and we were furious. We didn't let them away with it. After some very heavy negotiations, when East Hall Residents Association accused Heatwise of stealing Heatfest ideas, Heatwise agreed to finance any shortfall in the Edgerton Place project. Arguments continued to simmer away. The housing department didn't make it any easier, and nor did a couple of the consultants. But compromises were made, and eventually, with the Scottish Office grants and money from the council for the staff and running costs, the project was finally achieved. Heatwise even won 2 awards for it, and no credit was given to East Hall. You can imagine how we felt about Heatwise by then. Meanwhile, another drama was unfolding. That weekend on Heatfest, Owen Lewis from Dublin University said over a few drinks that the European Commission in Brussels might be interested in what we'd done. So we started to look at how we could get the original project with the solar panels set up, and we began to look seriously at getting European money for it. We went to Arthur Hollis of the Energy Technology Support Unit at Harwell in Bristol. He was the UK's intermediary with the EC in Brussels, and after we'd invited him to East Hall to look at what Heatfest had proposed, he was all over it. He gave us advice on how to approach Europe for funds. We wanted to do 102 houses, and Arthur Hollis explained that Europe would give 40%, and we had to get the other 60% from the public purse or the private sector. The name of our application was Retrofit Solar Improvement of the Thermally Inefficient or Substandard Housing in Glasgow, a title that was nearly as long as the 45-page form we had to fill in. The form had to be completed in 2 languages, and we were so grateful that our community worker at the time was fluent in French. We were the main proposers. The Technical Services Agency signed it, and we got somebody from Dublin University as the third party to the document, which had to show support from another member state. The Housing Convener told us there was no way the council could give financial support to the project, so we were amazed when, at great deliberation, David Comley, the Director of Housing, acted as a signatory for Glasgow District Council. We learned in the grapevine that we only got that signature because the council was convinced East Hall didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting any of the money from Europe. Whatever they thought, we had a completed 45-page form, and we had to get 45 copies of it to be circulated around different departments in Europe. These copies had to be delivered to an office in Edinburgh by noon one day in April 1988, or we'd miss the boat in every sense. We could only do that by hiring the East Hall minibus with all these bundles of documents hurtled along the M8. When we got there, they told us these bundles were unacceptable. We had to put the copies of the application into boxes. Time was running out and we'd no idea where to get boxes, so we went to the nearest off-licence and told them our predicament. Our application went off to Europe packed in old wine boxes. While the form was circulating round Europe, we got back to Glasgow District Council to bend their ear about financial backing. We'd reduced the number of houses from 102 to just 36, so we were now looking for £400,000 from Europe, £700,000 from the council, and another £250,000 from the private sector. Informally, we were told the project was positively received by Europe, and the £400,000 was on its way, but only if the council could come up with their share. And in May, after the Housing Convener told the media that the council would spend £365 million over the next 5 years addressing the dampness problem, he gave an official no to the East Hall's request for financial support. We weren't the only ones to be angry. Vic Roderick, a political writer from Glasgow's Evening Times, wrote that Glasgow's District Council had reneged on a deal to finance a project which could cure the city's damp problems, despite all 15 member states of the EEC approving the scheme. When the money came through from Europe, we had to ask for time to get the rest of the money. The council said that additionality was the reason they wouldn't fund us. That meant if Brussels gave Glasgow £400,000 this financial year, the Scottish office would deduct that amount from Glasgow's capital allocation for the following year. So we got in touch with Baroness Hooper of the Department of Energy in Westminster and asked if Europe paid money into East Hall Residents Association account. Would additionality apply? She said no in writing. So was the council pulling a fast one, or did they really not know the regulations? In November 1989, we took to the streets. A public demonstration was held outside the city chambers asking for the council to reconsider its decision not to give East Hall financial backing. The delegation, a busload of women and children, went to the city chambers and the police were called when the kids slid down the banisters. We were refused entry to the meeting. David Humble of East Hall Residents Association sneaked up the back stairs but couldn't get into the public gallery because it had been locked due to the civil disorder. While David was explaining that our intentions were peaceful, the Housing Convener fled out the back door. It all sounds farcical now, but getting these plans through was so important to us. We held a community conference, invited community and tenants organisations from all over Glasgow and explained to them what we were trying to do. They all agreed that the solar housing project was a long-term solution to dampness, fuel poverty, and all the health problems that went with them. They pressured their councillors to support the project. The council claimed that community projects would have to be shelved if money was to go to the project, and the 43 groups who turned up all said, right, go ahead and shelve them. We want the solar housing project. We wrote to everybody, from Neil Kinnock to Prince Charles, and we begged Europe on 3 occasions for extra time. Eventually, a man called Lam Debescu told us our final deadline was January 31st, 1990. If we'd not finalised the financial package by then, the deal was off. On January 30th, the local community development officer, Bobby Bell, got a fax from the council saying they were willing to give us the money to complete the project. Not just the 700,000, but the whole 950,000. We didn't even have to find private finance anymore. They said 250,000 was from the Greater Easterhouse Initiative, but that meant it was all from one pot. Later we saw a letter in which the Scottish office gave the council permission to borrow a further 700,000 on top of their annual capital allocation, as long as it was spent on energy efficient projects. It arrived just before the offer came to us, but David Comley, the Director of Housing, denied there was any link. So, the money was ours, but the houses were the council's. We were determined the project would be carried out properly, so we asked for a legal contract. It took 7 drafts before East Hall would accept what the council's legal department was drawing up, and we signed on the dotted line. Within 2 years the houses were completed, the tenants were back in them, and the project was a showpiece across Europe. The most important thing was that the fuel bills in the houses were cut from around £40 a week to between £5 and £6 in the Ederson Place project, and to just £3 and £5 a week in the 36 houses in the East Hall project. It was a triumph for us, but what was even more of a triumph was that our solar housing project demonstrated the even wider local and global environmental implications. Saving energy by using a clean energy source, the refurbished flats were more than contributing to their share of reducing the UK's target of 20% reduction in CO2 emissions, 15 years ahead of schedule. Our research also showed at the time that if energy conservation had become a reality in Britain, £2 billion yearly nationwide could have been saved by the domestic consumer, which would have regenerated the local economies instead of heating the skies above our great cities and towns. Chapter 7: Personal Development and Personal Loss. The whole business about acquiring the cash to get these houses done up was utterly ridiculous, but it was all part of my own personal learning curve. And while all that was going on, it wasn't my only project. I'd started to see all the connections between health and fuel poverty and poor housing, and I'd moved on from demos and press conferences to speaking at seminars. I'd sweated blood the first time I faced an audience of 200 or 300 people. I was terrified because it was the first time I'd done any proper public speaking. I went armed with a list of health problems, and that's all. The thing that astonishes me is how one of my greatest gifts is to go to a conference and get a feel for the levels of understanding and respond to that. But I know that's my spirit that does that. I've got to admit that it's only recently that I stopped vomiting and having diarrhea before I speak. I never took a drink or a tablet to calm me down. I could never allow anything to interfere with my spirit. There were people who had already done research into damp housing in Edinburgh, and when I was asked to speak, the perspective I brought to it was the list topped by heart disease and asthma. I could speak from the heart. Remember, my kids and I had experienced poor health ourselves because of our own damp home, and I'd seen my neighbours suffering. I remember a bad winter in 1987 when we were snowed in and East Hall Residents Association arranged food parcels. We had been on benefits that included a fuel element of £8.80, and we got extra on top of that because we were living in damp houses. But the Thatcher government did away with all that, so there was no heating element in our income support payments. And by this time, they'd put VAT on fuel, a double whammy. It wasn't just the dampness, but the stress of the make, do and mend measures the council kept coming up with that disrupted our lives and never made any positive difference. I was part of the East Hall Committee, set up in 1986 to monitor a project of fabric repair and rewiring. Basically, what the council was doing was condemning people's fires and cookers. And if you weren't on Social Security, which paid for new ones, you were hard pushed to be able to afford new appliances. I lobbied the council to make allowances for people who were working as well as those who weren't. When the rewiring was being done, children started to play in the scaffolding. Neighbours were complaining and wanted something done to stop them. When some of the bigwigs went on a walkabout with me, one of them mused, "Maybe if one of them Waynes fell off the scaffolding and got killed, that might deter the rest of them." They were talking about our children as if they were rats, and we had other insults to put up with. A senior housing official walked around and looked at the gardens and said, "Just look at this place. I wouldn't bring up a pig in it." I told him, "You're worried about the gardens outside. What about the gardens growing inside?" The damp mould was making us all sick, and nobody cared. At that time, it had just been revealed that Glasgow had one of the highest premature death rates in Western Europe, and the city with the highest incidence of heart disease in the world. This came as no surprise to me whatsoever. But what did surprise me was that the blame was put on our diet, and in particular, our greasy fish suppers and general lifestyle. Not content to blame us for the appalling living conditions and poverty, officials and experts seemed determined to persecute us as well. And they did. Glasgow District Council, the Scottish Office, Greater Glasgow Health Board, and the Central Government Health Brigade launched their "Let's All Go Out Jogging, Stop Smoking and Eat Brown Bread" health promotions campaign. It occurred to me that either the gap between rich and poor had become much wider than anyone had ever imagined, and that these people had not a clue about our reality, or else their campaigns were a deliberate conspiracy to cover up the real causes of our appalling health record. One thing I did know for sure was that it was not keep fit exercise that we needed, but homes that were fit to live in and incomes or benefits that prevented us from having to choose between dying from hypothermia or malnutrition. I was also convinced that unless we could get the politicians and so-called medical experts to start exercising their minds, then people in communities like mine would continue to die before their time, and our children damaged before they even got a chance to live. It dawned on me then that health promotion, like everything else, had become individualised. And so I became involved, along with other tenants and professional groups, to try to get public health back on the political agenda. It was a mammoth task. Early on in the dampness campaign, I realised that we needed to build relationships with people working in the media and get them on our side. But just like when I barged into the dressing room at Stevie Ellis when I was a teenager and confronted my fantasy, I was terrified of taking on the media. We all were. During the Heatfest housing project, we sent out press releases. The dampness group was all crowded into our wee office in the community centre. The phone never stopped ringing, but we were all too scared to answer. We had been screaming out to have our voices heard, but none of us were prepared for the reality. I managed to find the courage to pick up the phone and became the unelected spokesperson for our community. I was never off the phone either, and people started calling me BT. Our association was made up of different subgroups, each with their own passions and agendas. The Housing and Health campaign was using up a lot of our funding, and some folk were feeling a bit resentful. The role of the community workers was critical. Apart from keeping the peace, they were able to advise us on the pros and cons of each step we took. They kept records of our meetings and stopped discussions from descending into a rammy. They also gave us a lot of personal support. The campaigns took over our lives, and relationships at home were feeling the strain. Terry, who was married to our chairperson, Helen Martin, said that we went to more meetings than the MPs in the House of Commons. But the campaigns also took over the lives of our community workers. If Anne Maguire could have crammed 40 hours into a day, she would have, which is maybe why she died so young at just 42. It was through my wider involvement that I started to witness human suffering and hardship on a scale that I had never thought I would see in my lifetime, except perhaps in times of war. I started to realise that there really was a war going on, but that it was being fought with briefcases instead of guns. Anne was the first person I told about my concept of the war without bullets. Anne said that if I started talking about this war, then I would lose my credibility, as people would think that I had taken leave of my senses. It was during all this that I decided to set up the health task force with East Hall Residents Association. I was hearing women in the community talking about their children having inhalers and young children being on steroids as if it was normal. When I was suffering from depression, I asked my doctor if he could give me a prescription for a warm, dry home, but all he could offer me was antidepressants. I realised that my doctor was employed to treat the symptoms of our health problems in the same way that officials were employed to treat the symptoms of our dampness. I refused his kind of medicine and joined my community's fight for justice instead. And just like our anti-dampness campaign, no one would listen to our common sense approach. We needed to come up with the evidence. I got a group of women together and identified all the health problems we felt were attributable to our living conditions and poverty. Then we contacted the Workers' Education Association to see if they would fund someone to work with us to research the evidence that had already been accumulated. We got a woman called Kate Phillips, who stood against Michael Forsyth in Stirling. He was the Tory Health Minister in the late 1980s. We called the campaign Housing Makes You Sick. Robert Kilroy Silk's TV programme was launching the Health Board's Good Hearted Glasgow jogging campaign, and we were there in full force. I'm not an aggressive person, but Kilroy Silk patronised us so much that after the programme, I pinned him up against a wall to try and get him to listen. I was running around all over Scotland to meetings and conferences linked with health. One was about housing and health in Glasgow, and there was a senior researcher at the Research Unit in Health and Behavioural Change at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh called Sonia Hunt, who was speaking about research done in the capital. This is how I came to be speaking about health issues in front of a couple of hundred people. I had this list of health problems that we'd identified as related to our situation. I approached Sonia and asked her to read them out. She said, "If you've got something to say, you'll need to say it yourself." That was scary, but I did it. Afterwards, Sonia told me that I was right about the links, but that it would take a long time to reaccumulate the evidence before public health became a genuine national concept. She explained about the previous research that her unit had been involved in. Now her department wanted to do a much bigger survey into health and housing and asked me to be involved in planning it, along with representatives from other community organisations. Like the first research, it was incited by the tenants group. It was one of the biggest independent surveys ever carried out in Britain, and it was fantastic to be a part of it. Our own health task force had already revealed that there was over 250,000 people in Glasgow and an estimated 10 million people nationwide who shared our struggle with damp housing. The purpose of the research was to try to identify the different species of mould growing in our houses and the concentration of airborne fungal spores, then to try to link those to the health problems that we were experiencing. What a shock for us. We knew nothing about all this. We used to wash the mould off, and now we found out that all this did was release the spores into the air. All our cleaning just made the matters worse, because we were breathing in these wee buggers. Some form colonies on the mucous membranes inside our bodies. The main moulds that were identified were Aspergillus, Penicillium and Cladosporium. I was at last able to make sense of my breastfed babies getting thrush. It was hardly a surprise when people in Sonia's department were advised to go easy on the results. They weren't exactly what the government wanted publicised. We found ourselves talking to all kinds of people. There was Sam Galbraith, the brain surgeon turned Labour MP. I thought a doctor would understand about the links between poor housing and bad health. When we phoned him, he just could not see the significance of the evidence Sonia's department had come up with. So I cornered him at a conference. It was a Saturday in May 1988, and it was at the Postgraduate Medical Centre in Lancaster Crescent, a leafy Glasgow street off Great Western Road. The conference was The Health Divide, Distribution of Healthcare. Galbraith was talking about Glasgow's appalling health record and how we had to get these people to change their lifestyle. I was raging. I was determined he would listen. Sonia and her fellow researchers worked with the people at the British Medical Journal to have the research published. The tenants were determined that the report would not gather dust in the bowels of the House of Commons, and decided to hold a press conference there to coincide with its publication. All hell broke loose between the Scottish Office and central government when one of the researchers, Claudia Martin, was invited to speak at the Maternity Alliance conference in London. Claudia had written a paper which included some of the preliminary findings. The problem arose when it was discovered that Edwina Currie, the Tory Health Minister, was also invited to speak. The Chief Scientist's office contacted the head of Claudia's department, which was funded by the Scottish Office. She was intimidated and threatened that her contract may not be renewed. In the end, she went ahead, and for some reason, Edwina did not turn up. Edwina became famous for her survival technique solution to hypothermia. What she said was, "If you don't want to die from the cold this winter, wrap yourself up well in a blanket and wear a wee woolly hat and gloves going to bed." People howl at the conferences when I tell my long-term solution. Buy every pensioner in Scotland a wee dug, because there's no way that our society would allow a wee dog to freeze to death. That was the kind of struggle we all had. When I look back at all the networks and all the amazing people trying to challenge the politicians' propaganda, it wasn't just the Thatcher government, it was the people from all parties. The fight we had was scary at times, but I had nothing to lose by this time. I had my spirit, and there was nothing stopping it. Even so, I didn't expect to end up in half the places I did. No, any of the places. I don't know how we all managed to keep going. I certainly could never have survived without the support of people like Sonia. I remember breaking down in floods of tears one day at a conference. Sonia and another health professional, Andrew Loynes, gave me the money to take me and the Waynes on holiday for a week with my ma. We went to Blackpool. I will never forget that memory. I gave Gary, my youngest, a handful of 2p coins. When we went to the amusements booth, me and his brother were astonished that he kept winning all the jackpots. We didn't have enough pockets to carry all the coppers back to the boarding house, so we had to cash in. Our joy, however, was only superficial. We were missing his da. The stress of the campaign and trying to survive on the social was taking its toll on my marriage. We were still together, however, when we found ourselves in front of a TV camera making a documentary. That was the first of several I took part in. When Cassandra McGrogan and her crew came to film Your Health's Your Wealth in my house, it was such a laugh. The living room for once was roasting because of the lights, and Gary kept saying he was going to be sick. We were filmed round the table eating spaghetti bolognese, and I was so embarrassed that I was trying to eat it with a knife and fork. Then Gary threw up all over the sound equipment. The documentary wasn't just about us in East Hall. Sonia, Claudia and Dr. Stephen Platt, their colleague, highlighted the findings of the research. Pat Martin and I from East Hall talked about our Housing Makes You Sick campaign. Pat, God rest her, died young. At that time, there was a 10-year differential in life expectancy between places like Easterhouse and the middle-class suburbs. I said on camera that the blame the victim syndrome had become an epidemic in Scotland and that we were determined to set the agenda because our children's health had been in the hands of the politicians for too long. They showed footage of the old slums with the voiceover that said these new houses would create a healthier nation. And then they showed my bathroom, inches deep in black mould. And Pat and I talked to camera about having to throw out mouldy clothes and furniture. I've still got a transcript. It's pretty political. I said that I'd lived in the fourth world. I said the unemployed, who'd become surplus to the market requirements, were being slowly disposed of, deprived of their very basic human needs. I said that the estates we lived in were erected in haste to accommodate the massive slum clearances of the inner cities, and that those responsible for building them didn't take into account the needs of the families who were going to live here. I said, we are the victims of other people's intellectual dullness and lack of vision. And in our society, we don't just blame the victims now, we persecute them as well. I said a lot more about creating an environment that would fix the broken hearts and broken minds and broken spirits of people cast on the scrap heap and denied their basic human rights. Words straight from my heart. It was such a relief to get our side of the story told. Sonia Hunt and her fellow researcher Claudia Martin were more or less gagged, and Sonia resigned because the government made it clear they didn't want any more of this kind of research. Sonia said on camera that there were different kinds of censorship, and the Scottish office just wouldn't fund the research she wanted to do into the health and housing issue. It did not make her very popular in high places, and I certainly wasn't flavour of the month. What concerned both Sonia and the tenants group was that the government funded research that had any real benefit or social or economic implications was being sanctioned in favour of the jogging brigades. As Pat said on camera, we are concerned that they are taking the real carers out of society. Your Health's Your Wealth eventually went out on Channel 4 at 11 p.m. in September 1990, and Albert Naismith, the TV critic in the Herald, said it tried to restore realism to the health debate by acknowledging that many ordinary people see a healthy way of life as a luxury. Another place I didn't expect to find myself was in the Houses of Parliament. The research that we did into the connections between health and damp housing was funded by several local authorities, including Glasgow District Council. But it was agreed that the tenants from East Hall, Black Hill and Royston, the three Glasgow schemes where the research was carried out, would decide how it would be used. When Sam Galbraith, who was then the opposition health spokesperson, failed to understand the significance of our research, the health group contacted Robin Cook. He was like a breath of fresh air. He was more than happy to sponsor the press conference. But then a by-election came up and he had to cancel. Robin suggested Donald Dewar and Jimmy Ray, my own Labour MP. When we explained the research, Ray didn't seem to have a clue, but Dewar thought it was absolutely wonderful. We were educating the politicians and we got our meeting at the House of Commons. The press conference to launch the report was held in the House of Commons Jubilee Room. I was elected spokesperson for the community activists. Katrina Gilligan, the woman whose group won the Heatfest Award, was there, along with Jane Brooke from Glasgow District Council, and Claudia Martin was to speak as well. The event was like a party political broadcast for the Labour Party. The place was jam-packed, and even Sam Galbraith was at the top table. It felt like the Labour MPs were trying to claim it as their own. Before the press conference, we had to brief the MPs. I was scared. If you're an unemployed housewife from Easterhouse, you don't get any training to stand in front of TV cameras and a load of people from the press. But it's a big responsibility being a spokesman for your community. I think my first radio interview with the Dampness Group had been with Leslie Riddock on BBC Radio Scotland for the Heatfest. And when you heard it, I was like a machine gun trying to get everything out. And if something goes wrong, I get lynched. I didn't say much at the actual press conference at the House of Commons. My legs were shaking. But afterwards, the media homed in for interviews, so I was on national telly. And of course, a lot of the footage was later included in Your Health, Your Wealth. Donald Dewar was very impressed and said that he'd bring the report up at the next meeting of the Scottish Grand Committee. The next week, I was working in a real sweatshop in Easterhouse. It was a place where you had to put your hand up for permission to go to the toilet, where the women were all ill and were passing around painkillers like sweeties so they could survive the night. The floor was cement and my legs swelled, something I'd never experienced in my life. I was on a night shift and the wireless was on. An item on the news said the Scottish Grand Committee would meet the next week. It was the best excuse I had for just getting the hell out of the place. I had to go to this meeting. I told no one and never even got my wages for the time I'd worked. I was bursting to tell all the people involved in the research the good news. We wanted to see how they would use our research. I was back on the phone. The groups paid the flights for Katrina Gilligan and I to go to the meeting in London. The opposition, MP John Maxton, used our research as a tool to fight the government's housing policy. And it was really funny, because by this time, every Scottish opposition MP had their own wee wife with a damp house and asthma to parade as evidence. The end result was that Lord James Douglas Hamilton, the Tories' man in Scotland, tried to say that the government already knew the extent of the problem in Scotland. All this was going on, and I was having so many experiences I never thought I'd have. But instead of this making life better, it was making it worse. To go to these meetings in London, I was leaving 3 kids at home being looked after by Tony. When I came back, that's when Tony and me were finished. We'd gone through difficult times, but this was the last straw. He accused me of having a relationship with somebody which was nothing more than his insecurity. It was all part of the mental abuse he gave me. I had discussed what I was calling the war without bullets with community psychologist Mark Wilson. Now I was starting to understand the effect this war was having on people like Tony. Mark became very supportive of me, Tony and the Waynes. It was a difficult time for me at the end of the 1980s. Tony was telling me I was wrong. Doctors and politicians were telling me I was wrong. Even some people in the community was telling me I was wrong. One of the sad things about the Dampness Group was that we became so knowledgeable and so vocal that we left some of the Residents' Association Committee behind. The women in the group had to put up with a lot of hassle from the men. One night I was pinned up against the railings by a group of men who had just finished playing football. Then the teenagers started calling me an Easter house grass and giving me hassle. One neighbour stopped me in the street and said I could at least have learned to talk English before I went on the telly. In the committee there was some backstabbing, and at home there was a broken marriage. Tony had been happy to support me in the beginning and was quite happy to make the dinners and look after the wains if I was at a meeting. But once I started to get recognition, he reverted to the way he was brought up by me. He wanted me back in the house. He wanted a voice as well, but he didn't want to join the group. I felt heart sorry for some of the working class men in the community who couldn't find work. They were angry and frustrated just like Tony. But unlike the women, some couldn't find a role in fighting back. Some started to turn the violence in on themselves, like Tony. I remember some of them working for 99p an hour as security guards. When the community started to get surplus food from the European food mountain, I started to see that the unemployed were being used just like the food mountains to keep down the price of labour. When you are continually being told you are wrong and you don't have an education to be able to argue, it's important to have someone like Mark Wilson to clarify it. It was ironic. I knew all the theory of this because I wanted the women in East Hall to do self-assertiveness classes. I needed them myself. My spirit needed a top-up. I keep mentioning my spirit, and now's as good a time as any to tell you about it. I'd stopped going to church when the priest asked for more money than we could afford for mass cards for an old neighbour who'd died. But I still believed, and I'd had this experience when Gary was a baby that had fired me up to do all this campaigning. I really wanted to die then, to go to sleep and never wake up. I felt I'd brought my kids into a society where people were prepared to kill each other for greed, not need. I kept thinking, if only I could die, then someone of the right mind would come and rescue my children from the insanity and inhumanity of our lived reality. But my spirit refused to allow me to roll over and pretend that I was dead. Instead, it switched a light on inside my head that enabled me to see things that were way beyond my understanding at the time. I did understand that no one was coming to our rescue, and that my duty as a mother was no longer in the kitchen, but in the world. I remember seeing this image of the world as one big gigantic jigsaw puzzle, and some of the answers falling down from the sky and fitting into place. There were pictures of our world with all the lights switched off. The whole earth was cracking up, and men and women and children were falling down the holes and screaming out from the same pits of human despair as me. And then I saw the pictures of the kind of world I longed for my 3 children to live in and grow up in, where every human being had a sense of their own unique value, and where faith in each other became a higher human goal than faith in money. My spirit enabled me to see that I could make this vision a reality, and gave me the courage to go on a journey in search of the truth. People had seen that spirit firing me up when I spoke in public, or came up with ideas and worked on projects. But when I came back from London to hear Tony's accusations and his constant criticising of everything I was trying to do, I have to admit that I felt like I was bashing my head against a brick wall. Chapter 8. All right on the night. Aye, it was tough, but there were some people ready to say that what I was trying to do was right. Dr. David Fryer, a radical psychologist from Stirling University, was one of them. He was doing research into the links between unemployment and suicide and wanted his students to meet unemployed people in Easterhouse. I've said that I'd come across prejudice against people living in the schemes, but I was shocked at the students' ignorance of living on the social. We all were. As a result of the research, David set up a series of research meetings in 1988 through the British Psychological Society called The Brew in Scotland. There was a series of seminars at Stirling University called The Third World in Scotland, A View from Easterhouse, and quite famous people came to speak and debate. Jeremy Seabrook, the playwright and social commentator, was another person who made me feel like what I was saying wasn't rubbish. He wrote a book, Life and Labour in a Bombay Slum, in 1987, and then in 1989 there was another one called The Leisure Society. David Fryer got him to talk at his seminars as well. And when I met Jeremy and learned what his ideas were, ideas that backed up mine about the unemployed being used like the food mountain to keep down the price of labour, I knew we were talking the same language. I wrote a letter inviting him to Easterhouse. I was really surprised when he wrote back saying that what I seemed to be doing was transcending political discussion to a form of liberation theology similar to that in third world countries. I had never heard of this before then. After a visit to India, he made comparisons between life in Easterhouse in Bombay. The councillors, the workers and the residents were up in arms about being compared to a third world country. I was shocked at the evidence that highlighted the similarities between Glasgow and the people living in the slums of Bombay. Unlike the politicians, however, I was absolutely delighted that our struggle was getting public recognition. Activists were determined to try and change the reality of people who lived here, but the politicians were more concerned about trying to shed our third world image. Sadly, however, a report issued in 2008 by the World Health Organization highlighted that the people in parts of East End of Glasgow had a lower life expectancy now than India. What was also shocking was the gap in life expectancy between the working and middle class communities in Glasgow had gone from 10 to 28 years. In spite of all the efforts of everyone involved in our struggle for justice, it seemed we had lost the fight. But the battle continues. Tony was another one when he got the chance. Tony stopped rubbishing what I said and helped in a big way to make drama get our message across. In 1990, Glasgow was the European City of Culture, and we were determined to make use of this to raise awareness of the health research we'd done and to try shame Glasgow District Council to give us the money for our solar housing project. We decided to write a play, video it and send it to other communities. But the other communities got wind of it and asked us to go and perform it in their halls. So we set up a theatre group and we ended up doing 2 tours. If we'd studied literature at university, we'd have known how we did it was a tried technique. We used comedy to get serious facts across. The characters were based on people living in East Hall and on the fungus they were living with. We called it damp busters. The main characters were asparagum and penicillin, the 2 main fungi in our houses. They came to life and couldn't believe their luck that human beings had built these brilliant houses for them to live in. It was based on a woman who wouldn't admit she had dampness in her house. And remember, it was seen as something to be ashamed of because we were told dampness was our own fault. This woman's sister comes back from Australia after 10 years and can't believe people are living in these conditions. We pulled no punches. We put housing officials in the play and called them by their real names. Our first official showing was in the city chambers at the European Health Policy Conference, and I've never seen an audience look so shifty. We had children playing the roles of counsellors. We got Robert Patterson, a professional writer, to help us through the East End Adult Education Project. We held workshops and around 5 of us met every Friday. At first we were just so angry, and Robert encouraged us not only on how to structure the play, but how to use humour. He said, "Cathy, being angry is one thing, but if you want people to listen to it, you've got to see it from the other side." We set up East Hall Theatre Group. I didn't want to act. That terrified me. But there were 19 characters, and somebody had to do it. Tony got big billing on the front of the programme. His name was in the biggest type as one of the writers, and he did write a lot of it. Then there was me, Mary Knox, Charlie Tracy and Robert Patterson. It was directed by Sally Rue and Jerry Dovey. The slogan for the Year of Culture was, "There's a lot of Glasgowing on," and we changed that on the front of our programme to say, "There's a lot of culture growing on." We had 8 performances across Glasgow on the first tour in September and October, and then in November and December we performed in Pallister, East Hall and Cranhill. By then we were able to put some good critics' notices on the programme. Some deft touches of humour showed the group are amateur only in name, Evening Times. The wit of both play and players pushes a fierce political message more effectively than a dose of po-faced agitprop, Scotland on Sunday. I played Asparagus, a TSA official, and Mrs Simpson. Mary Knox played Penicillium, and my pal Helen Martin played 3 characters as well. Helen, who was the chair of East Hall Residents Association at the time, loved the acting, and our names were on the back of the programme. My dad played the granda, and although he hated the Waynes, he loved the acting and was first in for rehearsals every time. He couldn't cope with the racket the Waynes would make between scenes. He was like a lot of the men. He didn't like campaigning, but found a role in putting messages over through drama. We might have been funny on stage, but we made sure people remembered that in this Year of Culture, 29% of Glasgow's housing stock was affected by some form of dampness, condensation or mould growth. That was 250,000 people whose health was at risk, and the council's 5-year plan was, we said on the programme, condemning our children to another 5 years continuing misery and ill health. We reminded people about the solar energy project that was to start in October, at long last, and that it was believed to be the long-term solution to the problems of dampness, ill health and fuel poverty. We didn't miss a trick. Damp busters certainly caused a stir, and it led to other things. We challenged Glasgow's Health Board about the jogging and brown bread policies. They were having a series of conferences in Glasgow, and the Evening Times asked us to write a play to counteract the Health Board argument. I'm a great believer in drama as an educational tool. I saw it in Nicaragua, and it worked for them. It worked for us for a while, but you've got to believe in it, and the last project we had just fell on its face. We'd asked adult education for a youth drama worker, so the kids could work on their own play. It was fantastic. The kids are all on this big rubbish tip, and they find a telly. When they kick it, it starts to work, and it steals their futures, so they have to take on somebody else's future. On paper it didn't look exciting, and when the kids showed it to their mums and dads, some of the adults rubbished it. That was it. The Waynes lost faith in it, and we had to cancel and give back about 30,000 in grant money. But by then I'd learned to go with the flow and to snatch every opportunity to work for justice. Some opportunities were good, some a mixed blessing. This Is Me Since Yesterday was a 90-minute documentary celebrating the Year of Culture and produced by the BBC. Chris Purslow, the Director of Architecture for Glasgow City Council, who was living in East Hall for a year, was in consultation with the BBC. He introduced me to the film director and I showed him some of my writing. The next thing I knew, I was being billed as a poet alongside Elaine C. Smith and Billy Connolly, Jimmy Logan and the Simple Minds, Wet Wet Wet, Hue and Cry and Deacon Blue. What terrified me was that this was me alone, not appearing in a documentary to talk about East Hall. If I made an arse of it, there was nobody to pick me up. They showed a preview to the media and they wanted to talk to me. I was too scared because I didn't know how I would be portrayed. I was told that it would be better to talk to them, otherwise they would just make up their own story. The next day my neighbour Alice came up to me and asked if I'd seen the Daily Record. The headline was, "Seeing Stars with Cathy." Another paper said, "A Star is Born." It went out on BBC Two nationwide on January 5th, 1990. There was me talking about psychological, economic and social war, and then Wet 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 came on. I ran round the corner to the phone box to phone my ma. "Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it?" She'd seen it all right. "Did I see it? Could you know I got your hair done? Why did you wear that old denim jacket?" My problem with all this, as the Waynes ran after me in the street shouting, "We're no paying the poll tax," like they saw on the programme, was that they were trying to turn me into a celebrity instead of an activist. That's scary. At least Chris Purslow got his staff to go and see Dampbusters. But to be honest, I didn't even know what culture meant in 1990. And there were other things going on that were even more scary. Divide and rule. The Residents' Association was seen as becoming too powerful. They had set up a subgroup to investigate the different forms of housing tenure. Before they got a chance to report back to the public meeting, a housing cooperative was imposed on them from the top down. It was initiated by our local councillor. East Hall was already seen as having a top and bottom end. What was really sad at the time was that people who formed the committee to take it forward didn't have the wealth of knowledge that we had accumulated during the solar housing project. My own house was transformed and had an extension built, giving me a back and front door. They put in central heating but refused to put a radiator in the kitchen. I had to use my oven to heat it like I did before it was refurbished. They also put the sewage pipes from the flats above in the bedroom and sitting room. Whenever my neighbours flushed their toilets or unplugged their bath, it sounded like an explosion. They did explode. After a week of moving me back from my decant flat, the sewage gathered under my floorboards. When I complained to the director of the co-op, he said he would caution my neighbours about what they put down the toilet. Sadly, I'm now experiencing worse fuel poverty than I did at the start of the campaign. I have 2 pay-as-you-go meters, which are charged at a higher rate. People kept telling me at the start that I should go on the co-op committee, but why should I have spent my life fighting on them? It was time for me to move on. In my opinion, what I saw happening was a destabilisation of the community. The people who I regarded as the backbone of the community were being offered houses in areas like Mama. For all its faults, the co-op had transformed East Hall. Most of the people now live in back and front doors. A few years ago, I met my local councillor, Jim Coleman, who was the leader of the council. Jim and I have always had a love-hate relationship, but I've never lost respect. He was the one that got us cookers and fires. He was also the one that I feel imposed the top-down solution. He said to me, "Look at East Hall, are you happy now?" I said no, because people like you are more concerned about changing the image of Easter House instead of the reality of the people that live in it. People were now experiencing such poverty that I never thought possible. If the people in East Hall were seen to be getting above their station, you've no idea how we were seen in the bigger picture of Easter House democracy. The Easter House Forum had been set up in the early 1980s to allow residents' participation in the democratic process. The Greater Easter House Initiative was an attempt to devolve power from Glasgow to Easter House. Remember, this was the biggest housing scheme in Europe that the media always said was as big as Perth. It had about 70,000 residents at the time. Working class people, however, were never afforded the same amenities or investment. Since its birth, people had to fight for all the basic infrastructure needed to build a community. It took 20 years of campaigning to get a shopping centre. No wonder they named it the Township. A combination of district and regional council policies, industrial decline and the embracing of popular capitalism by central government since the election in 1979 has ensured that the schemes in Glasgow have the highest levels of multiple deprivation of any other city in the UK and have created what is commonly referred to as the Fourth World. The way the local authorities were split at the time was there was a Glasgow District Council and above it was a Strathclyde Regional Council, which was pretty big and powerful. There were 15 areas in Greater Easter House and each community elected a member to the Residents' Forum. An area management group was set up and there were 5 regional councillors, 5 district councillors and 5 community representatives who were elected from the Residents' Forum. I was elected onto the area management group. My feeling was that the community reps were outnumbered. Whatever we felt about local issues, we were outvoted. We felt the decisions were being made in the interests of the ruling Labour Party, not us. When the community reps started to challenge this system, We weren't doing ourselves any favours. The District Council and Strathclyde Regional Council members of the area management group wrote to the Scottish office about us. I never saw the report, but the word spread that regarded us as a bunch of self-appointed superstars who didn't represent the people. We'd been democratically elected onto the management group, but now we were evicted from office, and the Scottish office froze money from Urban Aid that had set up an office with a worker for the Residents' Forum. So much for democracy. Charlie Gray, who was leader of the Strathclyde region, held a crisis meeting with the activists. That was hilarious. Gary had just started school in the mornings, so I had to bring him along. I was told that children were not allowed in. I explained that Gary had been going into meetings with me since he was months old, and if he couldn't go in, neither could I. Gary made a beeline for Charlie's big chair. What I loved about Charlie was that he never made any fuss and sat in the wee chair next to my son, who was still a wee wame. I don't know why I wasn't liked by politicians and councillors. I don't know why these people didn't and don't embrace the aspirations of people in communities like mine, or why they see us as a threat. The one thing I did know for sure was the people who lived here did not want to live in a dependency culture, but it seemed like others were determined that we were going to live in theirs. My role has completely changed over the years, but people have told me that while some think I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, others are frightened of me. The one thing that means is that they've been listening, and that's how things have changed. I had one of the most really scary moments in my life when, in 1995, I was cited as a witness. The citation itself nearly frightened the life out of me. It was from the Sheriffdom of Glasgow and Strathkelvin at Glasgow. Paul Brown, a solicitor from the Legal Services Agency, was helping us to get to grips with the whole illegality of damp houses. He cited me when a woman from another scheme in Glasgow decided to use the evidence of our research to sue Glasgow District Council. In spite of them having funded the research, they brought in all the big guns blazing. When I witnessed the interrogation that woman went through, I became terrified. I've never written a speech in my life because I trust my spirit. When I was finally called to the stand, I had no control either. I felt I was speaking as one of the fungus families that I'd characterised in the play. I really feared that I would get done for contempt of court. I only managed to get a grip when I saw a smile on the face of the sheriff. I think the case was lost because although the research proved that our health problems were independent of smoking, they tried to prove otherwise. However, the research did create a precedent. I have no doubt that was why Glasgow got rid of their housing stock and handed it over to what became the Scottish Housing Association. I sensed the sheriff understood that it was real people's lives we were dealing with. It wasn't all bad. The process did create a precedent when it was decided that no landlord could deny that damp housing affected your health. That was based on the shocking case of an old man sent home from hospital back to his damp house. That was heavy stuff compared to our eviction from participating in our local democracy. Our communities were already competing for funding and fighting our own wee corners. What we needed now was solidarity to get things done. I had been discussing all sorts of concerns facing the community with Mark Wilson, the community psychologist. We talked about how you could get people to see they were all part of the same struggle and build a common vision. It was such a relief to talk to Mark. I think I really would have taken leave of my senses had it not been for him and David Fryer. Mark had to deal with the effects of the war without bullets was having on children. David and I were trying to draw public attention to the effects it was having on adults. We agreed that this war did not need tanks or bombs. This was a psychological, social and economic war to try and safely dispose of all the people who had become surplus to market requirements. A global market economy which everyone kept referring to as being free, but in reality was enslaving everyone I knew in the poverty trap. It occurred to me in 1988 that the people in working class communities like mine were the targets of 3 wars. It was then that I wrote my first letter to God. My ma had always said working class people should vote Labour. My experience of living in a Labour-controlled city taught me something very different. I had associated oppression with something bad that happened to poor people in third world countries. Frankie Vaughan made Easterhouse famous for its gang warfare, but a much deeper violence has been done to the hearts, minds and spirits of the people who live here. It was hard enough trying to expose the warfare that was going on. How on earth would it be possible to expose how we were now also casualties of the war against the poor? Mark had already talked to me about the works of Paulo Freire, the founder of the concept of popular education, but I had been too busy trying to fight the other war that I never paid too much attention. In 1990, after the activists were evicted from office, I started to do my own research to find out more about this guy. I discovered he was a man after my own heart, and he became one of my heroes. Paulo Freire was a Brazilian educator who, in spite of poverty, imprisonment and exile, became a world leader in the struggle for liberation of the poor and deprived communities and classes who he said constituted cultures of silence. By this he means the way in which people with little or no power are made to believe that there is no point in raising their voices, as it will make no difference, that they will not be listened to by those who have power and control. This habit becomes so strong that some people almost forget that they have opinions of their own, and so just endure the hardships they suffer. Thus, the values, norms and beliefs of the rich and powerful are so constantly in the media that sometimes the people that are being exploited begin to think like them, even though their own experiences in life directly contradicts them. Thus, nothing changes. The rich and powerful continue to exploit others, regardless of how many people they hurt, kill or make poor in the process. And so both the exploited and the people who benefit from this exploitation process by their silence become party to this continuing cycle of human exploitation and victim blaming. As Freire said, the oppressed and the oppressors both are robbed of their humanity. In order to try and break through this culture of silence and to free our minds from this kind of brainwashing, Freire developed these participative techniques which he called popular education or problem-posing education. I became desperate to see his work in action. My first opportunity came in 1992. I was involved in setting up the Scottish Public Health Alliance, which was launched in East Hall in 1990. The alliance was determined to get public health back on the political agenda, and I was elected to the UK Executive Committee. The Nicaraguan Health Fund, a charity that supports health initiatives in Nicaragua, was organising a study tour to some of the projects it supported, and I heard about it through the Health Alliance. When the leaflet came through the door, I immediately thought, yes, it was time for my spirit to take flight. The challenge for me then was to raise 1,500 in 6 weeks, and I was on the dole and struggling. My first port of call was Malcolm Cuthbertson, a Church of Scotland minister in Easterhouse and an activist who supported liberation theology. Malcolm suggested I contacted the Church of Scotland Social Responsibility Board. The guy there said, "Why would a woman from Easterhouse ever want to go to Nicaragua?" I said, "Excuse me, have you never heard of the Spirit before?" I think I hung up on him. However, a few days later, an envelope with money came through the door. There was no name, and I was convinced it came from the same guy. I also applied to the Easterhouse Initiative for some funding, and word came back to me that Cathy McCormack was getting ideas above her station and was looking for money to go on a junket. Bobby Bell, our supportive community worker, suggested that I organise a community meeting to explain my reasons for wanting to go to Nicaragua, and people were very sympathetic. Contributions came from different organisations to help me meet my target. I wrote to Scottish Education and Action for Development, SEED, who agreed to support me if I would write a report when I came back. I got the money in time. When I went on that journey, I learned that whether you live in a village in Central America or in a Glasgow scheme, The people's experiences is still the same and they want their voices heard. When I started on this journey, I was politically ignorant, but I was able to make sense of things and start making connections. I was experiencing an education no university could have given me, but it was a shattering education because I was realising how badly human beings could treat each other. Fernando Cardenal, who when he was the education minister and coordinator of the literacy crusade in Nicaragua, said that to create a new nation, they had to begin with an education that would liberate people. He said, only through understanding their past and present and analysing their reality can people be free to choose their future. That made so much sense to me, and it became my mission after I came back from Nicaragua. Chapter 9. Nicaragua. Nicaragua's recent history was tragic, but I can't claim I knew all that much about it before I decided to go there. Why should I have? I was so busy fighting the war on my own doorstep. The Americans tried to keep the conflict a secret because of their involvement. They didn't want a bunch of commies in their backyard. The US had backed a dictator in Nicaragua until 1979, Anastasio Somoza. When Somoza was challenged by the left-wing Sandistas, US President Jimmy Carter tried to keep the old systems going. That didn't work. So when he supported Somoza's National Guard, brutal and sadistic soldiers who killed tens of thousands of ordinary people, although the National Guard collapsed when their former leader fled the country, the next US President Ronald Reagan helped fund their comeback. The World Health Organization once described Nicaragua's social and healthcare services as a model for healthcare in Latin America. Oxfam referred to Nicaragua as a threat of a good example. In April 1990, however, the US-backed UNO government were elected into power. By the time I went there, the implementation of the free market economic policies meant that the Nicaraguan people were now having to fight the war without bullets. However, I had heard that the resistance and solidarity amongst the Nicaraguan people was still strong. I had much to learn. I might not have heard all about their political struggle, but I'd learned about the Nicaraguans' achievement in health and education and felt our own society could be transformed by adopting their popular healthcare system, which acknowledged that ill health can be caused by social, political, economic, environmental factors. But I'll never forget when I stepped off that plane. With all the stress of raising the money for the trip, I'd never had a chance to think about the reality of going to Nicaragua. So when I landed, I could only think, my God, what am I doing here? I lost all the confidence that being part of the democratic process and being asked to write about it had given me. I felt myself climbing back into my shell. Then I left the airport and I was confronted by the street children and I felt even more powerless. I didn't know how to respond to the children who were pleading with us to carry our heavy rucksacks. Children who were all barefoot and younger than my 12-year-old son. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't meet their gaze. It wasn't just me. Karen and Liz, a doctor and nurse who made up the rest of the UK delegation, were also feeling overwhelmed. It was Maria and Joan, the women who were to be our guides and translators for our study tour, who came to our rescue by explaining to us that we shouldn't give the children money because projects had been set up to encourage them to live back in the communities. Instead, we started to try to communicate with the children, and I gave them balloons and bubble gum, looked them in the eye and shared their laughter when they tried to blow up both. But when I looked into their eyes, I felt I saw a familiar look. I felt my spirit was reflected back at me. Perhaps it was my own childhood. That's when I realised why I was there. I came out of my shell and started to gain a new kind of confidence. As I got to know the country, I found that it was all so similar to home. macho men, domestic violence, oppression. But while our kids, even in 1992, still had to be seen and not heard, the children in Nicaragua had a role to play. They were educating each other. They were the future. They used puppets to get points over, just like we'd use drama. But we hadn't realised the power of what we were doing, and we didn't take the opportunity after Dampbusters' performances to engage in public debate. The Nicaraguans were doing that. But I'm jumping the gun. I've been going through all my diaries and the account I wrote for the Greater Easterhouse Initiative newsletters. They gave me some of the funding to go. And I can see how much the whole thing affected me. Can you believe I wrote 70 odd pages in my diary on the first night? As we travelled to the Casa San Juan in Conquito, where we stayed, we passed what looked like a run-down and abandoned garden sheds. They were people's homes. More social and economic abuse. But here it was visible. At home, the abuse was camouflaged and the pain privatised. In Nicaragua, everybody's poverty was out in the open. But a big difference was that even from the bus, I could see that this place was alive with people involved in their communities. This wasn't just a wee flight of fancy after a long journey. I was to find out that this was reality in Nicaragua. The buses and lorries looked as if they'd been thrown together from parts found in a scrapyard, and they were all crammed with people. I began to see the clothes hanging out to dry on the wire fences along the sides of roads as symbols of hope. But I was horrified to see young children standing in the middle of busy junctions, trying to sell scratch cards, newspapers and bubblegum to motorists stuck in the traffic jams. The Casa San Juan was like a small motel, and the Nicaraguan Health Fund, our hosts, used it because it had safe food and drinking water. I shared my room with lizards and ants, though the room itself was spotless. Occasionally there was a stray cockroach, an unidentified flying insect. But there was no black mould. I unpacked all the wee gifts sent by Greater Glasgow Easterhouse Initiative and Glasgow Council and laid them on the spare bed. Pens, pencils, t-shirts, key rings, scarves, ties and tie pins. Glasgow's Alive stickers, balloons and logo carrier bags. The room looked as if it had been hit by a hand grenade, and I wondered what on earth I was going to do with all this stuff. I had no idea how much pleasure this Glasgow memorabilia would bring to the children and adults I gave them to. Maria Boniface and Joan Smith from the Nicaraguan Health Fund explained the programme to us while we ate dinner under a lime tree. After dinner, I discovered I was the only one who smoked, and the American delegates from Central America Health Network, who shared the tour with us, didn't hide their disapproval. I was also the only non-professional, the only person involved in the grassroots struggle. The Americans said they couldn't understand my accent and wanted a translator. After a restless night, too many mosquitoes, too much to take in, I had my first shower before breakfast and my first lesson in survival. I didn't know that although the hotel had running water, it was rationed. It went off while my hair was full of shampoo. Lesson 1, wash your hair before your body. Immediately after breakfast on Tuesday, July 16th, 1992, the study tour began. I felt like a fly on the wall during our 2-hour meeting with Dr. Watson and Dr. Montrez at the Ministry of Health. It was hot. It was difficult to take everything in as it was translated, and I was desperate for a fag. My motives for being there were different from everybody else's, and I was always on the alert for information that I could relate to the struggle of the people in my own community. Nicaragua had a decentralised health system, and although it received a major part of the country's budget, it was in a bad way. The health workers' salaries were among the lowest in the state sector, and although a third of the budget went on medicines, they were so expensive that there was a severe shortage. Just like the doctors in Glasgow, these doctors told us that people didn't feel they were being treated properly unless they were given antibiotics. But there was something very different about their system. They recognised the social and economic cause of ill health, and they knew how important a role of community plays in preventative health care. One of the big killers in Nicaragua was cholera, described as a sickness of the streets. No wonder, people were combing the rubbish to find something to eat. Their water wasn't fit to drink, and there was faeces everywhere because there was no sanitation. Diarrhea was the biggest cause of death of children under 5. People called the brigadistas were sent into the barrios to teach people about hygiene so that they could avoid diarrhea and cholera. I loved the way that they used drama and posters with lots of humour to get their messages across. Even when the subject was dead serious, I felt my own community could learn so much from this. I was the first out of every meeting, and it wasn't just my desperation for a fag. I needed the space to digest one experience before the head-on collision with the next. The tour was very intense and non-stop. We went to La Mascota, a children's hospital, where the paediatrician was frustrated by the ongoing crisis in healthcare. I'd never felt so powerless since that day I'd wanted to go to sleep and never wake up again. Maria Boniface took us round the wards, and I found it hard to hold myself together in the face of all the suffering children and lack of medicines. There was even a shortage of sheets and few ambulances. The parents with no income struggled to get their kids to hospital by public transport. But even if they had managed to find the bus fares and get to the ward, there was a real shortage of nurses, and the parents had to stay and look after the kids and buy them food. The only thing there was plenty of in all the hospitals we visited were the women and children patients, who often had to share a bed. Then we met leaders of FETSALD, the Health Workers Trade Union. That was really inspirational. Even in the face of forced privatisation, they were determined to provide a service to people who couldn't pay. I began to understand what the outside forces were that made the government charge for education and healthcare. The big money people like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and donor countries like the US made conditions on their loans to poor countries. We won't give you money unless you make people pay for social services. My God, did they have any idea how poor these people were? There was 70% unemployment in Nicaragua when I was there, and the average wage was $82 a month. When we toured the wards in the children's hospital, I could see that the parent, doctors and nurses were all wondering if this delegation from the rich countries was going to come up with the cash they needed to save the lives of the 200-odd kids lying in these beds. At every meeting, I was making connections with home. The privatisation of services, the banning of trade unions, the mass unemployment, the poor housing, these were real eureka moments for me. But while we were still struggling with the effects of Thatcherism, the Nicaraguan unions had already started to change things. The Health Workers Union had opened up a pharmacy where the drugs cost 30% less than they did in regular chemist shops, and they were recruiting alternative practitioners to create an alternative health system. It didn't stop there. Most of the health sector workers were women who worked for decades without promotion. Now the unions were setting up education programmes. I had another eureka moment when we went to the Centre for Information and Advisory Service, CISAS. I was glad they gave us a cool drink to revive us, because I was having trouble keeping my eyes open in the heat. Then, as Maria Sanquia, the director, started telling us what they did, I felt as if I'd struck gold. I could relate so much to what she was talking about, and I envied these people in their struggle. At least the people of Nicaragua had diagnosed the root cause of their problems and could work towards a common cure. They were our problems too, but we were still waiting for an honest diagnosis. CISAS, an organisation like East Hall Residents Association, was providing information, workshops and community-based health education. They saw healthcare as a basic human right and recognised that ill health wasn't only caused by biological factors, but by political, economic, environmental ones as well. They were striving towards a holistic approach to the health of body, mind and spirit. They were transforming their society by reflecting and acting on their living conditions. They were learning from their own reality and gaining political awareness through defining their own experiences. They used popular health education methods to promote action in harmony with their own perceptions and culture. I have a scribbled note in one of the bulging notebooks that I used as diaries during the visit. It says, "It's impossible for me to detail everything without writing a book, which I have been so inspired to do. It's been a long time in coming, and so much else has happened in my life. But it was the Nicaraguan experience that fired me to change our society and the way they were changing theirs. What was most impressive was their solidarity, which didn't only help strengthen them in their struggle, but took away their individual isolation. Feeling alone was what I'd suffered from most towards the end of the 1980s. All those voices saying I'd got it wrong. In Nicaragua, they were together as a community. They valued their children. They valued their health as part of the struggle for self-determination. They cared for women and children who had been abused. They were trying to rehabilitate street children and teach them survival skills like cooking and crafts. The teaching was done through puppetry, and I loved this. Imagine 2 young women behind a board with 3 puppets on sticks. The voices bring the little plays to life. One production was about domestic violence and another about cholera prevention. We needed a translation, but the audiences roared with laughter, and there was no question that the messages were understood. This was popular education. We'd used it with drama, but this was the first time I'd seen puppet power. In the face of censorship, particularly sex education by the government and Catholic Church, the puppets were harder to silence than real voices. What was really tragic was that many of the women couldn't afford to have more children, but the Catholic Church outlawed abortions. At one hospital in Managua, for example, 70% of the patients were admitted as a result of botched up backstreet abortions, and most needed hysterectomies. There were few drugs, so the operations were carried out without painkillers or anaesthetic, and many of the women died. In one hospital, I witnessed a newborn baby struggling for life next to a brand new incubator because the hospital couldn't afford to buy oxygen. One of the visits I made was to a community where people eked out their living by picking out items to sell from the rubbish dump. I saw wee yellow butterflies flittering across the filth and detritus. Alfonso, one of the community leaders in this poor barrio, explained to me that Nicaraguans believe that when there is a plague of these butterflies, peace will come. It was Alfonso who told me that the people in this community were regarded as the underclass. I could only laugh and tell him that I came from a poor barrio in Scotland, where we too were no longer regarded as people. There were all sorts of incidents which for me made links between home and Nicaragua. We had 2 days off and spent it in a gated private beach resort. Maria and I were bathing in the Pacific Ocean, sharing our struggle, when we were joined by Felix, our bus driver throughout the study tour. That was a laugh. He was trying to tell me that he had taken a shine to me and wanted to take me to a disco. Maria had to interpret, of course, as he also told me the real horrors of what took place during the revolution. 2 others from the delegation came to the disco with us at the top of a mountain. It was pitch dark and the bus kept swerving from side to side. At first I thought Felix had been drinking. Then it dawned on me that he was skillfully avoiding the huge potholes that pitted the road. Inside the disco, the first tune I heard was a theme from the film Ghostbusters that we used as the music for Dampbusters. I was reminded that we had at least set out on the road of popular education in Easterhouse. There was also the us and them attitude that Nicaraguans were subjected to by outsiders who worked in the health projects. They were middle-class whites who looked down on the people they were supposed to be helping. It took me back to the woman in the toy library who thought those people don't know how to look after their houses. And then there was the smoking. The Americans disapproved of me having a fag, and they also complained that the bus broke down all the time while we were travelling around the country. After they went home, Maria told me that the bus had never broken down at all. Felix only told them it did so I would have a chance to get out and have a fag. That's solidarity. The whole experience was mind-blowing. I'd never understood the relationship between Britain and America before then. In the early 1980s, however, I kept seeing Thatcher and Reagan on TV together. It did not take a rocket scientist to work out that Britain was becoming Americanised. I kept thinking, if we are going to inherit their social and economic policies, then God help us. I had already witnessed the evil in our country mounting. It was only when the propaganda started that the warning bells really started to ring. I was made to believe that people in the third world countries were poor because women kept having too many wains, and that their governments were corrupt. It was only through my experience in Nicaragua that I started to understand the truth. Now I was getting to the roots of my own poverty. That's when I really became involved in the international struggle for justice. What I found really sad to hear was that the Nicaraguans had lost support from solidarity groups abroad. They were no longer flavour of the month. I did learn so much. I wanted the people in both our communities to learn and benefit from each other's experience. So I established the Greater Easter House Nicaraguan Solidarity Link Group. I had no way of knowing then that it would lead to our community becoming like a mini United Nations. Ma had cracked up when I told her I was going to Nicaragua. She was sick with worry about me going to this strange country. I sent her a love letter from Nicaragua. She didn't acknowledge it, but I know she kept it because later I found it in a drawer. It was only when I got back that I discovered she'd been given steroids while I was away. She was allergic to them and had nearly died. I'd been asking her in a letter to give me a cuddle, and she was at death's door. I didn't get to cuddle her until before she did die. One thing I didn't write in my journal was about getting the typhoid jag before I went. It's a story that reminds me of my ma, who always told me never to go out the door unless I had clean knickers, and who was mortified by the flowery leggings I wore. She said they looked like a pair of curtains. Every time we met, she'd drag me into a shop and buy me another pair. I shoved on the brand new pair to go to the doctor's. I noticed they were split at the crotch. After the jag, I went to the social work department. That's where all the community activists were working. It was then that I passed out. Nobody had told me the jag could have that effect. My main thought as I slumped to the floor was to hide the hole in my leggings from all these people. When I came round, I was still clutching my crotch. I put the pair she hated in her coffin. I swear I saw a smile sweep over her face. I will never leave Nicaragua in spirit. I'll never forget the kids with the swollen bellies that were full of worms that only a penny would cure. Kids whose dark hair had turned blonde because of malnutrition. Marianne Pallister covered my story in the Evening Times. I put out an appeal. The generosity of the poorest people in Scotland and the letters I received had me in tears. Gary's teacher invited me to speak to his class of 7-year-olds. They organised a jumbo sale and raised nearly £300 for a child-to-child project. And Nicaraguan women came to visit Easter House on an exchange. My kitchen was alive with Central American voices and laughter, all putting the world to rights with people from Easter House. I was asked to speak at loads of meetings and was able to connect with some really fantastic people. One of them was Jackie Roderick. She was an inveterate researcher and scholar with a passionate and enduring concern for the resolution of economic, political, sociological and environmental problems in Latin America. Jackie supported refugees from Chile who were suffering under the regime of General Pinochet, another US-backed dictatorship. She was to play a big role in my life. Two of the people I met were Angela and her sister Tatiana Paz Aljuema Cuevas, who were artists who created the big collage that still dominates my kitchen. Their group, Kafaf and Palu, played at our group's first awareness-raising night. People came from all over, and Easter House reverberated to their Latin American rhythm. The international music group, Open Arms, played at one of our other fundraising events. Their music and lyrics reflected a message of hope, love, and solidarity with the poor and most abandoned people on earth. We'd had a competition in the schools that asked the children to create a song about their own reality. At the event, Open Arms put the music to the winning song, We're Still Living in a Sin Bin. I've still got a cassette recording. We also organised a day for women from different backgrounds to exchange stories. People were shocked to realise that one of our guests, the Nicaraguan education worker Enriqueta Ramirez, knew more about Scottish history than we did. But Scottish shyness got in the way. We had a liberation theology service on the Sunday at Malcolm's Church, St George and St Peter's. That was a revelation. Nobody would volunteer to take part in an exercise, so I did. I was blindfolded, my ears were stuffed and I was gagged. Enriqueta started to talk to the audience and used the symbols of blindness, deafness and inability to speak. She wanted the audience to get involved in the liberation movement, to understand what silence does to people. In Nicaragua, people would have responded and come to free me, but nobody moved. Eventually it was the Waynes who ran up and untied me. She was overwhelmed by the warmth and hospitality she received in Easter House. However, she realised that the same structures the whole world over keep people in poverty. Enriqueta came to Scotland through the Nicaraguan Health Fund and took part in the Nicaraguan link group we set up. It was around the same time that SEED saw that women were the major activists in both the North and South, and in September in 1993 they invited women to come to Scotland from the Philippines, South Africa, Georgia, Ireland and Nicaragua. Families in Easter House hosted women from the different countries, and that was a big breakthrough because a lot of the host families hadn't met people from other countries before. The women delegates were split into two groups, an urban tour and a rural tour, and they had a major conference in Edinburgh. Linda Gray, the SEED director, asked me to speak at the meeting in Edinburgh. This was called Shifting the Balance, People, Power and Participation, and the idea was to talk about the practical skills and strategies that excluded communities could use to gain a voice in the decisions that affected their lives. For me, SEED was there at the right time. What I wanted to do and what they were doing fitted together so comfortably. I was so grateful that SEED was there to allow me to go on making connections with women in the developing world. It was great because we were all talking on the same wavelength. Then a delegation from the Scottish Women's Convention arrived to meet with the delegates from the study tour. I felt they came from a different planet. They just didn't seem to be aware or concerned about the issues of poverty, struggle and oppression facing people in communities like mine. Before the tour started, Linda asked me to do a workshop, and we had a counterpart from South Africa there. She listened into our workshop to make connections. Then I went on the bus tour of Scotland and talked about my experiences. I'd had a unique opportunity, and I wanted other people to have the chance to meet people from these other countries. I was amazed to discover that there were middle-class women in Scotland who were more familiar with third world struggles than the struggles here in Scotland. I felt I had more in common with the speakers from other countries than from my own. I could see that for the first time, it dawned on some of the delegates that there were struggles in this country, and that's when people really started to engage. People were so inspired. The whole process was important for me, and the feedback was amazing. We all had the same problems. Whatever country we came from, our kids had to have trainers, but they also needed food and education. I'd had to go into debt to bring up my family, but thank God my kids never wanted designer gear. I'd see women in the shopping centres with the wee girls dressed up like princesses. They were in debt because they felt worthless and useless unless their Waynes were wearing the right clothes. Our group evolved into the Inequalities in Health group, which ran for about another year and fed into the health strategy for Easter House. We were all on a learning curve now. The whole group went to the famous conference at the Centre of Child Health at the University of London. It was called Psychology for Change, Poverty and Resistance in Central America and Britain. It was held on June the 12th, a Saturday in 1993, and it was chaired by Glynis Kinnock. We had to raise the funds to go, and we got the money from the Gateway Fund, set up by Dr. Sarah Boyle and Jimmy Boyle, the Gorbals hard man turned sculptor. An over-anxious psychologist called Maggie, who had a vegetarian dog, got me up to high dough. But once Glynis Kinnock had given the opening address, I felt connected with this common struggle that was bigger than Easter House. I'd been to Nicaragua, made the connections. I was buzzing. I spoke for 20 minutes, and until I got out the draft of the report the other day, I didn't remember that I'd had a standing ovation. That night we socialised with all these different people and listened to different bands. It was wonderful. The next day there were workshops and our group just loved it. They were buzzing too because they felt they could talk to people from different countries and learn their stories. For me, it totally confirmed the war without bullets. The psychological warfare that was being waged against us. That's when the whole popular education thing that I'd brought back from Nicaragua kicked in. Chapter 10. The Power of Words. Without vision, the people perish. The experience I had when Gary was a baby changed the course of my life. I had felt so powerless to change our cruel reality that I realised one day that I wanted to die. Something did that day. I felt my life had been one big lie. I didn't need a crystal ball to see that we were being robbed of our future. It was my spirit, however, that forced me to see the real power of vision. I started to understand that vision was not just about seeing into the invisible future, but a conviction of the human spirit that what we saw could become visible and real. What concerned me most was that I started to see that poverty was not just costing the lives of people in my community. My experience led me to understand that poverty may cost us all the earth. It really scared me to think that my grandchildren could be among the first generation in the history of human ecology to be denied a future. I took it for granted that because I could see what was going on, then so could everyone else. I was shocked when some people tried to tell me that I was off my head. Either they were blind or just pretending. It was this vision that gave me the strength and courage to search for the truth. I tried everything to try and raise public awareness. In 1988, I picked up a pen and started to write creative articles in the form of letters. Looking back, I'm still gobsmacked at how successful they became. The first article I ever wrote was a letter to God. Start at the top. I showed it to my pal Malcolm the minister, and he was thrilled and had it published. He invited me to the Church of Scotland Board of Ministry and Women's Council to read out my letter to God. It was the same pulpit that Maggie Thatcher gave her "There's no such thing as society" speech. Both of us were featured on the documentary Your Health's Your Wealth. I watched it recently. What she said was, any set of social and economic arrangements which is not founded on individual responsibility will do nothing but harm. We are all responsible for our own actions. We cannot blame society if we disobey the laws. We simply can't delegate the exercise of mercy and generosity to others. Dear God, I don't know how I'm ever going to post this letter to you. I used to go to your house every Sunday, but now you never seem to be in. Have you changed to a new address? I'm really frightened. You see, God, I had often listened to my ma and Dad's account of the Second World War, and I prayed to you many times that there would never be another. I grew up thinking that the only real threat to our lives was nuclear war. How silly of me. I was so naive then. It came as such a shock to me then, when I first had to accept World War III had begun. My first thoughts were for my children. What would happen to them? I wanted to run. But where to, God? There was no escape. Somehow everything seems so unreal. All around there is this uneasy calm. I still sit glued to the TV, eagerly awaiting the official announcement to come. But all was in vain. Oh, there are reports of the wars that are going on all over the world. But God, there is never any mention of the war here in Britain, right on our own doorstep. I was beginning to think I was just having some kind of nightmare, till the sirens went off. The cries of my children. They were cold and hungry. People are walking all over the battlefields. The casualties are everywhere to be seen. Your children are dying before they even get a chance to know you. The death toll is rising every day. But God, there are no soldiers to be seen. No tanks, no bombs being dropped. There is something wrong, God. People are walking about with a blank look on their faces. It's as though they can't see. A look of terror even. But God, who could be terrorising and killing the people? The cowards, where were they hiding? My husband thought I had gone mad, and so did the others when I talk of this war, God. But they can't be blamed. The powers that be have done such a good job at deceiving the people, lying to them, suppressing the truth, that when people like myself actually speak the truth, we are looked upon with suspicion and regarded as either troublemakers, rebels, or simpletons. Things are so bad, God, that there are many people in Britain today who think that our Prime Minister is a very courageous woman because she sticks to an idea in politics which she thinks is the right idea and a true idea, when poverty, deprivation, brutality, cruelty are increasing all around us. They keep telling us, God, that we need to create more wealth, yet the more wealthy a place we become, the more frightening a place it becomes to live in. Human life means nothing now, God, unless of course you're rich and famous, an MP or a member of the royal family. Animals and property are more protected and respected in the courts than most of your people. The courageous people who have to live and bear the consequences of her good ideas are regarded as scroungers, even though money and resources to meet the needs of all your people has never been a problem except in how they are distributed. I guess it is true what my friend Jeremy Seabrook said. Money alone cannot cure what other people's faith and greed for money has caused. Because as faith in money grows, faith in each other and humanity goes out the window. You gave them life, God. They have no right to take it away. They even have a cheek to blame it on you, God. They blame everything on you. Every time there's a major disaster, they all flock to the churches to pay respects for the dead they killed and search for their prophets. History has shown, God, that when self comes into regarding a nation or a world, so does ruin. My spirit enabled me to see, God, that the day of reckoning had come and that the earth was being reclaimed. Is this true, God? The year before, Malcolm had invited me and another activist, Rena Riley, to a 5-day conference at Scottish Church's House in Dunblane. One European home was one of the biggest challenges I had ever faced. It was a consultation between representatives from Eastern and Western Europe on prospects for peaceful, just and constructive relationships in Europe. The delegation was made up of church, human rights and environmental activists. Rena and I fell out of our depth at first, and we were desperate to leave the first day. Then one woman said, "Jesus said that the poor would always be with us." What a cop-out. It was like waving a red flag to a bull. The two of us rolled up our sleeves and got tore in. I had no idea that I was starting to discover my own liberation theology. We must have made a big impression, however, because we got invited to speak on other church platforms. We also met some radical activists, and that's where I first met Canon Kenyon Wright. He was the chair of the Scottish Constitutional Convention to look into setting up a Scottish Parliament, and director of Kairos, the Centre for a Sustainable Society. Kenyon later invited me to address the biggest eco-gathering since the Earth Summit. The things I wrote at the time were all published. One of my favourite was A Letter from a Housing Scheme, A Mother's Thoughts, published in the magazine Scottish Child in 1988. I questioned the common sense of the experts who had built housing schemes that were damaging our lives and destroying our children's futures. I felt motivated to write that letter in response to the Let's All Go Jogging health promotion. What frustrates me most is that I feel it is more relevant today than it was over 20 years ago. What I loved about it at the time was Mark Wilson had it photocopied and distributed in the community. People told me that they felt the same way and that I had given a voice to their feelings. Most people believe that if you educate children about the dangers of drugs, they will all stop and become well behaved. These people haven't yet realised that knowledge is only a tiny part of people's minds. The really important part is the part of the mind which thinks and feels and wills the emotions. What of the sufferings in society, where the rich and powerful do what they like to promote their own welfare, regardless of who they hurt, who gets killed, or made poor in the process? How are people's emotions affected? One of the conditions of a healthy body is surely a healthy mind. One of the conditions of a healthy mind is for it to develop in a healthy environment. One of the conditions of a healthy environment is hopefulness. Without hope for better times, our children are not really interested in the dangers of smoking or drug abuse. Without hope for better times, some of our children have difficulty accepting what schooling is to offer them. They see that people with the knowledge are the cause of their frustrations. Of course, our children want to grow in knowledge to strive for a better life. It's in our nature to search for the truth. Without these hopeful longings, we would have been as well to have been born as a dog or a cat. These hopeful longings, when crushed, make humans behave in a way no animal would. Humans can only take so much. Some give up, accept defeat, and lead an animal existence. Some adapt at even greater cost to their health by smoking, drinking, or taking drugs, especially tranquilizers or antidepressants. Others rebel with riots and vandalism and unsociable behaviour. Others can find a way to fight for justice. There was another letter to God, which pointed out to the Almighty that me and my 3 Waynes were still living in a freezing cold, damp flat. 5 years after my last letter to him, nothing had changed. I told him that Sharon had asthma and had to use inhalers, and in her 2nd year at university, she had to study in a cold bedroom because, despite the fact that I was spending £25 a week out of my £72 income support, I couldn't afford to heat her bedroom all the time. In that letter I said, "It's really heartbreaking, God. Our government have intensified their war against the poor and most vulnerable people in our society. Everything we need for our survival is being systematically taken from us, and still under the camouflage of democracy and respectability. But the good news, God, is that your troops are still out there fighting the attacks by our government and their allies on your people. Our community in East Hall has even managed to get £1 million from the European Commission and the District Council to implement the first ever tenant-led solar house and energy conservation project. The 36 families who live there are a lot healthier and happier and can now grow fruit instead of mushrooms. It's times like this, God, when I wish there was some kind of church I could go to for moral and spiritual support, where people could come together to share and make public their pain. A real church, God, that belonged to the people instead of the dead churches that have become lost in their dogma and creeds." Malcolm got that one published too. The urge to write intensified in 1989 while I was sitting in my garden. I was thinking of how our sky would be full of planes next year, ferrying the visitors in for the 1990 European City of Culture. I could almost feel their delight as they walked about with their telephoto lenses, trying to capture the magic of our cultural celebrations. Then my children's broken toys gave me a fascinating insight into our real culture. I wanted the people on the plains to know about our world, so I wrote a letter from my Glasgow garden to highlight the war without bullets. I nearly fell off my chair when Douglas McKinnon, the director of the Year of Culture documentary, This Is Me Since Yesterday, thought it was so good that he made me one of the main contributors. The introduction started in my garden on an early spring day. My children's broken toys lying about the garden looked like images of our broken down people. The rocking horse, it looked so battered, torn and worn out. The bike with the deflated tyres. Broken toys, broken dreams, broken hearts, spirits and minds. Pictures of a broken down society. Children damaged before they had a chance to live. Mothers working in sweatshops. Teenagers left with no identity because their right to work and their benefits had been taken from them and left sleeping on the streets beside the rubbish. And the drug addicts, desperately trying to escape from our world. It was Gary's machine gun that confirmed to me that we were living through World War III. But this war didn't need tanks or guns. The powers that be had become much too sophisticated for that. This was a psychological, economic war where only the fittest and the richest were meant to survive regardless of the cost. The children's broken down toys could all be mended, but who on earth was going to mend all the broken down people? They filmed me in the gardens with the planes flying over. I was interviewed during the programme, right up to the last. I never thought they would have had the nerve to show it. I nearly kicked myself afterwards. The media who saw the preview wanted me to hold my own press conference. What a missed opportunity there. But BBC Worldwide interviewed me. Sadly, my journey is testimony that the war without bullets has intensified since the end of the 1980s. This was the war fought with briefcases instead of guns. Some of my text for this film was also published as part of an article I wrote for Scottish Education and Action for Development, SEED, and spoke in part by me at conferences and in documentaries. It led me to a country that had experienced a war with bullets, yet where the people seemed to be moving forward on all the issues we were still struggling with. At school, I loved English and I loved to write, but when I first became involved in the campaign, I felt I'd become word blind. When I write, it is very difficult because it's about real stuff and it's like giving birth. In that sense, I can't say I enjoy writing, but for me, the most important thing is that people recognise themselves in it. My problem was that I could not recognise myself. Even as I write, I still have an identity crisis. Speaking to a meeting is not so hard, except for the nerves beforehand, because I let myself be inspired. Creating a script for TV is different. You have to have it down to the last second, and that means cutting out some of the things you really want to say. I was encouraged to do Evening Call on telly in 1994 by a friend who's a nun, Sister Mary. I sat down and wrote 5 scripts and discovered there was a very mixed response. Evening Call was a late night religious slot, and some of the activists were saying my reputation had gone down the Swanee, that I would be seen as a Bible basher. One woman said that I hadn't the right to be on that programme because it was only for holy people. But I also remember the woman in the toilet at an East Hall Residents Association dance saying how much they appreciated the evening call slots. There was so much that people could relate to, and I was amazed at how many people had seen them. I think they were the most creative, funny things I've ever done. Writing the script for the 5-minute video of War Without Bullets was another thing that had to be so precise in the timing. I didn't realise it was shown on TV. It opened with the female drumming band Shaboom in George Square, and I was filmed walking round Easterhouse with a voiceover. The Lone Parents in Easterhouse organised an exchange with lone parents in Europe and asked me to talk. I showed that short video, and the people from Ireland jumped up and said they wanted a copy because it gave a voice to their struggle. It started to be used in universities and colleges and took on a life of its own. I was really flabbergasted. I felt good. It gave me a lot of confidence because people could actually relate to it. I felt I was still on the right track. Later I showed it at health conferences and it gave people food for thought. It came about as we developed the popular education theme in Easter House. Helen Martin and I had gone through very intensive training for popular education in Ireland. Powerful and emotional training, which left us both immensely inspired. I was still very much involved with SEED, but feeling very frustrated because I wanted to move on to the next step. Linda Gray tried to get funding to set up some sort of popular education centre that would train activists to become popular educationists, but we lost out on that. Then a very successful businesswoman from Easter House, Maria Craig, suggested that Helen and I consider being private community consultants. She encouraged us to set up our own business. But that was a step too far at the time. I was on the social and had 2 boys still in school. It was scary financially, but perhaps more to the point, there was a war to be fought. Who was to fight it if I became a community consultant to make money? We had skills in health, housing and community issues, but my passion was the war without bullets, and nobody was going to pay me to fight that. So instead, me, Helen, and Sister Mary and Sister Maureen began a popular education group in Easter House called PODER, Popular Democracy Education Resource Centre. The trouble was that the city councillors didn't think that we were good news, and a few people in the group who wanted to be involved said we'd have to meet in secret or the organisation would be discriminated against by the councillors when it came to funding for their projects. Even so, we started organising events to discuss the practice of popular education, and Sister Mary Kilpatrick and I became involved in the steering group to set up the Scottish Popular Education Forum, which aimed to bring together popular educators from all over Scotland. There were meetings in Edinburgh, Coatbridge, Stirling and Fife. We learned that there were people in Scotland who were using popular education techniques in various organisations, but they weren't coming together. We all got together to set up the forum. Its aim was to bring about social change using popular education and try to build a social movement. You know, around that time there was a social worker from what was then Zaire here on placement. She said, "I didn't know it was possible to oppress people to the extent that they were oblivious. We're the undeserving poor. We deserve what we get. It isn't the housing that's bad, it's the people who live in the houses. This is the mindset that justified apartheid and the Holocaust. For me, that's the hardest thing to cope with, because the attitude is not only ingrained in the oppressor, but in the oppressed. In places like Nicaragua and South Africa, people are all in it together. It's a shared struggle. Here it is so much more difficult. Even if people are struggling, they are not aware that they are oppressed. The war has no bullets." Chapter 11. The Journey Continues. In 1993, when Linda Gray of the charity Scottish Education in Action for Development, SEED, asked Helen Martin and me to do a workshop on the East Hull Solar Housing Project at the conference titled Shifting the Balance, a woman from South Africa, Cecilia Moyo, was asked to comment on the similarities facing people in South African townships. You'll remember that this conference was attended by a lot of middle-class women who we felt weren't aware of Scotland's problems. Me and Helen realised that for some, it was the first time they'd heard about the dampness, the health problems and the huge fuel debts owed by the poorest families here. Turning it around, I couldn't get over how similar the problems were that the delegates from the third world countries were talking about. I felt my spirit was totally on their wavelength. We exchanged stories of oppression with overseas counterparts and dispelled some of the myths surrounding our poverty. Here were people who shared the same pain and the negative image created by some parts of the media. That's when it was confirmed in me the real educational value of people from different parts of the world learning from each other's experience of poverty and development. But I had to learn the hard way that everything is relative. Jane Jones, who was involved in the Public Health Alliance, asked me to write an article about my experience of Nicaragua. She was editor of the Community Development Journal and the International Forum. I started getting begging letters from Ghana, Nigeria and Liberia. I couldn't cope. How did they think I was rich? Then Margaret Whitehead read it. She sent it to the people at the World Health Organization, WHO. They engaged me as a special advisor at their European Health Policy Conference called Opportunities for the Future. It was held in Copenhagen in December 1994, and I was really excited because of all the stuff I'd been talking about was finally getting recognised. But if I'm honest, it didn't give me half the buzz I got from receiving a postcard from somebody at New Mexico University who read the article and addressed me as Dr. McCormack, even if I wasn't entitled to it. He wanted a reprint. Bodies like WHO obviously have the world's health at their heart, but have you noticed how most ordinary people only get interested in issues when they affect them personally? So while middle-class people weren't interested in the conditions we were living in because they thought it was our own fault, they were interested in the environment. And in 1994, the United Nations Development and Environmental Committee set up to police the agreements made at the Earth Summit of 1992 in Rio de Janeiro was to meet again. I had made the links between health, fuel poverty and global warming, but it wasn't until we got energy audits done that we realised that people like me were contributing to a £10 to £15 million fuel bill in Easterhouse alone. We were paying all this money to heat our houses, and it was going straight out through the walls to add to the greenhouse effect. This was the missing link between cold, damp houses, health, fuel, the environment and politics. People were beginning to listen, and Canon Kenyon Wright, who was director of Kairos, the Centre for Sustainable Society, who enrolled me for the Partnership of Change meeting in Manchester, which was the biggest eco-gathering since the Earth Summit. That was an amazing experience. The back of the hall had 10 telephone boxes with interpreters. Everyone had a small radio with headphones. When I started to talk, everyone was desperate trying to tune in. The interpreters came out of their boxes waving at me to slow down. I must have made a big impression. I got a double-page spread in The Guardian and an interview with the Radio 4. The conference, however, convinced me that poverty was costing us all the earth. He saw that I was making all the global links between housing, health, poverty and environment. I raised a story at the Manchester conference. Inspiring some people about these links made others nervous, especially the local authorities. I'd also spoken at the Scottish Environmental Forum, and one thing led to another. I ended up going to the UN meeting in the USA in 1994. I travelled with Jackie, Dr. Jacqueline Roddick, an environmentalist involved in the Scottish Academic Network on Global Environmental Change, SANGEC, who sadly died in 2000. We met up in America with Jane Brooke, the Housing Policy Research Officer for Glasgow District Council. I was officially the Scottish Environmental Forum observer to see if what was said had any relevance to Scotland. The SEF part-sponsored it and Jackie got a 2-for-1 air ticket. There were a lot of non-government organisations there from Scotland, Friends of the Earth, WWF Scotland and Oxfam Scotland. They went to advocate a sustainable Scotland and they wanted a concrete example of a community initiative that was sustainable and practical. The East Hall solar flats were an obvious example. Jackie described me in her report on the conference as representing local community activists who had long pressed the council to remodel its housing stock to cure excess carbon dioxide emissions, fuel poverty and ill health triggered by damp. She also said, Cathy is well known in Scotland, not only from television, but also as a key activist in Scottish education and action for development. And I was introduced not only as an activist, but a writer and playwright. Jackie and I went first, and Jane was coming a week afterwards. We went to Washington, D.C. for 4 days. That was an experience for me. The Washington bit was all right, because I was just following Jackie, but it was amazing to be there in what, for me, was the source of the world's problems. There I was, standing outside the IMF and the World Bank, which are right opposite each other. I had my photo taken at the International Monetary Fund. We went out for dinner and did some sightseeing, and the work hadn't even started. It was amazing just going to meet Jackie's colleagues, and I felt on the same wavelength, but I had constant worries nagging away in my head. When I'd gone to Nicaragua, Tony and I were separated, but I had been trying to get him to be really involved, and in spite of what happened, his ma was still my Wayne's grandmother. She lived in Corby by that time, and it was arranged for Gary and Anthony to go to see her while I was in Nicaragua. The suitcases were all ready, the neighbours were in to say cheerio, but there was no sign of Tony. I didn't know until the last minute whether they were going to Corby or I was going to Nicaragua, and I didn't like Tony for that because there was this wee power struggle going on. And the same thing happened when I went to New York. I'd had a hard time when we were at the airport. Hard to watch Gary and Anthony because they were both very sensitive. I might not have been able to go to America. There was such a lot going on at home. We had been decanted to a house across the road while our own one was being renovated. Then there was a situation with Tony. Sharon was at university studying psychology, which made me so proud. And here were two boys at the airport, trying hard not to break down. I tried to switch off, though I'm not saying I managed it, from thinking about the boys so that I could cope with leaving them. Yet this was all about them. The trip was about their future. Gary took all the strength he could muster to keep the tears from his eyes. He was only 9 years old, but he showed a lot more responsibility than his father. When we were on the plane, I completely broke down. People like me can never enjoy anything because we're always worried about the responsibilities we've got. It's part of the privatisation of happiness and excitement. People had sponsored me to go on this trip, and before the plane took off, I was worried about their money. I worried when we got to Washington about managing on the budget I had. Every time somebody suggested going for dinner, I had to work out if I could afford it. Would I have enough money left? But Jackie was great. She worked out how much I needed on the basis that we would be staying with people from time to time, rather than somewhere like the Talbot Inn where we stayed in Washington. We had 4 days in the US capital, and then we had a 4-hour journey to New York without a fag. Jackie took me to see the UN building, and there was a street market. I just felt I needed space, so I walked about for about 2 hours trying to find somewhere to sit down and greet. Already I was hating this place, but I had a strong feeling that my mother was watching me, so I took myself back to the UN building and sat in the garden and talked to God. I felt out of my depth. Jackie hadn't explained enough to me, so I didn't know what I was letting myself in for, and that's partly my fault. My daughter Sharon says my greatest fault is thinking people can read my mind. Our apartment block was a 10-minute walk away from the UN headquarters. It was on 51st Street, where the car horns tooted all night, and I'll never forget the sirens. The city never slept, and neither did I because of the noise pollution. There were so many homeless men and women everywhere, or perhaps they were more visible than in Britain because there were no gaps to hide them away. I hated seeing women begging on the streets. I spoke to one, Karen, who was in her late 20s. She sat outside the supermarket we passed every day. She was there from morning to night with a can, I don't think she ever expected to be filled. Even she was competing. The lives of rich and poor were reduced to a competition. God knows how the homeless managed to sleep. I got the impression that passers-by had already stubbed these homeless citizens out of their lives, leaving them lying like discarded fag ends to sleep in the street beside the rubbish. Perhaps that's why some people skated to work on rollerblades. Having to face their homeless neighbours probably posed a bigger threat to their lifestyles than the chaotic traffic. There was a preparatory meeting of the NGOs, and on May 10th, 1994, we went to see the top civil servants of the UK mission. This was my first experience of UN bureaucracy. Their names were Anne and Vicky, and we got on like a house on fire. They kept us totally informed, and they were real allies. Jackie was there to help set up the conference. Our first hotel in New York had been a fast food place, and it was horrible, totally impersonal. Then we went to another hotel, and finally the shared flats that NGOs had booked, and where I passed Karen on the way to work every day. We were away for 4 weeks, and I thought I was shown a video about health, poverty and sustainability. I was to be on the panel, which was called Process for Change in the North and South. Fellow panellists were people like the Danish ambassador Eric Phil, Dr. Tarek Ghanani from Egypt, and Dr. Socrates Litios from the World Health Organization. That was a doddle. That's what I do. But I was expected to do a lot more than that, and I wasn't sure if I could handle it. All the NGOs were meeting to work out strategies ahead of the big meeting, and I got roped into that. I was asked to take responsibilities for strategies on health and human settlements. The NGO committee asked me to take and coordinate statements from the North and South, which would incorporate into their aspirations and be used to lobby the official delegation. No wonder I was greeting all the time. To be honest, looking back to that moment, I didn't have the courage to say no. I had to familiarise myself with the report. I had to go around and speak to different NGOs to get their responses to the document up for discussion. Then, at the caucuses at the end of each day, I had to coordinate everything and say what stage we were at. It was daunting, all right, but I felt confident when I started reading the document because I felt I understood it and therefore that I could do this job. My experience in Nicaragua helped me to read between the lines and see the hand of both the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, who I felt were trying to privatise health across the globe. World Bank and IMF debt repayment policies and structural adjustment programmes had caused an explosion in world poverty, policies that were killing more people in the world than tanks or bombs. The poor all over the world, including the poor and oppressed in Scotland, where wealth has not been trickling down from the rich, but gushing up from the poor, are being forced to carry a heavy burden of debt repayments. But I did feel overwhelmed by the responsibility. There's an entry in my journal from the trip about participating in the Commission for Sustainable Development. It says, "It was the first time in my life that I had felt overdosed with being empowered, and I didn't like it. I kept thinking this was the craziest situation I had ever found myself in. Where were all the experts on world poverty and health? Why weren't they here? It was one thing taking on the responsibilities of challenging our government's health policies, but the world's? My mind became traumatised by the whole process. But it turned out I was one of the real experts on poverty and health, and I found this realisation more frightening than the awesome sense of responsibility. People arrived daily in ones and twos from all over the planet, and the process reminded me of the story of Noah's Ark. Regardless of which country people came from, they all had the same stories to tell, of poverty and social, economic, environmental destruction and the horrendous waste of human life. Everyone also brought the realisation that there was no room in the global ark for apathy. We all knew apathy could cost us the earth. It was interesting. My accent had often been a problem. In Nicaragua, the local people knew what I was saying, but the American health experts wanted a translator. At home, my neighbours demanded that I learn to speak English before I went on the telly and said that I shamed them all with the way I spoke. Here at the UN, this Tower of Babel, I got talking to people and they didn't have a problem with my accent. We were on the same wavelength. The things we worked into that document included waste, fresh water, health and human settlements. Other groups worked on other sustainability issues. I loved meeting all these fantastic people. They were activists, committed and passionate. They were speaking my language in more ways than one. I was part of a global family, and once I got over the feeling of being overwhelmed, I started to network and it felt tremendous. It didn't matter what country you came from, they all had a sense of humour. I took notes, and a lot of the delegates were saying the same thing. I wasn't concerned that I'd taken down anything wrong, just that my spelling was bad. Of course, I thought I was going to drown at first. I was scurrying about here, scurrying about there like a rabbit, going between two buildings that were being used, but it was pretty amazing stuff to be part of this. The one disgraceful thing was that all these environmentalists didn't stop each other smoking. That would have been a bonus if they'd got me off the fags. At first Jackie was with me, but very soon she had to do her own thing, and so I was glad when Jane Brooke came out from Glasgow. She was my key person. She said to me, "In spite of your lack of education, you have an amazing ability to read and understand academic papers." So having gone to New York, thinking I was going to present a video about housing in Glasgow, I ended up making a difference to some people on the UK Environmental Committee. Jackie saw my key role as building relationships between North and South. I had to communicate with the paid delegates from that committee, and I was to update them with the proposals from the NGOs, and they were to update me in return. That's when a problem arose. This whole process was supposed to be about conversation, consultation, and participation. The information I was gathering and collating from the small NGOs was updated every minute. It was then used to lobby the official delegation, which included big NGOs like Oxfam and Save the Children, as well as civil servants and ministers who came in the last few days of the process. But the officials came and rubber-stamped the health and human settlement paper without consulting any of us or including our recommendations. It was criminal. We were official delegates and that was part of the commission. They should have made sure that they were aware of the views and aspirations of other people who were working there. The process had been explained to me and I didn't believe they had carried it out properly. So at the European caucus, with the official government people and civil servants, I made my speech. This was me in confrontation mode. There was a big round table discussion. I just stood up and said I wasn't very happy. I explained why I had been there and the work I'd done, and that I was absolutely horrified when I was told that the official delegation had approved something without consulting the NGO's community, which was seriously concerned about the health of the people. I said there were implications for the UK and all around the world. Did they understand that? You could have heard a pin drop. I stormed out of the meeting and went to the bar. I was followed by a civil servant and he offered to buy me a drink. He said, "Cathy McCormack, don't you ever, ever, ever embarrass the British government like that again. Tell me what you want and I'll deliver." This wasn't enough for me. It wasn't a question of getting things done behind the scenes, although I was damn sure I'd take him up on that. I had seen the amount of work and commitment put in by the NGO community, full partners in the process. How dare they treat them like this? I wanted to know how this could happen. So then it was explained to me that the people who were the official delegates didn't have the understanding, experience or knowledge to understand these documents. I told the civil servant that he needed to go back and lobby his people to get the proposal we had worked on included. I had already seen the unupdated version that they had approved and I knew the implications for people like me around the world. When I stood up in that room, I was angry. I didn't know what I was going to say, but this was serious and I was responsible for updating the report. I felt betrayed. I didn't want to let people down. I'd been told by Jackie that delegates from the South didn't trust a lot of the NGOs but trusted me, so I felt I had betrayed them. This was the European caucus, so who better to confront them than me? I didn't care that the civil servant and the government were embarrassed. That's why I was there. I remember thinking when I was speaking to the civil servant in the bar that when I got back to Glasgow, I should maintain a rapport with him. But was that really what this was all about? 10 years of campaigning? Or 10 seconds threatening to embarrass the government if I didn't get what we wanted? When the government ministers and civil servants arrived, it became ridiculous. This was a conference about sustainability and poverty, and UK Minister John Gummer organised an official breakfast which must have cost hundreds of pounds. Then he wanted to go out and meet the homeless. I asked my pals at the UN to get me officially invited, but that jaunt was cancelled. He seemed to be avoiding Jane and me like the plague. But we cornered him and gave him a copy of the video. We also gave him a copy with our interview in the Earth Times conference special. I sat opposite him at breakfast, but there was a huge gulf between us. There were a couple of presentations and then Gummer spoke. He was on a different planet, and for the first time during the whole trip, I felt absolutely voiceless. We were talking about sustainability, and he was talking about teaching middle-class children to turn off light bulbs. I was trying to switch his on. I tried to find him afterwards to engage him in dialogue, but he disappeared. I found a letter the other day that I'd started to write to him when we got back, but I never finished it. It wasn't worth the effort. At one of the high-level meetings, I nearly fell off my chair. The then General Secretary of the UN, Boutros Ghali, said what the world is experiencing is social and economic Darwinism. And then the Cuban ambassador referred to the global market economy as a social and economic time bomb that would explode in all of our faces. It was such a relief to get confirmation of the war without bullets, the war that was being fought with briefcases instead of guns. There were some government ministers I met in the UN, and at the conference I was invited to in Copenhagen, who were actually interested in looking for advice. But there's something about Westminster. The minute they walk in that door, they change. After the 1994 UN experience, Jackie Roddick wrote, "The experience was a success. Through Cathy, Friends of the Earth Scotland became more enthusiastic about the UN and the Commission. Glasgow District Council began to be aware that work done in its housing department was contributing to environmental sustainability and gave the effort tentative political backing. Further contacts were made through the UN, including a contact with the International Conference on Local Environmental Initiatives. City Housing is now working with the Organisation of Economic Cooperation and Development, and the Greater Glasgow Health Board is to explore the social, economic and health impacts of its energy strategy and examine the implications of adopting a sustainable development strategy as an enhancement to sound professional practice. The long-term impact in Scotland is likely to be substantial, since after local government reorganisation in 1995-6, which eliminates the regional tier of government, Glasgow District Council will be Scotland's largest local authority." That was the official view. What did I think? Well, I remember thinking about the power ordinary people have got to make a difference. There were all these people who were accepted as experts, and I was meeting them on a world scale. It was a fantastic experience being part of a real movement of people. It felt almost like governments were obsolete and a whole thing was going on that most people aren't aware of. People from all over the world with the same stories to tell. Activists all over the world understand that working locally has global impacts. I was quite passionate about it all when I came back, and I went out and talked to people. But although it was intended by the UN Agenda 21 project, a sustainability blueprint to create a partnership for the 21st century between civil society and governments, that every community would have a sustainability project which would be government funded. Many local authorities were either scared of it or didn't see the relevance. My connection with the UN continued into 1995 when I went back to Copenhagen, this time as an official delegate for SEED to a World Summit on Poverty. WHO contacted me to see if they could reprint my article for their World Health magazine for the conference. Although President Clinton refused to go, Hillary went instead. It was still a wonderful experience, and I met up with my old buddies from New York. John Major was criticised by UN officials for not going because he did not want to acknowledge that global poverty had common causes. He sent Baroness Chalker, the Overseas Development Minister at the time. Word was that Clinton did not go because President Castro was. Castro said, "In a world where the rich are becoming richer and the poor are growing poorer, there can be no social development. Where there is no human feeling, there can be no human rights." Before I went, I wrote an article for Glasgow Evening Times. This war, which has devastated families, whole communities, and recently killed my mother, was the same war that was killing and impoverishing millions of people all over the world. A war that was forcing third world countries like Nicaragua to privatise everything, and forcing countries to destroy their rainforests and grow drugs for addicts instead of food for the children. No wonder our planet is sick. It is controlled by sick men who are so addicted to money that they would steal our children's future for the sake of a quick fix in the stock market. Chapter 12. Public Acclaim, Private Grief. My ma had died in 1993 after I came back from Nicaragua. My marriage had broken down before that. When I came back from the New York trip in 1994, I wasn't in my own home because the co-op were supposed to be bringing the property up to standard. I'd not really had time to reflect on my ma's death. Maybe I still hadn't come to terms with my loss. There are things I would have liked my ma to have known I'd done, and one of them was the Godslot programmes. When we did Damp Busters, the drama group's offices were in the church, and that's where we held our rehearsals as well. She delighted in telling everybody I had the keys to the church. Being on the telly for evening calls would have been right up her street. I was motivated to write the scripts because we had taken part in a documentary by a journalist called Malcolm Wilson that I didn't feel did people justice. It was a shocker that showed queues 4 deep outside the post office. He interviewed young people about their aspirations and me and Helen Martin about the community. I felt like he certainly highlighted the problems, but not the root causes. No matter what you told him, he didn't listen. I didn't know if I'd done the right thing in taking part. Evening Call was an opportunity to air our struggle about damp housing and poverty. It also challenged the normal perceptions of spirituality as opposed to religion. I had to write 5 scripts, and they were each to be a minute long. I wrote in a previous chapter I had great fun trying to edit them, but not when they came to the house to record. Every time we started, the woman upstairs put the hoover on. The scripts were always twice as long as they should be, so sitting and cutting them was quite interesting. I enjoyed the process. There was always conflict about one more word coming out to make the timing right, and of course, I thought every word mattered. It was interesting that there was an idea that you couldn't be an activist and talk about God. After the programmes went out, the Waynes in the street ran after me shouting, "Bible basher!" But then, those women in the toilet in East Hall Community Hall told me that I spoke for them. And somebody phoned STV and told them they thought the programmes were brilliant, best ever. I felt it was an opportunity to get justice for the people. At the time, I was involved with David Fryer at Stirling University, and I got feedback that said they were touching and eloquent. And people involved with the justice and peace movement of the church saw them and thought that they could be used at various events. Somebody said they thought I was another Elaine C. Smith. Not bad. But not everybody was impressed in the way you'd think. A week after evening call programmes, Helen Martin and I invited a senior housing official to a meeting. I nearly died when he said to me, "See you, Hen, you think you're God. I would love to have a square go with you and see you under the table." Not everyone, it seems, is easily won over. It had been Sister Mary who suggested these late-night God slot programmes were an ideal way to get a point across, and I'd just laughed at her. It was something I wouldn't have dreamed of. But I was so incensed by that Malcolm Wilson documentary that I would use any means to put over a message and worry about the consequences afterwards. I'd met people in the community who didn't feel they were good enough to go to church but wanted to have their wains christened. I felt it was terrible what religion had done to people. You can't talk about God and Christ because the church has given them such a bad name. If you did talk about them, you were a Bible basher. That's a terrible state of affairs, but it's a reality. I was trying to do justice to God because of the bad name he'd got, but it didn't just flow out of me. I felt really sorry for him because, like the poor, he seemed to get the blame for everything. There were 5 points I wanted to make, so I developed the scripts around those. I was writing these in 1993. By the time I decided I was going to go for it, that year's slots were booked up, so the programme didn't go out until 1994, so my ma didn't see them. There was a great reaction to The War Without Bullets, directed by Barbara Orton and Cassandra McGrogan, who directed Your Health, Your Wealth. I first met Barbara during the Year of Culture. She was coordinator for the community events and gave us the funding for Damp Busters. We remained friends, and Barbara went on to set up her own TV company. The UN's Women Empowering Communications Network coordinated the production of 20 short films about poverty and oppression for the 5-minute project to mark the UN Decade for Women conference in Beijing. There were no entries from Scotland, and she invited me to take part. The War Without Bullets was part of that, but while the film made it to Beijing, we couldn't raise the money to carry this off. Like I said, it's a film that's still being used at conferences and in colleges and universities. I was gobsmacked at the response it got, and it was this that led us to talking about a visit to South Africa. I only ever write about things that really happened to me. I try to make sense of it. Extract from the film. During World War II, people like my mother were encouraged to smoke to calm their nerves. What an irony that she should survive the bombs and even the fags, only to have her life stubbed out in her old age, because she, like millions of other men, women and children, have become the human fag ends of international capitalism. I'm not a politician, I'm just a mother, condemned to live in poverty for the past 13 years. I don't know about you, but I'm determined that my wains are not going to end up their human or environmental ashtrays. That is why I want to tell you my story of what I can only describe as World War III. A war that is not only killing more people in the world than tanks or bombs, but also destroying the lungs of the earth in the process and right under our very noses. I wanted to go to Beijing because I wanted to play an interviewing role, talking to people at grassroots level, trying to relate it back to women here. That wasn't going to happen, and I didn't feel part of the team. I was travelling around a lot in that time doing conferences and the like, and my son Gary did a lot of travelling with me. One day in Edinburgh, an old woman shouted and asked me to help her. She spent the whole day untying pigeons' legs that get tangled in all the rubbish that people leave lying about. Apparently 2 women usually do this, but one was ill. I love animals, but I didn't ever want to hold a pigeon. But because Gary was there, I had to. Another time, I took both Anthony and Gary to a conference in London that Kenyon Wright invited me to. I couldn't get them out of the museums. Kenyon and I spoke about our frustration that some people appear to be blind. He told me the fable about the ostrich that had buried its head in the sand. It kept saying, "Peekaboo, peekaboo, you can't see me, peekaboo, peekaboo. It has nothing to do with me." It turned out that the sand the ostrich had buried its head in was contaminated. Eventually, it lost all its feathers and died from exposure. I laughed out loud, but it wasn't really funny. At the conference itself, there was a creche, but the boys didn't want to go there. They wanted to be at the conference. I suppose Tony and I gave them an odd kind of childhood. In the middle of all this travelling about, I got back into my own house. They'd not made it any warmer, but they'd given me a garden. When I was in Nicaragua, we visited the community alternative medicine clinic, and I was determined that if my house was renovated, I would create a herb garden at the back for our community. But when I got back into my house, I discovered that the back green was full of pipes just under the soil. There was grass, but the soil was pathetic, so I got the Waynes to help bring up soil from Spring Hill Farm, once owned by Rio Stakis, the hotel and restaurant magnate. My back garden began to flourish, and I retrieved 2 old attic tanks for planters. The plants in them were growing like Jack and the Beanstalk. Then we had an official visit from Europe who looked at the gardens. They seemed surprised. "Are you allowed to grow cannabis? Is it legal?" I didn't know what to do with it. But when the old woman upstairs died, a neighbour had asked if she could make a bouquet for her grave. So wherever the cannabis came from, that's where it ended up. When Anthony was wee, Tony used to plant tatties in the garden, but Anthony wouldn't eat them because they came out of the ground. Tony did try with the kids, but after Gary was born, we were more or less living separately. We used to get a wee carry-out on a Friday night, but then he started to get aggressive. I couldn't have been much fun for him. Me at the meetings all the time, him still unemployed, never having enough money to live. We lived in constant tension. One night he sneered and said, "Mince and tatties, again?" I threw them in his face. One night I snapped. I'm not a violent woman, but I threw him down and I got a clothes pole and tried to stab him with it. Sharon and Anthony jumped on my back, laughing and shouting, "Don't kill my da!" I couldn't live with that tension. What were we doing to the Waynes? I went the next day to see a lawyer. I couldn't fight Tony and fight the war without bullets. People can only take so much, but there's no excuse for snapping. After we separated, the 2 boys were pillow fighting, and I said to watch or they would blow the lights. They did, and I shouted, "I told you so!" Anton was amazed. But when you live under stress, you're stressed. Remove the stress and you aren't. I remember it was a dreadful day when I went to see the lawyer, but I felt the sun was shining. Ma was delighted. Tony loved her, but she could only take him in small doses. I really encouraged him to stay in touch after the split. I encouraged the boys to think on the positive side, that they now had 2 homes and not one. Tony couldn't keep it up. It just sank in that it was over. What I couldn't forgive was that I felt he loved me more than he loved his Waynes. Tony had never let go of me. He'd come here for something to eat, he'd have a drink, or maybe we'd have a drink together, then he'd blow up. Even so, I don't think I do him justice. He was very supportive, and he did play an important part in the campaign. I just don't think he was happy with the role I was in. He wanted a voice as well. He said that people picked my brains and that I couldn't see it. He just never got it. He'll still say, "Look at you now. Years ago I thought you'd have moved out of here to Bear's Den and have lots of money." Excuse me, I'm exactly where I want to be and it's not all about money. But now we're pals since the violence went away. He only lives round the corner. Tony's a heavy drinker, but strangely he has reverted back to more of the man he used to be. He's very kind and generous, In a way, we depend on each other. People in my family still talk of how he was the life and soul of the party, till he had one drink too many. He used to dress up and really was a stand-up comedian. Now we can look back and laugh. Recently we were both skint. He said to me, "Cathy, do you recall the time when you smacked me in the face with a plate of mince and tatties?" Well, I wish I could go back in time and scoop them back up off the carpet. I fell over. I grew a million miles away from Tony, and I don't know how people expect to stay the same. If I'd listened to my ma, I wouldn't have been in the situation, but I have no regrets. It was just a relief when it was all over, and it was good to move back into the house after it was renovated and be my own person. My ma, I keep saying what she said and what she did, but I haven't written about her dying. When I was growing up, I couldn't discuss my feelings with my ma. I'd say, "Mammy, what's the matter?" She'd say, "Nothing. Wayne should be seen and no heard." My main concern was my ma. I worried about her a lot. I worried that she would die because she always had pleurisy and that same cough that I've got. When I was growing up and thinking about a career, I didn't think my ma would let me be a singer. I worried about the nuclear bomb and about being a probation officer and about justice, but nobody was answering questions for me. I did talk to Jesus and Mary quite a lot, so I felt I was having a conversation with my spiritual parents. Remember, my ma might have become a Catholic, but she remained a Protestant in many ways. We were taught that only Catholics went to heaven, and I didn't want to go to heaven if my ma wasn't there. We were told we'd burn in hell if we didn't go to chapel, and my ma had stopped going to chapel when we moved to Cranhill. But she was enough of a Catholic to send £2 a week to a column in the Daily Record ran every Saturday. She asked for prayers to St Jude, who she said was the patron saint of lost souls, because she regarded me as a lost soul. I wrote in an earlier chapter that I'd written her a love letter from Nicaragua that she'd kept. She'd been ill while I was there, and then in October 1993 she went for her flu jag and started to get flu-like symptoms. Because of her history of chronic bronchitis, she was always prescribed antibiotics, but her own doctor was away and the locums would only give her aspirin and paracetamol. My dad was begging them, but 3 times they refused her the antibiotics. I feel partly to blame for what happened, because when I went to see her on the Thursday, I noticed her skin was quite mottled. I should have demanded that the doctor come to see her then. Ma knew it was the end. She'd asked me to prepare her, to give her a bed bath and change her. I wasn't thinking that my ma was dying, but this was the first time I had seen her naked, fixed her hair or cuddled her. On the Friday morning, the doctor sent for an ambulance that took 2 hours to arrive. The ambulance man asked what this woman was doing in the house. She should have been hospitalised a long time before. It was the first time she had ever been in a hospital, and she only lasted an hour. I didn't really think she was going to die, whatever she said. So I spent the Friday in Castlemilk at meetings with Cassandra, thinking about a documentary we might make. I was dropped off at the shopping centre in Easterhouse, and I rang my ma's number. There was no reply. I sensed something must be wrong, so I phoned my brother-in-law, who told me to make my way to the hospital. I became hysterical. I just knew that she'd gone. When I went to the mortuary to see her, they wheeled her out, and ma's eyes were wide open. They were lit up, 2 bright jewels. She had only been dead about an hour when I got there. I just felt like it was the first time the umbilical cord was cut. We made the funeral arrangements with the co-op across the road. I wanted my ma's coffin covered in roses. The funeral was to be at St Bernadette's, where I'd been in the Legion of Mary. For the offertory, I would have liked a basket of red roses from the grandchildren, but because I was on the social, I couldn't afford it. It was all I could think of. I felt my ma was in the house, up in her bedroom. I just stood there and talked to her. Then my sister-in-law, who's a spiritualist, came upstairs with a rose with 6 buds on it. She said it was to go in the coffin, and my ma was telling me to stop worrying about roses. It was the end of the world. I could feel myself floating about in the air, totally lost. The family had put a death notice in the paper with just her name and address. She was well known in Cranhill. As she'd moved, I didn't think people would recognise who it was, so I asked that we put one with all the family's names in it. The next day I went to my ma's house, and you could have cut the atmosphere with a knife. It turned out that Bill, our friend the undertaker, had forgotten to put my name in it, and they were all worried I'd be upset. I had to laugh. After all, Ma always said I was a lost soul. Although me and my ma never managed to get close until after I was married, after she died, she seemed to be in touch a number of times. Once the phone started flashing, and it was her number. When I dialed, it was unobtainable. That's happened twice. After the funeral, my dad was still livid that Ma hadn't been given antibiotics. He felt she would still have been living if she had. He was angry that an ambulance didn't come for so long. I contacted a lawyer who was like, "Your ma was 75, what do you expect?" But when a doctor said that Ma had died for the sake of a few pence, the price of a wee bottle of antibiotics, I was outraged, and we decided to go to court. This wasn't about money, it was about justice. The Procurator Fiscal said that if my mother had been treated with antibiotics, the outcome could have been very different. There was enough evidence to start a legal proceeding, but me and my dad were denied legal aid because of my mother's age. At 75, it was not deemed that she had much to contribute to society. They weren't looking at it in social justice terms, only in money. The way I look at it is that this is part of the discriminatory practice against the poor, the old and the vulnerable. It's all part of the war without bullets. Looking back, I suppose I'm just glad that I got to cuddle my ma. After my visit to Nicaragua, I became very involved in popular education, and part of that involves teaching people how to communicate their feelings. I never realised just how big a problem that was in our community. It wasn't just my ma, it's not part of our culture. When I first met the researchers, Claudia and Sonia, and they cuddled me, I was stiff because to me this wasn't normal. I think that's so sad, because we pass it on from one generation to the next. Now I'll give people a hug, and it means a lot to them. One woman says, "I'll never forget the first time you gave me a cuddle." But it was a different prospect altogether when Helen Martin and I were at a lone parents forum session when they were being trained as aromatherapists. They were offering hand or a body massage. Helen was right in there asking for a body massage, but I drew back and would only have the hand massage, like the rest of the women. That's the legacy my ma left me. I can get up on a platform in New York and talk to people from all around the world, and it's like fireworks going off in my body. Hard to shut down again. But I was a mother of 3 wains before I could give anybody a cuddle without stiffening up like a board. Chapter 13. Training for Transformation. Nicaragua energised me for a decade, and I suppose part of that was about the liberation theology I found there. The whole experience provided food for my hungry spirit, which was slowly dying from malnutrition in my own surroundings. Among the people I talked to was a man who was tortured and had his body covered in cigarette burns. I met a woman who had been raped during our country's struggles. My biggest highlight was when I asked Maria to take me to meet the mothers of heroes and martyrs. Liz came too. They had a shrine the size of a caravan, with all the pictures on the wall crammed with photos of their children who had been massacred during the revolution. They had fought to try and bring about heaven on earth. I really felt I had met my spiritual family for the first time. I found that a very emotional time, and for the first time began to understand my own vision. That was why I felt the need to write my love letter to Ma. I was starting to understand that religion was in the mind, but spirituality came from the heart. For someone like myself, reared as a Catholic, I already began to realise how much the Catholic Church played in our oppression. There were times I hadn't gone to chapel because I didn't have anything to put in the collection plate. I was very angry because I felt the church had privatised our minds and our spirits, and the power all focused on the altar, which to me was a symbol of the power of a church that used religion to justify poverty. And this was in the 1980s, 20 years after Vatican II. I couldn't see why we couldn't have liberation theology in Scotland. It was exactly what we needed. Jesus Christ not only as the Redeemer, but the liberator of the oppressed. This was all about the Christian mission to bring justice to the poor and oppressed through political activism. The Catholic Church doesn't like liberation theology embracing Marxism, but I think the point is that we can't tell the poor the truth about themselves here in the West, because there'd be a revolution. In 1989, however, I was still confused. It was coming time for Gary to go to school. Do I enrol him in the Catholic school and let him make up his own mind when he grows up? The chapels were running a series of events called Renewal. I went along. That was when I first met Sister Maureen McGowan. She was the first person I told about my vision, of how I wanted to kick down all the religious institutions so that people's spirits could be set free. She also had a liberated mind and understood my struggle. She gave me a lot of moral support that I couldn't find sitting praying in a chapel. She became a precious gem in my life and still supports me to this day. When I came back from Nicaragua, she introduced me to Sister Mary Kilpatrick. She had spent 8 years in Peru and Nicaragua living with the poor. She was an expert in popular education and liberation theology, and she was down to earth. I laughed when Mary once told me that one of the hardest things about working in a poor country, she had to dig a hole to do a shit and then use grass. Our shared experience not only led to the Nicaraguan group in Easter House, but to the popular education group we set up along with Helen Martin and our pal Malcolm. Sisters Mary and Maureen were two sisters of Notre Dame whose mission is women's education. My priority, however, was not to promote liberation theology, but popular education. It was Sister Mary who suggested Helen and I do the Training for Transformation, TFT, run by a group, Partners Limited in Ireland. Popular education had worked in Latin America, and it was the backbone of what was happening in apartheid South Africa, where practicing it was a treasonable offence. I met one of the women who'd experienced this. Zodwa came to Scotland from South Africa through the Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund, SCAIF. She was jailed for being in possession of the TFT manuals. The manuals were written by Anne Hope and Sally Timmel and grew out of the Delta programmes, Development, Education and Leadership Training, that began in Kenya in the 70s. They developed the work of Paulo Freire on a critical awareness to make it more accessible to communities to enable them to reshape society. Their work was inspired by liberation theology. Anne Hope was deported because of her work and received an Irish passport. That's how she ended up in Ireland teaching Training for Transformation. My Nicaraguan visit not only led to the Nicaraguan group in Easter House, but to the popular education group set up with Helen Martin and Sister Mary and Maureen. As I've said, there were popular education workshops developing around Scotland at the time, but there was nothing to link us. We were working in isolation. That's when the Scottish Popular Education Forum was set up. Our aim was to promote an education that was based on a clear analysis of the nature of inequality, exploitation and oppression, and committed to progressive social and political change. Liam Kane, the top dog in popular education at Glasgow University, invited me to do a workshop with his students. So did David Fryer, my radical psychologist friend from Stirling University. After all these years, we are still working together for change. I had a couple of criticisms about the training Helen and I did in Ireland. For one thing, I felt there was a difficulty in transferring tea for tea to a first world, where people are living in what I was calling fourth world conditions. The other criticism was more personal. The summer school was international. A lot of the people were middle class. Only Helen and a couple of Irish women and a few other activists came from my world. For one exercise, we had to think about going from a caterpillar to a butterfly, and you had to say when you became a butterfly. The Americans had no difficulty expressing that, but I completely broke down and had to run away under a tree, where I sat greeting and howling. Butterfly? What chance had I to become a butterfly? We spend all our life trying to cope, so when we stop to think, we just collapse and wonder who's going to put us back together. This really hit me like a ton of bricks. It was the first time we had to get off the bus, and it was my birthday as well, the 5th of July. Who put us back together again? Ourselves, by telling our own stories and accepting what had happened to us. Can you think what the Belfast women had been through? Helen is now a facilitator with partners, and I have acted as a facilitator over the years. We use the kind of material we learned during that summer school. It's all about participating and creating dramas. It can be disturbing, but it's like letting go of the baggage people carry around with them, and it's good for developing your creativity. I facilitated a course in an area of Glasgow with really oppressed people. It was one of the most magical things I've ever done in my life. Being the facilitator really forced me out of my comfort zone, but I'm so happy I did it because that type of course is a total response to the people's needs, and you have to be really, really sensitive to where they're coming from. It's a 75-hour course. Anne and Sally created the framework for training for transformation. You can't plan the course because it all depends on the outcome of the first day. I asked them to create a collage of a good community and a bad community. When they created the bad community, they couldn't believe how bad it was, and they were greeting. But it's called training for transformation, and that's what it does. It gives confidence and esteem. You're tapping into creativity and knowledge of yourself. Those people were all flying. It's really powerful stuff. One woman in that course said to me that she couldn't believe she'd been carrying a ton of bricks on her shoulders for years, thinking that everything was her own fault. Now that weight had been lifted for her. Some people had felt so oppressed that they lacked the self-esteem to think about employment. Now that they had discovered for themselves the roots of how they had been exploited, they felt free to choose. I got the opportunity to facilitate at an event in England. They were mainly middle-class people, and it was a revelation to me. Their problems are different, but they certainly have them, and they're damaged people. It was fascinating. It was my experience again with the butterfly in Ireland. My God, you've got yourself onto your feet, and now you're disintegrating. It was magical to go on the journey with them. My experience of liberation theology, coupled with training for transformation, helped me understand why these exercises were the backbone of the struggle in South Africa and Latin America, and why there's a problem in getting funding to promote this here. It's too dangerous. It's not subversive. It just empowers people and says you are worth what everyone else is worth. It's also very spiritual. So when I was in South Africa and got to interview Anne Hope and Sally Timmel, who developed all of this, I forgot I was being filmed, forgot about the sound man who was sweating like a pig. I spoke to Anne for 3 hours. Sadly, none of this was used in the documentary, but it was on tape, and the conversations between me and Anne is about the struggle here in Scotland. Barbara Orton had 72 hours of footage from South Africa for the sharp end of the knife. 2 versions were made, one 72 minutes long, the other 52 minutes. And the editor obviously didn't think some things were relevant, which I thought were very significant. Chapter 14. South Africa. As always, I'm jumping the gun. There was a whole process before I ever got to South Africa to film those 72 hours of conversations. As with other things in the 1990s, there was a seed connection. In 1995, they brought over Kanzi Lisa, a development planner who'd spent 6 years in prison on Robben Island, and Lynn Brown, a teacher who was elected as an ANC member in South Africa's first democratic elections in 1994. Lynn said in 1994 that the biggest challenge facing the new government was to fight poverty and create jobs. She stayed with me for 3 days, and I arranged for her to meet a number of groups in Easterhouse. She opened the Lone Parent European Network, and we showed her The War Without Bullets. At the opening ceremony of the network, she spoke eloquently about the similarities between South Africa and Easterhouse. Music to my ears that she was affirming in front of councillors what I'd been saying about these links. You can imagine the conversations we had at my house. She was storing petrol bombs when she was 8 years old. And her first impression of Easterhouse was that it was a concentration camp. Our arguments were all about democracy. I spoke about my own experience and what it had done to other people. I explained about the Labour Party. I was brought up having it drilled into me that when you grew up, you voted the Labour Party because they looked after the interests of the working people. That obviously wasn't my experience as an adult. It was an eye-opener when I started in the campaign. The very fact that there was a Labour administration and we were living in these conditions and having to challenge these councillors didn't make sense. I told Lynn I had been naive and the Labour Party saw us as the enemy. At the time I took a real interest in national politics, all the Thatcher stuff, and I saw that our politicians' first allegiance was to themselves. I was feeling betrayed that as the main opposition party, Labour wasn't coming to our assistance. Then I saw that they were priming themselves. They were only interested in power. And to achieve that, were willing to allow us to remain surplus to market requirements. Something happens to politicians. They all speak with the same tongue. I realised that to express an opinion in politics or religion, you had to be independent. Having the right to vote was not the same thing as having economic democracy, so it was a misnomer in this country. I must have shattered the illusion about democracy for this newly elected ANC member of the South African Parliament. She believed change came about through the political system, but in South Africa it had come about through community resistance. We realised we had a hell of a lot to learn from each other. At my kitchen table, over many cups of tea, she tried to persuade me to stand as a politician. I wouldn't be convinced of that, but I saw another possibility to change the thinking of people in Scotland. That whole experience with Lynn and Kanzi inspired the idea of an exchange, a task force from Scotland going to South Africa. So Task Force to South Africa was born. It was a recruitment process. Everybody had to raise their own funding. I had long since recognised the similarities between the racial apartheid in South Africa and the social and economic apartheid that I felt we were experiencing in the places like Easterhouse. Having spoken with Lynn, I was even more convinced. Barbara Orton also understood my many frustrations with how the poor are not often portrayed as analysers of their situations or authors of solutions, but presented as either victims or on the receiving end of a situation they had no power over. I was desperate to try and enable people in communities like mine to try to understand poverty as a global phenomenon, and that it wasn't about individual failure as many had been made to believe. I was convinced that popular education was part of the solution in this process. So when Lynn invited me to see how they were building the new South Africa, using cultural forms in popular education programmes in a transformation process that is contributing to the creation of a new and post-apartheid humane identity. Barbara and I saw this as the ideal opportunity to tell a local and global story of poverty and resistance. I spoke to Linda Gray at Seed about this, and she was absolutely delighted with the idea. Barbara came up with a proposal. Helen Martin applied to go on the exchange and didn't get on the list. She was gutted, and so was I. They had a bonding weekend for the chosen 12. They wanted someone from every sort of organisation to represent Scotland. Journalists, politicians and grassroots people. Barbara started working on planning the documentary, and I started writing a letter to Nelson Mandela to focus my mind on what it was all about, and also to use some of it as a voiceover for the documentary. It took me 6 months to write. I was all summer at the computer. Through my conversations with Lynn, I was concerned that the new democracy in South Africa would have to embrace the so-called free market economy. I had started to read Nelson Mandela's autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom. He enabled me to understand that the first casualty of war was not people, but the truth. I wanted to try so hard to try and get public recognition of the truth of the struggle facing working class communities like mine in Britain. It was a shocker for me actually writing about the truth of my own lived reality. But I also wanted to try to enable Nelson Mandela to understand the implications of our struggle, that could have implications for the people in South Africa. The people that came here from South Africa could not understand why folk in this country gave so much support to overcome their racial apartheid, but turned a blind eye to the struggle of the people in working class communities like mine. It was only going through that process of writing that I really started to understand why. When the letter was finished, I presented it to the task force. But then the task force decided they didn't want to be filmed. It was too much hassle. They had already bonded and they didn't want the film crew interfering. I don't have any proof, but my gut feeling is that the letter was too political for some of them that were not from the grassroots. Seed was very disappointed, and Barbara and I were too, especially when the word came back to me that Cathy's spot on. At the end of the day, Barbara said we'd take up Lynn's original offer and they'd film me rather than the group, but the whole point had been that we bring something back to share. So I was out of the picture and Task Force went to South Africa in February 1997. The report from that trip was impressive, and Seed held a big meeting to bring it into the public. Barbara now had to raise £100,000 for the film we would do. We discussed the type of projects which we thought might best make the film interesting, which included popular education. I wanted to speak to activists about their experiences. We had identified a lot of what we wanted to do before we went. Then Barbara went out to South Africa to identify the people and the projects that we would film. When we left on April 30th, 1998, we didn't have a script. What we did have was my son Gary. I said I wasn't going without him, and Barbara wasn't too pleased. But we were going for 3 weeks, and Gary was just in first year at secondary school. I could see it from her point of view, but at the same time, I wanted Gary to be part of the documentary. I knew there were safety issues, but if he had stayed here, I would have been stressed out worrying about him. Then when we agreed he'd be going, he saw a documentary about Boeing 707s and said if we had to fly on one, he wasn't going because it might crash. When we got to Amsterdam, it was a Boeing 707, but we got on it just the same, and I was totally gobsmacked flying over the desert. Then when we came into Cape Town, it looked like we were going to land on the sea. Lynn was meant to meet us, but she didn't. Instead, we were met by Sharif Koulis, Barbara's co-producer, who I'd heard about but never met before. And Gary was supposed to stay with Lynn's mother, but that didn't materialise either. We were taken to stay at the house of Sharif's friends. That was my introduction to a continued apartheid. The gated areas where whites lived inside compounds with high fences and locked gates across the entrance roads. Barbara wasn't to arrive for another 3 days, and that was supposed to give us time to get us settled in with Lynn. She was supposed to be in Joburg, but when we were taken to a restaurant for a meal, who should be there but Lynn? Gary clocked that in his diary. Part of the arrangement with Lynn was that Gary would go to school while he was in South Africa, part of his experience. He got an education from day one. In Woodstock, where we stayed the first nights, the windows and doors were grilled and we could hear gunshots. We began to meet people I wanted to talk to. One was a presenter at a radio station and was totally connected with what I was trying to do. He invited me to the station the next day for an interview that energised into a conversation. Then I was taken to a music festival at the university. I was invited to a dinner party and I felt it was such a strain. I wanted to talk to everyone at the same time because their stories were so fascinating. I'm not complaining about it. It was part of the experience, but it was great to see Barbara when she arrived. By that time, Gary and I moved into a hotel, and Gary was very impressed. He was also impressed by the remote controls people had for these gated areas. We started to visit people we would film. I didn't have a clue how this was going to pan out, but I was just engaging with people. Once I got engaged in a conversation, I forgot about the camera. It was such a relief to talk with Craig Arenzi, who was a mediator in conflict resolution. I had been trying for years to get public recognition for psychological and spiritual damage inflicted on children and adults who had been socially excluded and forced to live in poverty. People see violence as something that physically happens to a person, but Craig understood that when people's sense of self-worth and dignity have been taken away, then a much deeper violence is inflicted on their hearts, minds and spirits. He explained that because this hurt and trauma that people are experiencing never gets recognised, then it can create a whole new cycle of conflict and violence. This, he said, was partly why South Africa is experiencing the rise in gang and drug warfare. We need to ask ourselves, how do we restore humanity? When we went to Manenberg, it was a place that looks like any typical working class scheme in Britain. At the People's Centre, I was invited to sit in the children's trauma workshop. The facilitator was using popular education to allow the kids to explore their fears. That was the most horrific experience. I was bearing witness to their real life stories. They started telling me they could not even trust the police. I was really starting to come to terms with damage that the apartheid system had done to these beautiful children. They told me not even to trust the taxi drivers. My God, I kept thinking, I had allowed my son Gary to go in a taxi to the millionaire paradise where Michael Flatley was staying. I started to worry myself sick, but I had been well assured that he was in good hands. Then one wee girl, who was only 8, took my hand and sat me in a corner and told me her story. Geralda, her teacher, told me that she had not spoken a word for 8 months. She told me of how her brother had been shot and how she hides under the table when she hears bullets being fired. A lot of the making of a documentary is in the preparation and hanging around as part of the process, but I couldn't get back quick enough to the hotel to see if Gary had arrived back safely. When we went to Soweto, it was the first time I felt in danger. It was pitch black in the evening. We were going to meet a man called Bongani. President, the man who was taking us around, said that if we were hijacked, we had to say not one word. Just vacate the car and say nothing. Don't even breathe. I was freaked out. I knew Barbara, and there was no way she could keep her mouth shut. When I asked him if he'd ever been held up, he told me he'd been ambushed twice and shot twice. Bongani's house was the size of my kitchen. Barbara had set up interviews with this man, who was a musician and who had toured Europe. He was a popular educator come social dramatist. He works with people who the apartheid tried to dehumanise. He uses drama as a tool to confront their real-life stories, which enabled them to work through the anger and frustration, which can lead to more violent conflict. Their current play confronted black-on-black violence and the pros and cons of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. He wouldn't talk without meeting me first and sussing me out. Later when I saw him, I said, "What's next?" He said, "Going to my house and we're going to get married." He was scary, but what a character. Seeing the townships was a real culture shock. The shacks that people lived in were made out of cardboard and corrugated iron, bits of board and sheets of plastic. I couldn't get over the closeness of the houses to each other, the noise and the dirt. We went back to a township to watch the play performed by the Sangoba Theatre Company. The play was about how they'd felt about the Truth Commission. One young woman in the audience shouted, "How can they hurt us and then heal us?" Then we walked the streets with Bongani, who directed this company, and then we went to a shabin for a drink. I told Bongani that I felt so touched by the play. He nearly jumped down my throat and told me, "I don't want you to be just touched and just leave it there. We want you to think and feel if you can act to change the reality of people in your community." There was a birthday party going on, but we had to leave pronto because word had spread about our van and the filming equipment. We went to another township in a minibus, the way everybody travels is in these crowded wee buses, and interviewed people on the bus about their lives. We went to a popular education workshop on domestic abuse, and I reflected to the camera about the shared problem. Then we travelled out of town with Gary and the crew to meet some tribeswomen. They sang and danced and dressed me up in their beautiful tribal headgear so I could join in. As I said to camera, what Glaswegian can resist a party? I interviewed two women, Martha and Mita, and they interviewed me for their radio station. By now I felt tired, hungry and ill, and far from in party mode. By the time we flew back to Cape Town, everybody was so tired we had to cancel a planned shoot. Next day, Lynn took Gary and I for breakfast to a beautiful bay. It was wonderful. Then I realised how ill I was. I had a tummy bug and needed a doctor. I was given an injection to stop the diarrhoea, and I was able to interview Lynn on camera later in the day. A highlight of that day was the Prophets of the City workshop. They were one of South Africa's famous hip-hop bands, and again I saw drama and music used to educate and to try and overcome the damage that had been done to their minds, this time working with children to give them a sense of self-worth. I learned so much during that trip, not least about Britain's links with South Africa, discovering the street names that we shared in Cape Town and Glasgow. For the first time, I really started to feel the connection between their apartheid and ours. Khayelitsha is a deprived black township, 26 kilometres to the east of Cape Town, where most of the 700,000 residents live in makeshift shelters. It's a community plagued by bronchial and skin disease, as well as malnutrition and high levels of HIV, AIDS and TB. Here I met with Vishu, a community health worker at Radio Zibinel. He told me that more people have radios and mattresses to sleep on. That's why we used radio to try to educate and involve people in dialogue about their health issues. He allowed me to meet a medicine man called Samgoma. Vishu told me of his concerns for how they were giving out the wrong message about how to cure AIDS. After speaking to the Samgoma, I shared his concerns. Then we had our first day off, and Barbara and Gary and I went to Robben Island, where Mandela was imprisoned from 1963 to 1990. Gary was really impressed because it was only a small boat and Princess Di's brother was on the boat with us. Then we spent time on the beach. It was wonderful. When we finally finished filming, it was such a relief. Gary and I were to see Lynn at the market, but I couldn't find her. And then it was time to go for the plane. We spent August filming in Easter House, and in October I had to write and record the voiceovers. I was introduced in the documentary as a campaigner who'd met Lynn on her visit to Easter House and now was invited to see how fellow activists were trying to build the new South Africa. The film went from Easter House and the cold damp houses our families had moved to from the inner city of Glasgow to South Africa. I described standing on a wasteland in District 6, Cape Town, where a multicultural community had been bulldozed out of existence. I compared the dramas we had watched in Alexander with Dampbusters from East Hall. I explained the popular education programmes and the training for transformation, which Lynn and my friend Zodwa had used to sustain people during the liberation struggle. I said in a voiceover, popular education allows people to think for themselves. During apartheid, black education, or Bantu education as it was called, cruelly educated people just enough to do the worst kind of jobs. What I never said was that my whole experience had enabled me to understand that my Catholic school education was not about teaching me about the world, but about trying to keep the people like me in ignorance. The section about visiting the tribeswomen, Martha and Mita, was where Barbara got the phrase that gave our film its title. "We women who hold the sharp end of the knife" was the slogan they used when they set up the radio station. A shocking 80% of the women had been illiterate. The station was there to educate those women. I spoke about the disabling labels of black, white and coloured experience in South Africa. They reminded me of labels that had disabled people like me in the schemes of Glasgow, Edinburgh and Dundee. Single parent, scrounger. All these are based on the myths of poverty, which say that we don't want to work and that we are unemployed because we are lazy. I said, but I know that children are being damaged before they get the chance to live. The old are dying before their time, and teenagers have lost a sense of identity, left to sleep in the streets beside the rubbish. I said in both the poor townships of South Africa and back home in Easter House, we were using popular education to enable people like us to explore the root causes of poverty. I added, but having been here in South Africa, I feel that it is the wealthy who need educated. I got to see the rough cuts so that I could do these voiceovers, and the trick was to fit it all together. I wasn't too pleased when the interview about popular education with Anne Hope and Sally Timmel, the two white South African women who developed training for transformation, was cut. To me, they were two key people. But I was an expert in one field, Barbara in another, and the editor in another. Given that this was for cinema, it was their expertise that was going to make it work. I had to accept that this was what happens when you make films. I had my agenda, and I wanted something that would show people that. So it was very frustrating. But I didn't get angry. I just accepted it. Chapter 15. Red Carpets in Community Halls. Popular Education in Action. One of the most exciting things when we'd finished the film was producing education events based on my journey. Marianne Nichols from the Centre of Human Ecology, who was also part of the Popular Education Forum in our Popular Education group, made an application to the Department for International Development for a small grant to enable us to develop the film as an educational tool. But I had to admit that I was just as excited by all the razzmatazz surrounding the launch of The Sharp End of the Knife. We had a premiere at Glasgow Film Theatre. Barbara sent out 400 invitations to people who were community activists and people who had an interest in community development. Our special guest was Shay Innes, who I interviewed in the film. It was so strange watching myself on the big screen, I could hardly believe it was me. This was a special preview screening on 9th of August 1999, sponsored by Seed. It was right up their street, because they worked on the premise that people working for development in Scotland had much to learn from and exchange with their counterparts in other countries. They also felt that the change for the better could come about by making communities the centre of decision making. That was exactly the kind of thing we had filmed in South Africa. Because things were changing through work at community level in South Africa, I was pleased that the documentary was described as celebratory. But the quote from me on the programme said, "The racial apartheid in South Africa was universally condemned, but there has never been any real public recognition of the social and economic apartheid which has intensified in Britain over the past 20 years. Yet the damage that poverty has done to people's hearts and minds and spirits is the very same." I added, "Just like in South Africa, our communities have been devastated and are full of broken families, broken hearts, broken spirits, broken minds and broken dreams." The film explores the creative ways in which activists are trying to repair the damage caused by apartheid, and I think Britain can learn a lot about finding ways of trying to put our own broken down humanity back together. I realised when in South Africa that we were all trying to find ways of putting our broken humanity back together. Gary asked, "How can we restore humanity?" I told him, "That's what we're here for." There were public screenings of Sharp End on September 13th and 14th, and the GFT's Community Saver tickets enabled groups to access these for £1 during the day and £2 in the evening. The film was to go to Edinburgh Film House on September the 30th. Barbara had won awards for her documentaries and was well known, so there had been a screening for the judges at Edinburgh International Film Festival on August the 19th. The Scotsman critic saw it there and wrote the next day. It was one of those wonderful small screenings that make the film festival special. People queued for returns. Even the managing director of Scottish Screen was waiting for a ticket. And he described it as a deceptively simple, intelligent film. I went to the Edinburgh screening and one in Paris, and of course to the public debates that were held after the showing that were part of the popular education programme. The community launch in East Hall was fantastic. It was also the launch of the Popular Education Initiative in Easterhouse. The group invited a wide range of people, including our partners from the Popular Education Forum and some representatives from the Scottish Arts Council. We also had the presence of Mr. Nat Bongo, a head teacher from a school in Khayelitsha, one of the townships I visited in South Africa. The evening was introduced by Liam Kane, who was a lecturer in adult and popular education in Glasgow University and who had worked in Latin America with the movement of landless people. After showing the film, everyone was invited to work in small groups. They were asked to answer the questions: what is popular education in South Africa and how could it work here to bring about change? Then they had to make human sculptures that represented their answers, then perform it in front of the audience. The audience then had to decode the sculptures of each group in turn. Their enthusiasm and creativity was fabulous. During the feedback session, the discussion focused on what really is popular education. People involved in different projects talked about their own approach to popular education and of how empowering it was to learn to bring about change at a personal level and in their community. In this process, they had learned to become decision makers and value cooperation and solidarity. Mr. Bongo made a remarkable intervention by emphasising that popular education is simply about developing one's own power. The power which allows us to take action and gives clarity about what needs to be done and bring people together. He said, "Change has to come from within yourselves and from the community. Popular education gives you the power to change." One woman stood up at the end and said, "All my life I've been made to feel like a piece of rubbish. Now that I have watched the film, I don't feel like a piece of rubbish anymore." She broke down in tears. Like damp housing, they had been made to believe that poverty was their own fault. They could now take ownership of their oppression, which happens to a whole community. I was impressed by Lynn, because all of a sudden she was in charge of these big budgets, and she refused to spend the money on anything but bread and butter stuff. I couldn't tell how long that would last, because I heard that the British spin doctors had already done their spinning on the ANC. I was shattered when I heard that there were warrant sales taking place in the townships for people who couldn't afford to pay their electric bills. The only other politician I got to speak to was a guy from the Communist Party. But I was very impressed with the people and the projects we saw. The trouble was that all the community leaders went into politics after 1994, and that left a vacuum. One project had been set up to try to train women to fill these gaps in the community. What I was saying was that there were so many parallels. The trauma clinic was in a place that was like any working class scheme in Britain. I talked to Fidela, a new ANC councillor and director of the Manenberg People's Centre, an amazing woman who played a pivotal, forceful role in mediating the gang violence and their drug economy. She was then trying to work with the new community police forums set up on the British model. She, like me, was also concerned for how the media came into the community and sensationalised everything about gangs. Then they walked away, leaving the community angry and frustrated. Like Easter House, where media coverage has given the community a bad reputation without looking at the causes or changing anything. Then I made more connections with Easter House. Knocking down Cape Town's District 6 was like telling our own story, except that it blew my head away. When we were moved out to the schemes, it was the luck of the draw, literally, where you went and who your neighbours were. My ma drew lots for which house she got in Cranhill. In District 6, they split up what had been a multicultural area according to the colour of people's skin. When I went there, they had turned a church into a museum to heal the wounds. The whole floor was a map of the former community, and people came back from all over to put their names on the map. The street signs were all there. The men who had the job of demolishing the place had kept them. That was when I saw all those links between our history and theirs. There was Argyle Street, Sucky Hall Street, Rotten Row. In a few minutes, I learned relevant history that had never been taught at school. When I was in District 6 Museum and met Vince Colby, he introduced me to Linda Fortune and Noor Ibrahim. They gave me signed copies of the books they had written. When I read Linda's about her childhood memories growing up there, I was flabbergasted. They were so similar to my own, even down to the attitudes of her teachers and how they too were humiliated. When I read how they also used to deal in pounds, shillings and pence, it really hit home how they were colonised by the Scots and English. That was why the street names were the same as in Glasgow. What went out the window was my idea about the new democracy in South Africa. When I talked on film to Shay Innes, who had just resigned from the Anti-Crime Forum, he explained that people used to care about each other, but now everything had become individualised, with individual solutions, and it was all about the survival of the fittest. He expressed his concerns about the children whose only future he feared was selling drugs. I was shattered when Shay confirmed to me that they were entering into the same social and economic war that we had been experiencing. As he said, surely we never fought apartheid to end up like this. We couldn't show everything in the film. It's amazing how short 72 minutes is when you have that kind of experience. But the video in my mind takes me back to kneeling on the floor beside people telling their stories at the trauma clinic. That wee lassie who hadn't spoken for months. But I was glad that in the 72-minute version of the film, we showed the whole of the drama that we've been to see in film. It was about women being raped and daughters raped in front of their mothers. My God, it was terrible to watch, and it was acting out these women's real experiences during apartheid. It was very, very powerful stuff. Hearing about all this violence and hearing the gunshots made me really afraid for Gary's safety when he had gone to see if he could see Michael Flatley, the Lord of the Dance star, who was supposed to be staying in a resort in Cape Town. Gary was a real fan because he had medals of Irish dancing himself. Barbara had arranged for him to go to this place in a taxi. We never heard from him and I was really worried. Eventually he got back to the guest house where we were staying, safe but gutted he didn't see Michael Flatley. He'd gone up Table Mountain and missed Flatley going down the other lift. It was tough for him in some ways, but he stayed with friends of Sister Mary, Mike and Molly, who were working there as school teachers. Mike took him on safari for a week. That is something his dad had always dreamed about doing. Tony used to have a set of drums, and Gary bought his dad a real traditional set of South African drums. But the day he went to school, he came back amazed because some of the pupils had guns and they had blown up the head teacher's office the week before. Gary was a very quiet boy and hated any attention, but he became the centre of attraction. The pupils wanted to know all about his life in Easterhouse and about his trainers and his jeans. My highlights were talking to people about their experiences at Prophets of the City and seeing them use music to heal the children. Before I went to South Africa, I had a vision of a better world. Although the oppressed people in communities like mine in Britain were in the minority, I had always felt inspired by the knowledge that in the world we were part of a large majority. But that vision was starting to crumble. Like my experience in Nicaragua, I never went there to see how I could help the poor, but to see how they could help us. I had always seen South Africa in terms of black and white. Their story was becoming too big and too complex, and I was becoming overwhelmed. In a conversation I had with Akil from the Prophets of the City, sitting on Table Mountain, sharing our common struggle, I told him that some people in my community were taught to be ashamed of the way they speak. They had the same problem. He was so young, but really recognised that we were all part of a real global family. He too recognised that it was only by sharing our stories that others will come to understand. He started to put my broken down vision back together again. I could never have missed that experience. I was inspired by the projects, but I was devastated by the lives I witnessed. I had looked to South Africa for hope and inspiration, but realising that they had given their lifeblood to overcome racial apartheid, but now were having to cope with the social and economic apartheid I had been trying to highlight back home, was life-shattering. I found it hard to look at the news, read papers or listen to the radio. It was Gary, my son, who insisted in keeping me informed about what was going on in the world. But I was so grateful for the educational events surrounding the film. These soon brought my spirit back to life. Now we had a movie, and people were flocking to see it. My most treasured moment was the East Hall screening. People who didn't usually get involved loved it. I was invited to show it at a youth project in Cambuslang. Some counsellors were saying it would be way above their heads, but these youngsters really got into it. As a pilot for the DFID funded project, our group, Podder, were invited to do a popular education event with 60 third and fourth year pupils at St Andrews, Carntine, St Gregory's when I went there in 1960s. It felt wonderful to be back there as a popular educator. This was now Gary's school, and we showed the whole film, then tried to get them to use drama to highlight their own issues. They weren't up for that, so let's pretend that each other's groups got a reporter. We asked them to work in small groups and discussed what makes them angry or what they want to change in their community. So they did that, and the issues they came up with were incredible. It's heartbreaking. Anyone with common sense can see why Waynes become destructive when they can't express themselves. Perhaps that's what we need to develop here, children's trauma workshops. At the Sharp End of the Knife is a film that is beginning to be past its sell-by date now, but it served its purpose. It was shown on every terrestrial TV network in the world, after BBC Worldwide had screened it everywhere except Britain. Seed was meant to promote and distribute the film, but they were short on funding, so that never really materialised. They did manage to get it on American website for the Society of Community Research in Action as one of their teaching videos. And of course, David Fryer and I go on using it in colleges, universities and seminars. These are the kind of areas where I'd visualised it being seen and used. But there was that whole other side as well. I'd got to know a bit about the media through being interviewed and doing press conferences. And in 1991, I did media training funded by eForce, a joint venture between the BBC and community service volunteers. That was a laugh. I had to interview teenagers in Easterhouse for radio. I managed to ask a group what they thought about education. They all started singing at the top of their voices. We don't need no education. I was mortified and made a quick exit. But the newspaper and TV have nothing on the film world. The Edinburgh Film Festival was an amazing experience because, well, it's just another life. During the Year of Culture in Glasgow, I'd met some of the people and been part of it. I'd talked to Ken Loach, whose films Carla's Song, Land and Freedom and My Name is Joe were all big in the 1990s. One can only imagine how I felt going to see Carla's Song. I could not stop thinking about me and Felix, our bus driver in Nicaragua. But I have to say that my favourite screening experience was Paris. The screening was for women directors, but Barbara couldn't be there, so I went. No, I don't speak French and I'm hopeless at languages. But when we were given a choice of staying in a hotel or with a family, I decided on a family. I was given a beautiful room and the woman asked if I had a problem with cats because she had 5 and I was to sleep in their bed. She said to close the door, but they ended up in the bed anyway. That was a laugh. The family spoke very good English, thank God, or I'd really have been in trouble. They took me up the Eiffel Tower and then I went to this festival for all these women directors. You had to be there for the debate and the film was screened 3 times. 3 times that I had to introduce it to all these foreign intellectual women. But they just totally got it. I obviously had an interpreter because there was people from all over the world, but it was just good to talk on that kind of level and have cafe discussions. What a prize! I made connections with other women who saw parallels between the film and different places in their own countries, and they were into popular education. They were going to invite me back to Paris to do a popular education workshop, but that didn't materialise. But just being there, it was just so wonderful. And I didn't drink a lot because I didn't want to have to order in French. I met people and went out for meals in restaurants and the family I stayed with cooked me meals and took me to the markets. Aye, that's the life. Vivian Forrester's book, Economic Horror, had just came out and Damien Killeen, who was the director of the Poverty Alliance, had given me it and said I should read it. He told me that she writes so much of what he had heard me talking about. There she was in Paris, and we had heart-to-heart conversations. But that's not the way life is. Paris was a bonus. Sometimes shit happens, and then sometimes you end up in these lovely places. But it shouldn't be like this, and unconsciously it does reinforce the injustices. It had been the same with the Year of Culture in 1990. All this stuff was going on, but people here in East Hall didn't know and couldn't find it. Yet I had done my bit on This Is Me since yesterday, and I was interviewed for BBC Scotland's art programme, Excess. They had to prop me up on cushions for the camera levels on the Excess programme because I was so wee. I was interviewed on what I thought about Jock Tamson's Bairns, that big experimental production by Communicado and Liz Lockhead on the nature of the Scots that was supposed to be inspired by Burns and McDermott. It was on at Glasgow's Tramway, and was commissioned by the 1990 Glasgow Year of Culture, so it was big stuff. But I didn't like being asked to give my opinion on it. I was a community activist, and this was getting to be too much. If there were opportunities to talk about the film, I was in my element. That's different from being in the media as a pundit. I wouldn't be motivated. I would have nothing to say. Even if someone had tried to convince me to have a job in all of that, I wouldn't. It's not me, because I wouldn't have had the confidence, and it's not the stuff I'm interested in. Having a voice for the struggle, that's what feeds my spirit. Chapter 16. Going back to my roots on the journey to Rome. I came back from South Africa to find my dad dying and the man in my life acting funny. I put my dad in respite while I was away because he'd been suffering from dementia and he'd had a stroke while he was there. We were coming to the end of a period that at times had been like the Keystone Cops. Dad used to get me to take him to the local pub for a drink. One night I got out the taxi to get him in, and the taxi drove off without me. I was looking round for a candid camera when the taxi braked and came squealing back to me. Dad said to the driver, "Excuse me, do you know where my daughter is?" The driver hadn't even noticed me getting out the taxi. It had been hard for me and my sister, who looked after him. But it wasn't until I was going to South Africa that I decided to inquire about daycare. By then he'd become a danger, putting pots on the stove and forgetting them, or forgetting to light the gas. We'd find money all round the house, so we collected it and told him we'd put it in the loft. Then he couldn't find the money in his usual place and phoned the police. He told them I'd stole it. The police said we were all vulnerable in this situation and to find the money and get it in the bank. When I looked at him after the police had gone, I thought he'd put on an awful lot of weight. He hadn't. He'd stuffed the money down his pants. It's okay laughing now, but it was heartbreaking to watch the process of my dad losing his mind. When I got him daycare, he was resistant, but then he found he loved the woman who came in, so he loved the daycare as well. But when you're caring for somebody, nobody tells you about the help that's out there. My daddy's quality of life could have been completely different if I'd known what was available. The last thing I wanted was for him to be in a home. My sister and me wanted him to be in his own house with as much independence as possible. When I was told about the Alzheimer's Association, he went from having nothing to having full-time attention. There were even people coming in to play dominoes, and that was really stimulating for him. But I made wider connections between his illness and society's denial of our struggle. My dad lived across the road from Gary's school. He used to go to my dad's for his lunch and his tea. But my dad kept accusing Gary of stealing his hammer and his shoes. It became too much for Gary and he refused to go there. Then the tears, frustration and powerlessness I had over my father's loss of memory turned to anger when I realised the similarity between my dad's unreasonable behaviour and a society that I felt lived in a constant state of denial of the experience of our poverty, accusing people like me of stealing their money. Sister Maureen was there right from the time when I had my spiritual vision, going from this state of wanting to go to sleep and never wake up to being inspired to fight for my children's future. I had hardly believed that vision, but I found she was there to talk about it. She'd been a rock in so many other situations since then, and in 1987 she was my guardian angel yet again. She claimed to have double booked her holiday. I didn't believe her. I knew she'd seen how stressed out I was. She asked if I'd take her place on a bus journey to Rome. I said no, but Sharon said she'd look after Gary. The trip was by coach from Glasgow to Rome. We'd be 3 days on the road, 4 days there and 3 days coming back. We'd stay in a different country each night. This all took place after Task Force for South Africa said they didn't want to do the documentary, and I didn't know if the project with Barbara would come off. I was feeling down and stressed, and it was great to go away and not worry about anything. I didn't have to make any speeches. I was transformed into myself. Ma would have said that it was fate that I ended up on board of this bus in Cranhill, but I never believed in fate then, and I wasn't laughing either when the bus left for Hull to catch the overnight ferry to Rotterdam. I was so grateful for this opportunity, but I was really dreading the 3,000-mile long journey to Rome. The furthest I had ever travelled by bus was Managua to Somoto, in the most northern region of Nicaragua, and the heat coupled with the bumpy roads and potholes made me feel so sick. God only knows how on earth I was going to survive this marathon. I actually felt a bit of excitement and more confident though when my taxi pulled up outside the chapel on Bell Rock Street and I first set eyes on the blue bus. It wasn't really a bus, but a brand new luxury coach, which I can only describe as being like a posh hotel on wheels. That's when it dawned on me that this bus was to be my home on wheels for the next 10 days and not just the overnight hotels in the various countries that we were to visit en route. Before boarding the bus, however, a special mass was arranged to celebrate our journey and to pray for our safe return. It was so strange being back in the parish church of St. Maria Goretti, where I was married 25 years before. My whole life had been turned inside out and upside down since that day, but nothing seemed to have changed about the parish where I grew up. The red brick semi-oval shaped building looked more like a grand country manor than a chapel, and so out of place tucked between the harsh 4-storey high brick tenements that housed its parishioners. Although the structure was the same age as me, it showed no signs of the same wear and tear. It even had the same musty smell of furniture polished, tinged with the stale candle wax. But the atmosphere had changed. Or perhaps it was just my expectations. Even Mrs. Cassidy, who was the life and soul of the parish in my childhood days, was still the main energy behind this holiday to Rome, even though she was now 85 years old. I used to be a devout Catholic until I was confronted with the evil of Thatcherism. My harrowing experience of being forced to try and keep my children alive on welfare made me question why my church did nothing to challenge the human suffering and hardship that I both experienced and witnessed every day. It was then I started to think that the rich and powerful used religion not only to try and justify poverty, but also to try and pacify the people like me who were forced to live in it. It was only then that I managed to finally break free from the church, which had tamed the angry spirit that had been growing up inside me. Now I found myself climbing on board a bus that was taking me back to my roots. There were 50 other people on the bus, including the driver, but when I sat down on my seat next to the back, I suddenly became overwhelmed with a feeling of complete isolation. During the years of my community's fight for justice, I often had no choice but to travel by myself. Now, for the first time since I became a rebel, I was going on a journey which I thought was for me and for me alone. I don't know why the tears that had been locked up inside me all these years should threaten to erupt now. I just knew that I was so relieved when Mrs. Cassidy moved from the seat beside me. I sensed that she would have been shocked and confused at my forthcoming outburst. This was my first holiday in years, and both she and the committee who had planned this trip to the Vatican had done everything to make me feel welcome when I joined them at the last minute. I was glad too for the music and the happy chatter of my fellow travellers as I snuggled up to face the window while the tears wrenched from my body. I just wish that my ma could have had the opportunity to go on a holiday like this before she died. She had never been abroad, and I knew that she'd been sick to death of the same routine of going to Blackpool every year. Even when they were both retired from work, it never seemed to dawn on my da that they could now take a holiday at any time of the year instead of waiting for the traditional Glasgow Fair fortnight. Da was such a hard man to live with, and it wasn't a holiday at the seaside she needed, but a 2-week break away from my da. Ma just wanted to retire gracefully, but he had her hashing to the pubs and the clubs, and she always came back exhausted. She would have recognised quite a few of the women on the bus who still lived in and around Bellrock Street where I'd grew up. It was hard for me to imagine her drab life in the Gorbals. Those sooty black tenements with fires blazing up the lum and their smoky chimney pots. I just can't imagine what my grannies looked like. Ma said that women in those days looked like old grannies when they were in their 40s, and my Granny Brannan always wore a black shawl. What a stark contrast with the harsh concrete jungle that the Promised Lands turned out to be, compared to the tranquility and beautiful gaze of the Pennines as the bus cruised along down the M6 in the October sunshine. I used to think that this land belongs to history and to someone else until I started to see that our lives and health were dependent on the health of our lived environment. Isaac interrupted my thoughts. "A game of bingo, Cathy?" It was entertainment time on the bus. Perhaps Sister Maureen had sensed that a game of bingo was just the tonic I needed. I treasure her friendship so much, and the last thing I wanted was to let her down when I took her place on the bus. I never set out to be the focus of gossip, but she was aware that she was not only sending a rebel on holiday, but a woman that was like a loose cannon. Her friend Sister Aileen had given a lot of support to single parents in Cranhill. Both were trying to offer aromatherapy as an alternative to the legalised drugs used in trying to cope with the propaganda and the stress of our daily struggle for survival. I never won a game of bingo or the free raffle, but I was desperate now for a fag. I suppose that was the other thing I was dreading about this holiday. I feared that it might all be Holy Joes that didn't smoke or drink. Not that it was such a bad deal. It was just that most of the people that I've had to share hotel rooms and apartments with during my travels were either upper class or middle class and not very tolerant of smokers. People were so aware of the dangers of passive smoking, but seemed oblivious to the dangers of passive poverty. I had never really been aware of class before I became involved in the struggle. Since then, however, I have crash-landed in so many different worlds from the one I lived in. It was such a relief when the bus stopped at a service station at Doncaster and I discovered I wasn't the only one gasping for a fag. The committee had not only catered for the holy, but also the men who had been dragged along to keep the peace. Everyone shared their homemade sandwiches, and after consuming a couple of the miniatures brought along, I felt my own spirit starting to relax. I tried to capture with my camera the obvious fun and delight as some of the pensioners whooshed down the chute and swung high on the swings. It was Bill, however, that reminded me that no picture could ever capture the spirit behind the laughter or the painted smile that he wore on his face. The younger of his two sons, Gary, was a teenage health fanatic. He cycled everywhere and was killed by a drunk driver. A year had gone past. I tried to imagine the kind of pain that was going on inside him. I only knew about the unbearable pain of losing my mother. I couldn't even begin to understand the pain that must haunt people like Bill who have lost a child. I suppose most people must go through life like me and Bill, wearing a mask, trying to cope with and camouflage the mental and emotional torture that goes on inside. But who really cares anymore what people think and feel? If I broke my leg, I could go to hospital and have it mended. But in a broken down society, where do all the broken down people go? As I walked back to the coach, I couldn't help thinking how Frankie Vaughan and the media had made our community in Easterhouse famous for its gang warfare, how there has never been any public recognition for the political violence that has been inflicted on the hearts, minds and the spirits of the people who live here. When we arrived at the North Sea Ferries terminal in Hull, I remembered the first time Ma took me across the River Clyde on an open ferry to visit my old Aunt Kate in Govan. I was terrified and sure we were going to drown, but it was nothing like this. My God, I had never been as close to a ship so big. It was like a giant cruise liner. I became really excited and couldn't wait to get on board. It was the first time that I had travelled without having the nervous worry about compiling reports and making presentations or speeches. It was just starting to sink in that I was really going on a holiday. My drama started almost as soon as we set sail. One of the nuns took ill and had to be flown by helicopter back to land, and I had to swap cabins and go in with a lady called Helen. After dinner, I joined some of the group in the piano bar. The driver was sitting by himself, and the woman told me to invite him to join us. I did, and it was click. The two of us talked non-stop till 2 in the morning. He was fascinated when I told him about myself, and when I asked him about his job, he made it sound like the most exciting thing in the world. I couldn't remember the last time that I laughed so much or felt so at ease in male company. We became inseparable. It was the first time I'd taken the time out to sit down and mourn the fact that I had been married and it had broken up. He told me that his own marriage had broken up, and we had that in common. He was a Londoner and so handsome and charming. And that whole time it seemed like the most natural thing in the world, as if I'd known him all my life. We were staying in different places, experiencing different cultures and food. We had great company, and the committee were obviously experts at entertainment. I got friendly with 2 women from Cranhill who conspired to keep my relationship with Dan from the others. Helen, the lady I shared the hotel rooms with, was one of them. She'd lost her husband in a hit-and-run accident. Considering the life that she'd had, it didn't show on her face. She had skin like porcelain. She was a wonderful woman, always laughing, and like my ma, she never went to bed until I was in. One of the other couples on the trip was John Kerr and his wife Helen. They had established a credit union in Cranhill and were very active in the community. John, like me, was also sacked from the Residents' Forum and was part of the Popular Education group. It was the first time, however, I had got the opportunity to meet with him socially. It turned out that he had coached my 2 brothers, John and Billy, at football. He still couldn't understand why my dad wouldn't let him sign up for the club. When we arrived in Rome, Dan had to take time off. The group wanted him to bus them into the city, but he told them it was illegal. As soon as they were all out of sight, we dived on the bus to make our way to the beach. When we returned, the group were all sitting outside the hotel. We were mortified. Dan told them that we had taken the bus to have it cleaned. Then one of the women asked if it was okay to get her cardigan that she'd left on the bus. Dan and I both looked at each other. No, he said, the floor had not dried yet. After all these years on my own, I had felt like such a strong, liberated woman, but now I was starting to act like a silly teenager, worried about the preconceived gossip. That's why we secretly arranged our dates. One night, with me thinking it was safe, I pulled Dan into this charming-looking German pub, only to find the coach party in full swing. At first I felt a bit embarrassed, although I was a child caught with my finger in the pie. Dan thought it was a hoot and couldn't understand my hang-ups. That night a guy came in selling roses and Dan bought me 6. It reminded me of the night Ma was in her coffin. My sister-in-law, who was a spiritualist, had handed me the rose with 6 buds on it and told me that Ma said to put it in her coffin and to stop worrying about the roses. We spent every moment that we could together, and in Rome we did a lot of sightseeing and visited all the holy places of worship. Dan wanted to know everything about the history of the places and the relationship to the various saints. I started to feel very angry and frustrated at my lack of education about the history and culture. When I was at school, I was top of the class in religious knowledge, but here I felt totally inadequate. I wasn't really sure if it was love that had blanked out my memory, but it felt really good not to be alone, and I did feel young. I felt I could laugh. It was an adventure and it was fantastic. I just couldn't believe my luck. The group didn't even miss me when I disappeared with Dan instead of attending the audience with the Pope. My most profound moment came, however, when we went to visit the church which held the glass coffin with the preserved body of Saint Maria Goretti. Words cannot describe the thoughts that went through me at that time. It was also one of the most embarrassing moments of the whole trip. There was a beach there, and I told Sister Aileen that I was desperate for a swim but did not have a swimming costume with me. "What's the problem?" she said. "Get stripped." She did to her pants and t-shirt. "Cathy McCormack," she said, "you are not coming all the way from Easterhouse to miss out on a swim in the Mediterranean Sea because of embarrassment." She was insistent and made me strip to my bra and pants in front of the whole coach party. She was a scream, and we both screamed with laughter as we swam about in the sea. I laughed too when the group went to visit the Vatican. They wouldn't let me enter because of my bare arms. Helen Kerr, who was a big woman, undid the buttons in her blouse. She put my arm in one of her sleeves and hers in the other and buttoned us up together. We got in no problem, then went our own separate ways. As I walked about the Vatican, I was astonished how the whole place was hanging in gold. I kept asking myself what all this has got to do with God when millions of people are dying through poverty. I thought back to the times I was too embarrassed to go to Mass because I didn't have any money to put in the collection plate. I thought back to the meeting I had with the mothers of heroes and martyrs in Nicaragua. They told me that in 1983, during the visit of Pope John Paul II, they presented him with a petition for peace. He ignored them and refused to recognise their cause and refused to meet with them. I also thought back to the meeting I had with Helen and John Kerr's daughter in Cranhill. Sister Aileen and their daughter Tricia had set up a women's group. They invited both me and my pal Helen Martin to talk to them about the popular education group we were setting up. 2 of the women in the group went to the same primary school as me at St Maudens. They were only in their early 30s. They told both me and Helen that as far as they were aware, that between their 2 primary school classes, there were only 3 of them still living. I had struggled so hard to try and understand what had happened to me that day. The day I wanted to go to sleep and never wake up again. When I saw the world as one big gigantic jigsaw puzzle. Now the missing pieces were all starting to fall into place. But still, I refused to believe in the faith of my own vision. Coming home in the ferry, Dan managed to get us a double cabin. It was only later that I learned that this had resulted in leaving 2 of the nuns homeless. When we stopped at Hull, I had phoned the 2 boys to tell them I was bringing them back a big present, but that it included a driver. I had a lot of time to reflect coming back home in the bus. There are so many different kinds of abuse. For years I walked about thinking I had a big black hole in my shoulder because of the times I missed Mass. I had spent times in discussion with my friend Vereen Nicholas and her husband Alistair McIntosh, talking about the difference between religion and spirituality. I met Alistair once when I attended a talk on the environment. He's a writer, lecturer, social activist, broadcaster and campaigning academic from the Isle of Lewis, who now lives in Govan. He talks of how the spiritual abuse of children is like any other form of abuse. When I read the article he wrote for the book Popular Education and Social Movements in Scotland Today, I cried. In it, he argues the case for a distinctively Scottish liberation theology. He says this is needed as urgently in many parts of Scotland today as it is among the exploited and oppressed peoples of Latin America and Africa. It is first necessary, however, to decolonise the soul by distinguishing spirituality from hegemonic forms of institutionalised religion. In addition, he argues, historical analysis is required to expose the active collusion in Scotland's history between authoritarian religion and the growth of capitalist exploitation and expropriation. He makes reference to the successful campaign to return the island of Eigg to community ownership in order to illustrate how a recovered and redeemed spirituality can be part of the dynamic of empowerment in Scottish communities. It was such a relief to understand the history of how my own spirit had become colonised. Helen Martin and I also wrote an article for the same book, Making Connections, Learning Through Struggle. When we arrived back at the chapel in Cranhill, people wondered why I was not getting off the bus to get a taxi. I told them I had a bus. I will never forget the beam on my son Anton's face when I came off the bus with Dan. The relationship with Dan went on for 2 years. It was good and it suited me. I saw him nearly every second weekend, and he came back from trips to Europe with hundreds of presents. It was so lovely to be romanced, and we started to talk about long-term things. But that was a million years away for me. Then one day he turned up with all his stuff. He thought he was moving in. I was devastated when it finished. Never again. I'm not good at relationships. The reality was that I wasn't ready for it. I didn't trust myself. I had been totally convinced that Tony was my soulmate, and I'd made a mistake. I don't think I allowed myself to love or to be loved.